Chapter 400. What's going on? Han Shuo was a bit in disbelief. Trunks was now a great swordmaster, and the only one who could beat him in a one-on-one battle in the entire Valley of Sunshine was perhaps the thrice berserker Loritan. However, even Loritan shouldn't have the ability to kill Trunks alone. Trunks was a cautious person and was incomparably familiar with the terrain around the Valley of Sunshine. There shouldn't be any problems. But now that he had actually disappeared, this really surprised Han Shuo. After returning from Janet's place, there was no trace of him for 4 days in a row. When there's no mission, he would never be so late. Even if he didn't return, he should have sent a message. But this time, there was no news at all. We sent people to find Janet and learned from her that Trunks had indeed left from her place. He also brought a dozen brothers with him and they also disappeared without a trace. Dark Dragon Gilbert explained to Han Shuo with a somewhat distressed expression. Frowning, Han Shuo pondered for a while and asked, "Has Trunks had any disputes with any forces recently?" 10 days ago, under Trunks' leadership, we ambushed Butcher's bandits with Janet. Even Butcher Gustav was killed by Trunks and Janet. His bandits can be said to be done for in the Valley of Sunshine. Apart from that, we didn't have any relations with any other forces. The one speaking was Grant. As an old friend of Trunks, he was really very worried about Trunks' safety. The Valley of Sunshine was located in the center of 3 countries. For many years, the Valley of Sunshine had become a special region. From there, the richest resources of the 3 countries could be gathered. Han Shuo had funded Trunks to establish the Soul Destroyer mercenary band with the intention of taking the Valley of Sunshine for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a rebirth pill to help Trunks be reborn. Now that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had gradually grown to become one of the major forces in the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks' sudden accident had already affected the development of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. This was definitely not an outcome that Han Shuo was willing to see. Listening to Gilbert and Grant narrate the ins and outs of the matter, Han Shuo remained silent. "Honored Master, do you think something has happened to Trunks?" Seeing Han Shuo's silence, Gilbert couldn't help but ask. "Nonsense!" Han Shuo snapped. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. "We don't know how Trunks is for the time being. Everyone, don't act rashly. Don't take any missions for now. Wait until Trunks' matter is settled." "Master, we've been searching for Trunks for a few days but haven't received any news of him. Should we continue searching?" Gilbert scratched his head and asked in distress. "Gather the men. I think we've run into big trouble this time. Currently, the forces in the Valley of Sunshine that dare to make a move against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band can be counted on one hand. Since something has happened to Trunks, I think the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will be next." Han Shuo took a deep breath and instructed Grant and Dark Dragon. "Right, why don't I see Odysseus and the others?" Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Odysseus' unique team wasn't here and couldn't help but ask in astonishment. "They have a mission on hand and haven't returned to the Valley of Sunshine yet. They should still be roaming around the Orc Empire." Grant promptly answered. "All right, Gilbert, you go out with me. The rest of you stay in Tanai. It's best if you call back some of our brothers from the outer perimeter and guard this place well." Han Shuo shot a glance at Gilbert and directly left. The Hydra Lania, who had transformed into her human form, was casually embraced in Gilbert's embrace. When she heard this, she couldn't help but say to Han Shuo, "Master, I can also help." The Hydra was also a lascivious race. In this aspect it was exactly the same as the Dark Dragon bloodline in the underground world. Last time in the depths of the Dark Forest, this Hydra had attempted to secretly kill Han Shuo and Gilbert. However, it didn't want to benefit Gilbert. Instead, the battle with Gilbert evolved into a physical battle and was subdued by Gilbert using the demonic arts taught by Han Shuo. Currently, the Hydra Lania's strength was obviously inferior to Dark Dragon Gilbert. Once she, who was greedy for sex, was subdued by the Dark Dragon's body, she unknowingly became the weaker party when interacting with the Dark Dragon. Even Dark Dragon Gilbert was Han Shua's magical pet. She, the Hydra, naturally also addressed Han Shua as master. Frowning, Han Shua thought for a while before shooting a glance at the Hydra and said, "You stay here for the time being. It's not good to have an expert overseeing this place. Alright, you stay here." Gilbert glared at the Hydra Lania and berated, "Whatever master says, you don't need to have any objections in the future." Lania smiled coquettishly and softly, "Alright, I'll stay here and help you guard the door." Seeing that Han Shua didn't have the ruthless appearance of the last time, the Hydra Lania slowly relaxed. Her speech and actions were also no longer as restrained. Han Shua didn't say anything more. He shot a glance at Dark Dragon Gilbert and leaped into the sky. Gilbert understood and flew under Han Shua's feet, bringing Han Shua and flying high in the sky. "Master, where should we go?" After flying high in the sky with Han Shua, Gilbert couldn't help but ask. "We're not going anywhere. Just stay high in the sky for me," Han Shua instructed. 12 mystical demons floated out one by one and flew towards the various major powers in the Valley of Sunshine. The Valley of Sunshine was only so big. There shouldn't be many people who would dare to make a move against Trunks. It was nothing more than those who were afraid that Trunks would threaten their positions. Han Shua didn't need to think to know that Trunks' disappearance was definitely related to those people. Come to think of it, when the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength gradually rose and possessed the power to govern the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks naturally became a serious thorn in the flesh for some other powers. They wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't eradicate Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The 12 mystical demons scattered and lingered around the Valley of Sunshine. They flew towards the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, the House of Menlo, and the Katar Orc tribe. Even Janet's bandits and some of the smaller powers had a mystical demon pay them a visit. With the existence of these 12 mystical demons, all the major powers in the Valley of Sunshine were under Han Shua's surveillance. The Valley of Sunshine was only so big. Those who made a move against Trunks would definitely be exposed. Han Shua was absolutely certain of this. ******* In the depths of a dense forest dozens of miles away from the Valley of Sunshine, there was an extremely secretive cave. The surroundings were tightly covered by tree branches, and the inside of the cave was extremely narrow and difficult to walk through. However, in the depths of such a cave, Trunks' miserable cries could be heard. A pair of thick black shackles had bound Trunks' hands and feet. There was even a long and thin iron chain fastened to Trunks' shoulder blade. Thunder Archmage Asa, who followed Florida from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, was glaring viciously at Trunks. As he waved the magic staff in his hand, streaks of snake-like lightning struck Trunks' body, adding even more black scars to Trunks' already heavily injured body. "Trunks, to think that you would have such a day. You didn't think that this day would come when you killed my father Gustav, did you?" Thunder Archmage Asa stared hatefully at Trunks, chanting venomously in a low voice as he happily struck Trunks' body with bolts of lightning. "That old dog deserves to die, arg." Trunks suddenly howled in pain as a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his mouth, leaving a black scar on his lips. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Trunks, who was covered in cuts and bruises, was firmly shackled. There were experts from various powers watching over him in the surroundings. Asa had come to vent his anger on Trunks because of his endless hatred towards Trunks. If it wasn't for the tacit understanding between the experts, Trunks would have likely been cruelly killed by Asa on the first day he was captured. Trunks' heart was also filled with endless hatred as he looked at Asa, who was continuously striking him with lightning. He had never expected that this Thunder Archmage Asa, who had always followed Florida, would actually be the biological son of the butcher Gustav. No wonder the butcher and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were so friendly, and Florida regarded Asa so highly. So this was the reason. "Heh heh, although I can't kill you, I will slowly torture you. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band has developed rapidly these 2 years, but so what? In these 2 days, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will be annihilated by our combined forces. When the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is finished, I will slowly skin you alive, slice by slice. You still want revenge? You will never have the chance. That Annie that you treat like your own sister, not only has Florida ridden her, my father and I have also played with her. What can you do? Aren't you still tied up by me like a dog? The only thing you can do is wait for death, Asa hooted crazily as bolts of lightning descended. I will kill you bastards, I promise. Trunks couldn't help but roar in anger as he listened to Asa's narration. The chains on his body clanked as if he was about to go crazy. Chapter 401. Without expending much effort, Han Shoa had discovered the whole story through the mystical demons. The mastermind behind the attack against Trunks and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Not only did the House of Menlo participate, but Lorton of the Cairo mercenary band was also a participant. There were no eternal friends in this world, only eternal benefits. This sentence revealed the essence of the matter. Back when Lorton and Florida were fighting for power, Han Shoa and Trunks had stood together with Lorton. On the night that Lorton was besieged by 4 forces in the Little Valley, it was Han Shoa who helped Lorton walk out alive. From then on, the Cairo mercenary band and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had a close relationship. Lorton and Trunks had cooperated many times. In the eyes of outsiders, the Cairo mercenary band and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had already formed an alliance. However, with the rapid development of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and Han Shoa's influence in the Lancelot Empire, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had actually become the 5th major power in the Valley of Sunshine. In recent days, after Trunks had killed Butcher Gustav, the people in Tanai of Sunshine were in a state of panic. Lorton and Florida, who had originally been the most hopeful to control the Valley of Sunshine, finally realized that something was wrong. When their own interests were threatened, their friendship and alliance were as fragile as a politician's oath, easily torn apart. Florida and Lorton hit it off. Due to Han Shoa heavily injuring Adam Menlo, he was also very willing to participate in this sinister plot that had been planned for a long time. In the end, Trunks was ambushed by Lorton and the others on his way back from Janet's place. Some of the mercenaries by Trunks' side were completely annihilated. Trunks himself was captured alive and imprisoned in a hidden cave, guarded by experts jointly dispatched by several major powers. The reason why they didn't immediately kill Trunks was because Lorton and the others coveted the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's wealth. On the other hand, they weren't too clear about the detailed layout of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's lair. They planned to ask Trunks about it before taking action. This way, they could also reduce their own losses. However, Trunks' tenacity was somewhat unexpected. Under the layers of torture, Trunks did not reveal the truth as they had hoped. That was why he was tortured until he was covered in cuts and bruises and was on the verge of death. Currently, in a mansion guarded by Tanai and the Cairo mercenary band, the 3 forces were discussing when to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band had existed in the Valley of Sunshine for such a long time. Even if Trunks didn't mention their true location, Lorton and the others would already know. If it wasn't for the fact that they understood that the terrain of that place was indeed too dangerous, they would have already joined forces to flatten the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. They definitely wouldn't have waited until now to act. Over the past few days, the 3 parties had sent people to search the area. They had a rough understanding of the defensive strength on the surface and were prepared to take action in the next few days. The major forces in the Valley of Sunshine had gone through a series of expeditions. All of them had suffered great losses. Ever since Light Archmage Ferguson had been killed by Han Shoa, Florida's relationship with the Church of Light had weakened. However, due to the existence of a mithril mine here, Florida's relationship with the Church of Light had stabilized. Due to Han Shua's existence, Dark Grand Magus Edwin of the Calamity Church naturally wouldn't go against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Edwin and the Calamity Church, who had originally cooperated with Loritan, had gradually distanced themselves from Loritan. However, Edwin had sought out Trunks a few times, but Trunks had rejected his kind intentions to help. After Trunks had gone missing this time, Edwin of the Calamity Church had indeed put in quite a bit of effort and had already found out the general truth of the matter. However, with the three major powers in the Valley of Sunshine working together, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band and the Church of Light aiding them, Edwin didn't dare to act blindly without thinking even though he understood the ins and outs of the matter. The 12 mystical demons spread out. One scene after another was reflected into Han Shua's mind through the mystical demon's vision. Han Shua, whose brain had been miraculously expanded by the demonic arts, methodically absorbed each scene into his mind. He analyzed the content and movements of their speech, slowly prying into the truth. He had also found out the true location where Trunks had been imprisoned. Dark Dragon Gilbert hovered in the air above the Valley of Sunshine. White clouds floated around Gilbert. Gorgeous sunlight sprinkled into the Valley of Sunshine from above, illuminating Gilbert's body with a pitch-black luster. Sitting cross-legged on Gilbert's back, which was even wider than a horse carriage, Han Shua, who had been receiving information with his eyes closed, suddenly slowly opened his bright eyes. He glanced at the lush trees in the Valley of Sunshine beneath his feet. Han Shua's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I need to settle the matters in the Valley of Sunshine as soon as possible. My footsteps cannot stop at the Valley of Sunshine. Han Shua murmured. The matters of Brettel City, the matters of the 7 Grand Duchies, the struggle for power within the Empire, the constant harassment from the Church of Light, the secret of the skeletal staff in the Cemetery of Death, the exploration of demonic arts and necromancy magic, the jealousy between a few women, all these matters were placed in front of Han Shua. There were simply too many matters waiting for Han Shua to deal with. Han Shua felt as if he couldn't split himself into two. Han Shua's horizons were growing higher and higher. His ambition and desire were directly proportional to the growth of his strength. Now that he saw all the chaos in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua felt that it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with the disturbances in the Valley of Sunshine. Ever since Trunks had been captured, Han Shua had the idea of settling the matters of the Valley of Sunshine once and for all. Let's go, descend. Han Shua instructed Dark Dragon Gilbert, pointing out the correct location for Gilbert. Master, you found Trunks? Gilbert couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled when he saw Han Shua suddenly pointing out a location in the sky after having been silent for a long time with his eyes closed. Of course. The place we're going to now is the direction where Trunks was captured. Han Shua replied, then urged, all right, let's hurry up. In the depths of the gloomy cave, Thunder Archmage Asa was still tirelessly torturing Trunks. The originally crazily roaring Trunks' body had been pierced by a powerful electric current. In addition, Asa had also burned him with a red-hot iron. His body and soul had long since been unable to bear it, and he had fainted. However, Asa obviously had no intention of letting Trunks go. Every time Trunks fainted, Asa would cruelly wake him up. After a few times, Trunks was on the verge of death and no longer had the strength to roar. Only a pair of soulless eyes calmly looked at Asa with a bone-deep hatred, containing a light that made Asa's heart tremble. The guilty Asa was somewhat afraid of the bone-deep hatred in Trunks' eyes. However, this feeling of guilt quickly turned into an even more frenzied torture. When a red-hot iron once again landed on Trunks' chest, Trunks could only open his mouth in pain, unable to even let out a single groan. However, his face revealed a terrifying malevolence, as if he was a demon that had just walked out from the depths of hell. Lord Asa, you can stop now. Otherwise, he will die immediately. A sword master named Trolla walked over with a frown. He reached out and forcefully snatched away the iron that Asa had been tightly holding. Asa gloomily glared at Trulla and said with displeasure, "Trulla, your matters are none of the business of the House of Menlo. I have no interest in caring about you. However, Trunks' life must be kept. This is a decision that the leaders of the three parties have all agreed on. No matter how you torture Trunks, as long as he doesn't die, I have no opinion. However, if you kill him, we will all bear the crime of dereliction of duty. Don't make trouble for us." Trulla wasn't afraid of Asa. He casually put the iron back in its original position and said coldly. Some of the wounds on Trunks' body had already rotted, and pus was still flowing out from his chest and neck. Standing so close, Trulla could smell a nauseating odor. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and waved his hand in disgust. "Damn it, you really suffered. Let's forget about it today. You can play with him when his body is better. Otherwise, everyone will have an opinion." As Trulla spoke, he had long since impatiently walked into the distance. The few people from the Cairo mercenary band all looked at Asa with displeasure. One of them replied, "Asa, your Florida has already agreed. You better know your place and don't break the rules." The others in the cave all revealed displeasure. Even the people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who had been guarding this place with Asa all advised Asa not to look for trouble. After thinking for a moment, Asa turned his head to look at Trunks, who had fainted once again and was on his last breath, feeling a bit better. With so many people dissuading him, Asa didn't dare to act rashly in order to avoid inciting public anger. Only then did he resentfully drop the matter. He also somewhat understood in his heart that his position in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was no longer as secure due to the death of his father Gustav. What was more hateful was that after his father Gustav died, the group of bandits split up and didn't give him any face at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to continue staying in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to suffer. Just as Asa was letting his thoughts run wild, heavy sounds came from outside the cave. The footsteps were extremely light at first, but gradually became clearer. "Who is it?" Asa was in a bad mood and loudly scolded, "Don't you know to announce your name when coming over?" The footsteps still slowly approached, but the newcomer didn't answer. Asa couldn't help but scold again, "You motherfucker, are you a mute? Don't you know how to speak? Something's not right." Trulla of the House of Menlo frowned, the long sword in his hand suddenly appearing in his hand as he spoke to the people beside him. "Only we know of this place, what could be wrong? What a suspicious person. Aren't those fellows delivering food now? It must be them." Asa took the opportunity to say a few words to Trulla. The footsteps were still approaching, each step containing a strange rhythm that actually gave people a feeling of trepidation. It was as if a demon was slowly drifting in, ready to slice its ghastly mouth into your neck in the darkness at any time. Trulla disdainfully rolled his eyes at Asa, thinking that this bandit's son wasn't a proper mercenary after all. Whether it was the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, or the House of Menlo, they were all highly disciplined groups. They definitely wouldn't act like this without giving a signal. "Brothers, be careful, the situation is a bit strange." Trulla tightly gripped the long sword in his hand as he instructed the people on his side. Some of the experienced mercenaries of the Cairo mercenary band had already gathered together cautiously without Trulla's orders. Even the people of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band on Asa's side had clearly separated themselves from the other two powers. At such a crucial moment, the three powers that had united because of benefits would still only believe in the people around them, and not this kind of fake alliance that had reluctantly cooperated because of benefits. The Valley of Sunshine was such a place. They were and would be enemies in the future, but now they were standing together safe and sound, intending to face a common enemy. Tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer and closer, clearer and clearer. Trulla flicked a glance at the fire adept mage beside him and said, "Send a stream of flames in." After the fire adept mage heard Trulla's orders, a fire serpent slithered into the tunnel. The grayish-brown stone walls were clearly visible as the fire serpent slithered past. At this moment, even Asa knew that something was wrong. He carefully looked at the only tunnel entrance with Trulla. The people on the Cairo mercenary band side had tacitly formed a square formation, ready to deal with the incoming attack at any time. Just as everyone's gazes and attention were focused on the only tunnel entrance, a series of crisp sounds suddenly sounded from Trunk's position behind them. Everyone who had been staring at the tunnel entrance with glittering eyes turned their heads in unison when they heard such a loud noise in the silence. Next to Trunks, Han Shoa, wielding the demon's lair edge, had a gloomy expression as he cut off the iron chains on Trunks' body one by one. The highly durable iron chains mixed with newly mined mithril shattered with crisp sounds. The slender and long iron chains that were embedded into Trunks' shoulder blades were also carefully removed by him. Trulla and the others who had suddenly turned around didn't know how Han Shoa had entered. There was only that one tunnel in the belly of the mountain where the sound of footsteps could still be heard. All of their attention had been focused on that area, but they really hadn't seen anyone walk out from within. However, Han Shoa had suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if he had been standing there all along. His arrival was so abrupt and strange, giving people an incomparably awkward feeling. Seeing the gloomy face of Han Shoa appear, the hearts of all those guarding Trunks in the cave trembled in an instant. Seeing that Han Shoa didn't look them in the eye and only focused on removing Trunks' restraints with a gloomy face, for some unknown reason, a feeling called fear gradually grew in their hearts. Han Shoa wasn't in the Valley of Sunshine, but legends about him had always been circulating in the Valley of Sunshine. The group of people in the belly of the mountain, including Asa and Trulla, were all experts of the three forces. Not only did they all recognize Han Shoa, some of them had even seen Han Shoa's methods with their own eyes. Now, Han Shoa had appeared soundlessly in the middle of this narrow mountain belly like a ghost. He only had a gloomy face and didn't say a word as he helped Trunks remove his restraints. The silent pressure was as heavy as a mountain, giving everyone a flustered and palpitating feeling. Asa's lips were a bit dry. One of his hands had been cut off by Han Shoa, and Tanai had personally witnessed every heavy blow Han Shoa had used to kill Ferguson. After Han Shoa had left, his legend hadn't disappeared. It had spread to Tanai through the mercenaries who had traveled far and wide, especially the story of Han Shoa killing Dragon Knight Celt. Asa was well aware of the relationship between Han Shoa and Trunks. Seeing Han Shoa's gloomy face removing the restraints for the dying Trunks, a chill suddenly spread throughout Asa's body. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he only looked at Han Shoa for a dozen seconds before he suddenly made an incomparably wise decision. Whoosh! Asa was the first to drill into the passage to leave the cave. He actually made the move to flee without a fight. Damned bastard! Trulla glanced back and cursed Asa's shamelessness and cowardice in a low voice. Soon after, he also became a bit timid. He tightened the long sword in his hand, looked at the cold and detached Han Shoa, and pretended to be strong as he said, "Earl Brian, this matter has nothing to do with you. You have no right to interfere in the matters of our Valley of Sunshine. If you leave now, we won't stop you. Otherwise, Asa, why have you returned?" Before Trulla could finish speaking, the fire archmage beside him suddenly cried out in surprise. Trulla was stunned, but didn't blame his subordinate for interrupting his threatening words that he had finally mustered up the courage to say. He looked back and saw Asa retreating step by step with a bitter face. Thud thud. The sound of footsteps still echoed in the passage, but the hearts of those present grew even heavier. Chapter 402. A 2.5-meter tall creature made entirely of white bones walked in leisurely, his messy frame swaying. This creature was made purely of bones. The bones on his body were as sharp as spears, blooming exaggeratedly like flower petals, completely blocking the narrow passageway. With every step he took, a thick aura of death assaulted everyone's senses, as if reminding everyone that he was a creature that didn't belong to this world. As a high-level undead creature, the Bone Demon was bound by the power of the contract to descend into this world. He carried with him the aura of death and desolation unique to the netherworld, and was filled with disgust towards the creatures of this world. With his high intelligence, he could even sense the fear of the creatures in front of him. When he reached the entrance of the cave, the power of the contract formed an order for him to stop. He had originally intended to kill the creature in front of him, but he had already violently struggled against the spellcaster. He understood that releasing the power of the contractor was enough to destroy him, so he didn't resist. When everyone in the belly of the mountain looked at Asa, they naturally also saw the tall bone demon completely blocking the exit. Behind the swaying, sharp bones of the bone demon, came the dull sound of footsteps, beating on everyone's flustered hearts like the beating of a drum. In a few breaths of time, a few balls of ghostly flames lit up behind the bone devil. The ghostly flames were like a few small lanterns, slowly approaching along with the footsteps. When they arrived behind the bone devil, everyone could see the shadows of a few huge knights blocking the cave tightly with the help of those balls of ghostly flames. At this point, everyone in the belly of the mountain knew that the only way out had been sealed. If they wanted to leave the belly of the mountain, they could only kill the bone demon and the evil knights inside. However, aside from the bone demon and a few evil knights, would there be even more densely packed undead creatures behind them? If there really were a large number of undead creatures in the narrow cave, it would be practically impossible for them to escape alive without a light mage. These people's minds quickly turned, and when they saw that the undead creatures had no intention of entering the cave, their restless hearts temporarily calmed down. They couldn't help but cast their gazes back at Han Shuo. At this time, Han Shuo had already cut off all the iron chains on Trunks' body. Several colorful medicines were applied to Trunks' body, and the rotting wounds and pus were also cleaned by Han Shuo. During this process, Han Shuo's gloomy face was a bit frightening. "Earl Brian, this has nothing to do with you. You've saved Trunks, which means you've become enemies with the three great powers of the Valley of Sunshine. Think clearly." Trulla's lips quivered for a while, before he braced himself and spoke to Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't reply, and didn't even turn his head to look at Trulla. He only pressed his right hand against Trunks' back, and streaks of black light entered Trunks' body from an angle they couldn't see. The unconscious Trunks could only feel the life force that had been draining away slowly returning. Gradually, Trunks even felt a trace of strength. With an unforgettable hatred, Trunks weakly shouted, "Asa, I'm going to kill you. I won't let you off even in death." Thunder Archmage Asa had obviously heard Trunks' subconscious shout, and his face immediately turned as white as paper. He tightened his grip on his magic staff, and his eyes flickered as he turned his head to look behind him. However, when he saw the ghastly flames in the eyes of the bone demon and the evil knight's fire-breathing warhorse, he abruptly turned his head back. After a soft shout, Trunks slowly regained consciousness. As his life force and strength gradually recovered, Trunks opened his eyes with some difficulty. The first thing that entered his eyes was Han Shuo's frighteningly gloomy face. However, Han Shuo, who would be frighteningly gloomy in anyone's eyes, caused Trunks to be extremely excited when he saw him. The corners of his mouth twitched with a silent, bitter smile, and he slowly said with dry lips, "Brian, you've come." Nodding, Han Shuo sighed softly and said, "I've come a bit late. You're already so heavily injured. I'm not dead yet, so it's not too late. As long as I don't die, I still have hope for revenge. Even if the tendons in my arms and legs are torn, at least I still have my teeth. I want to swallow those bastards alive." Trunks' voice wasn't loud, but the hatred contained within it was enough to make one shiver. On the other side, Asa suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes rapidly swiveled, and he immediately shot a meaningful glance at Chilula. On the other side, Chilula was silently communicating with the Cairo mercenary band. The three powers had unwittingly gradually pulled closer to each other. Faced with a common enemy, they obviously knew what to do. Han Shuo paid no attention to the actions of the people next to him, and only looked at Trunks. After Trunks finished speaking, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, you've eaten a rebirth pill. Even if the tendons in your arms and legs are torn, I can still restore you to your original state. Gilbert, come out and look after Trunks for me. Han Shua loudly shouted behind Trunks. A rustling sound came from the underground behind Trunks, and Dark Dragon Gilbert crawled out from a hole in the ground. When the mystical demons spied on the inhuman torture that Trunks was suffering, Han Shua abandoned Dark Dragon Gilbert and came up from underground as fast as he could. The only exit was sealed off by his undead creatures. When Han Shua opened up the tunnel to Trunks' side, Dark Dragon Gilbert was still in the tunnel, so he was a few beats slower. After Dark Dragon Gilbert came out, he only took a single glance at Trunks before his eyes turned scarlet red. He immediately roared in rage, "I'm going to eat you all." Gilbert had been hanging out with Trunks during this period of time, and unknowingly, a friendship had formed. Trunks was a good person, and treated Gilbert very well. Other than being a bit lascivious, Dark Dragon Gilbert was still very upright. When he saw Trunks being tortured to the point where he didn't look like a human or a ghost, he could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. Pressing down on Gilbert, Han Shua instructed with a cold face, "Look after Trunks well, and this cave. Leave the people inside the mountain to me." "Master, I want to kill them, I want to avenge Trunks." Gilbert simply couldn't bear to see Trunks' miserable state, and his voice even carried a hint of sobbing. This was caused by Gilbert's excessive anger and bitterness. "Don't worry, there will be a chance. You and Trunks will have a chance." Han Shua solemnly guaranteed, and once again instructed, "Look after Trunks well, don't let him suffer any more injuries." Forcefully holding back the tears that were about to overflow, Gilbert nodded in agreement with a choked voice. He took a bucket of water and helped Trunks clean up the stinking wounds. Gilbert repeatedly choked out, "Damn it, how could you be so careless, idiot?" To Trunks, the pain had already numbed his senses. However, when he saw the black dragon sobbing with his emotions revealed, and Han Shua's handsome face had turned hideous due to forcefully suppressing his rage, a warm feeling mixed with the magical yuan that Han Shua had sent into his body, slowly nourishing Trunks' scarred body and mind. What do you want?" I am not afraid of you, you better think this through." Seeing that Han Shua had stabilized Trunks' injuries and was walking over with a gloomy face, Asa shouted in a threatening manner. Han Shua didn't waste any more words with them. He suddenly transformed into a blood-colored rainbow and landed in the middle of these people with lightning speed. His fists and legs were unleashed, and the scalp-numbing sounds of bones breaking rang out in the belly of the mountain. In such a narrow area, the advantages of Han Shua's magical yuan were fully displayed. Under the ferocious punches and kicks, no one could withstand Han Shua's attacks. The strongest ones here were Swordmaster Tsula and Lightning Archmage Asa. To the current Han Shua, they were of no threat at all. In just a few minutes, the 15 experts guarding Trunks in the belly of the mountain not only had their bones broken, but the tendons in their arms and legs were also severed. To swordsmen and knights who cultivated fighting aura, this kind of injury meant that they were completely crippled. As for the magi like Asa, apart from this kind of injury, their tongues had also been cut off by Han Shua, making it impossible for them to release a single spell. "I won't kill you all. When Trunks recovers, he will slowly skin you all alive. This is the only way to compensate for a portion of the injuries he has suffered." Han Shua gazed at Asa, who was lying there like a pile of rotten meat, foaming with blood due to having his tongue cut off, and calmly announced their fates. Asa, whose tendons in his arms and legs were severed, couldn't even let out a cry of pain. His eyes were dyed with the color of deep despair and regret. He regretted not killing Trunks earlier, regretted not disregarding everything and killing Han Shua when he first arrived in the Valley of Sunshine. Gilbert's choked voice gradually returned to normal due to the pain of these murderers. Trunks' weak body also slowly regained strength. Under the effect of Han Shua's magical yuan and Gilbert's support, he was even able to stand up with great difficulty. Looking at Asa's miserable appearance, Trunks suddenly began to laugh crazily. His owl-like laughter was filled with endless resentment and unspeakable carefreeness. Like a ferocious ghost, Trunks laughed crazily. The pain and depression of the past few days seemed to be released in his laughter. As he laughed, he stared unwaveringly at Asa. That gaze of unforgettable resentment was like an ice prison imprisoning Asa, bringing him a bone-chilling coldness. Asa understood that he would suffer even more pain this time in Trunks' hands. Having vented his anger on Trunks, Asa had no doubt that once Trunks recovered his strength, he would really torture him to death. With his current crippled body and tongue cut off, there was nothing but despair in Asa's heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't even beg for death in his current condition. He could only wait for the endless pain that was about to come. After a long, long time, Trunks, who was laughing madly, gradually calmed down. He laughed so hard that tears were flowing out of his eyes. He calmed his emotions and was silent for a moment. His voice was much deeper than his laughter. Brian, this time it was Loratan, Florida, and Adam Menlo who had joined forces. Otherwise, I would have definitely been able to escape. Only the thrice berserk Loratan in the entire Valley of Sunshine could fight against Trunks, who had reached the level of a great swordmaster. It was because of his confidence that he dared to act so fearlessly. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the shamelessness and despicableness of others, thus falling into an ambush and being captured alive. Don't say any more, I know everything. None of them will escape revenge, I promise. Han Shoa took a deep breath and promised Trunks with a darkened face. Brian, I didn't expect Loratan to act so quickly despite all my calculations. Really, just before that night, Loratan was still drinking and chatting merrily with me. I was too naive to have neglected him. Trunks laughed wryly at himself, but the resentment towards Loratan in his tone was completely exposed. Loratan. Loratan. Han Shoa murmured to himself, his eyes gradually turning cold. Master, Trunks' health is still very bad. We shouldn't stay in this place for long. Let's leave immediately. Gilbert wiped away the tears that had accidentally appeared at the corner of his eyes. He ignored the filth and stench on Trunks' body and lifted him up. Han Shoa nodded calmly in agreement. The bone demon that had been blocking the entrance suddenly walked out, and a few zombie warriors followed closely behind. Under Han Shoa's orders, they propped up the lumps of soft flesh on the ground. During this process, Han Shoa ordered the bone demon to provide 10 or so bones. Each zombie warrior used the sharp bones to pierce through the legs of these people like roasted fish and prop them up, bringing them unimaginable pain. Let's go. Han Shoa said. As the incantation sounded, the undead creatures in the depths of the passageway disappeared one by one, and the passageway became spacious again. Chapter 403. If Trunks hadn't swallowed a nirvana pill, he would have long since died from his severe injuries. Even if he had been saved by Han Shoa, the severed tendons in his arms and legs would not have been able to reconnect. While the nirvana pill had helped Trunks become a great swordmaster, it had also helped him be reborn, causing his meridians to be much more resilient than ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that Han Shoa was able to use demonic arts to help Trunks recover after bringing him back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's lair. As expected, when Han Shoa brought the dying Trunks back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, the mercenaries who understood the truth of the matter immediately had the impulse to fight the three powers to the death. Some mercenaries even rushed out in rage on the spot, only to be dragged back by Gilbert under Han Shoa's orders. Gilbert obviously had quite a bit of influence in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He forcefully dragged back the Berserk mercenary band. Although those mercenaries were unwilling, they still succumbed to Gilbert's might. Thinking about it, mercenary bands were places where the strong were worshipped. Whoever's fist was harder, their words were more persuasive. Within the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, even the leader Trunks' strength was inferior to Dark Dragon Gilbert. Gilbert had been in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band for so long that the mercenaries had long since understood how troublesome and frightening he was. Sometimes, his orders weren't much different from Trunks. While Gilbert was suppressing those impulsive mercenaries, Han Shuo didn't hesitate to directly enter the inner chamber. Without raising his head, he instructed Gilbert, use cruel methods to torture those few people, but leave them alive. After Trunks recovers, Trunks will personally deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo had already brought Trunks into the inner chamber, leaving behind Asa and the rest who had their thighs pierced through like mutton skewers. Seeing Asa and the rest whose tendons had been severed and bones all over their bodies smashed into pieces, they still couldn't vent their hatred. After Han Shuo left, they each picked up a meat chicken like Gilbert and headed towards the dark and damp prison. There was a full set of torture tools there. Bringing Trunks into a brightly lit stone room, Han Shuo sat cross-legged behind Trunks. His hands were pressed tightly against Trunks' back, and strands of magical yuan slowly seeped into Trunks' body like needles and thread, slowly stitching up Trunks' damaged body. The reason why demonic yuan was more miraculous than fighting aura was that, in addition to possessing a great deal of destructive power, it could also have many other miraculous effects through skillful manipulation. One of the miraculous effects of demonic yuan was to help the injured recover. After this ordeal, the tendons in Trunks' arms and legs had all been severed. However, Trunks' fighting aura was still present. Once the tendons in Trunks' arms and legs healed, his strength would not be affected. For a swordsman, having the tendons in his arms and legs severed meant that the person had become a cripple. Even the most powerful swordsman would not pose any threat to them. Therefore, Asa and the rest didn't do anything unnecessary. Even the priests and pharmacists of the profound continent wouldn't be as accomplished as Han Shuo when it came to the treatment of the meridians. Therefore, Han Shuo had a solution to a problem that ordinary people might not be able to solve. Trunks' body had been tempered by the Nirvana pill, so when Han Shuo's magical yuan flowed into his body, he easily sorted out the disorder in his body. When treating the injuries, the magical yuan became as gentle as flowing water, wrapping up the severed meridians with the magical yuan. Han Shuo used his consciousness to peer into Trunks' body, connecting the severed meridians bit by bit. He then mobilized the remaining energy from the Nirvana pill in Trunks' body, concentrating it at the severed meridians. Trunks' body could be considered extremely strong compared to ordinary people, but it was far from being comparable to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't expend too much magical yuan to treat Trunks' injuries. All he needed was a precise understanding of the meridians and skillful manipulation of the disorder. Time passed silently. Han Shuo, who was sitting cross-legged behind Trunks, no longer needed to pay attention to him. Trunks' injuries were on the right track, and his meridians only needed to be slowly nourished by Han Shuo's magical yuan. In this way, Han Shuo could split his attention and use the magical yuan to spy on other matters. The disappearance of Trunks and the experts of the three powers in the belly of the mountain was discovered after the next wave of people entered. For a moment, the three powers were all rather anxious, not knowing what had happened. Loriton, Florida, and Adam Menlo once again gathered together to study in a panic. However, no matter how much they speculated, they couldn't figure out how the extremely well-hidden belly of the mountain was exposed. After a final discussion, the three powers naturally believed that there were spies among their own people. They inwardly pondered which of their own people weren't too reliable. Without much thought, the experts of the three powers also understood that Trunks' rescue should be related to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Originally, the three powers had been hesitant to take action due to their own interests and various other misgivings. Now that they knew that there was no way out, Loriton and the other two were all capable and experienced people. They immediately hit it off and decided to immediately take action against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Now that things had developed to this point, it was obviously impossible to exterminate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band by capturing Trunks without harming their own forces. The three powers that had been at war with each other for a long time knew that this would result in even more losses, but they couldn't care less. After the three issued their orders, the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, Adam Menlo mercenary band, and even the 5 or 6 other small mercenary bands that had been promised great benefits, gathered over 6,000 people at an extremely fast speed and brazenly set off towards the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. When these people reached the area where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located, they had no choice but to stop. The mercenary band leaders gathered together and began to discuss how to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The terrain where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located was incomparably special. It was located on a protruding rock wall below a cliff, like a large flat cake suspended halfway up a mountain. From below, this place was a vast expanse of whiteness, completely covered by fog. There was only one path down from the top of the cliff. However, if they were to slide down from above, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would naturally discover it. The process of attacking from above would be an incomparably painful affair. It was certain that the losses of the 3 powers would far exceed their expectations. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb up a mountain but difficult to descend. This saying was equally true in such a situation. Siege battles had always been extremely arduous and cruel. That was because the process of climbing up from below the city walls was truly too cruel and painful. However, during the process of climbing up from below the city walls, although it was extremely disadvantageous to face attacks from above, they could at least clearly look up at the sky and use the weapons in their hands to block the incoming attacks. However, in this place, when descending from the cliff, they would have to face the attacks from below painfully. They might even be unable to see the situation below. On one hand, it was because of the fog. On the other hand, the process of descending had to be even more cautious than the process of climbing up. If they were not careful, they would fall to their deaths. It was indeed an incomparably wise decision for Trunks to find such a place to be the headquarters of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. This place was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Anyone who attempted to enter would have to pay an unimaginable price. It was precisely because of this that even though Loriton and the others had captured Trunks alive, they didn't dare to rashly attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, after Trunks was rescued, they still had no choice but to face this special terrain. Just the method of entering alone had already caused them to debate for a long time. Loriton and the other 2 were the astute and circumspect type. They understood that the first to descend would definitely suffer the greatest losses. Naturally, they didn't want to be the first to descend. However, the others weren't fools. No one was willing to be the vanguard of such a life-risking attack. Therefore, when they truly needed to attack, the group suddenly stopped. After discussing and pushing, no one dared to let their subordinates be the first to descend. Once they thought of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength that wasn't inferior to theirs, coupled with such an easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack terrain, Loriton had a headache and didn't know what to do. Why don't we stand guard on the cliff? They can't always stay below. Otherwise, food and water will become a problem. As long as they emerge from below, with our strength, we can easily kill them. If we descend, we will face cruel attacks. However, it will also be very difficult for them to climb up. If we block here, we can force them to death. Florida's face was gloomy as he proposed this vicious plan. Everyone actually knew that this plan was useful. However, this way, the battle between the 2 sides would become a long tug of war. No one could estimate how much food the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had. If they really dragged this on, they didn't know if there would be any problems with their own lair. You all know that fellow called Gilbert is a dark dragon. In addition, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also has mages that can use levitation spells to fly out. If they leave and use their space rings to transport food, who knows how long we'll have to waste. I don't think this method is advisable. Adam Menlo, the patriarch of the House of Menlo, thought for a while and suddenly voiced his objection. Then what do you think we should do? Seeing that his suggestion had been rejected, Florida's face turned even uglier. He looked at Adam Menlo with disdain and asked. After a moment of silence, Adam Menlo seemed to have made up his mind. He lifted his head to look at Lorton and Florida and said in a low voice, "Our family still has a batch of tamed flying magical beasts. Together with some of the flying magical beasts we have now, we can carry 300 people at a time. If these 300 people are experts from our three great powers, we can use large-scale destructive magic to block them for a while. Then, we can use flying magical beasts to transport them back and forth. In this way, I don't think we need to go through the slow process of descending." Hearing these words, everyone was overjoyed. Florida also smiled excitedly and said, "Old thing, you obviously have good things in your hands, why didn't you say so earlier?" Adam Menlo's gloomy face twitched. He thought to himself, "Those are my treasures. I was originally planning to keep them for last to deal with you guys. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, why would I take them out?" Of course, Adam Menlo naturally wouldn't say these words. Hence, he remained silent with a gloomy face. This way, everything can be solved. If we eliminate Soul Destroyer this time, your House of Menlo will have the greatest merit. Come, let's discuss in detail and see how many experts each family will send. Lorton laughed heartily and called out to the leaders of the small powers in the distance. After bringing Trunks into the interior of the mountain, Han Shua finally walked out of the cave after 1 day and 1 night. Gilbert and the others came after hearing the news. When Gilbert saw Han Shua, he hurriedly asked, "Master, how is Trunks?" "Don't worry, Trunks will be as good as new after a month of recuperation." Han Shua comforted Trunks. Shortly after, he said with a gloomy face, "The three great powers have brought a few small mercenary bands nearby and are discussing how to attack us. This time, there are 6,000 people. We must treat them with caution. We also have more than 1,700 people here. Relying on the advantage of the terrain, they won't be able to easily attack. The leader has been tortured to this state by them. We must make them pay the price. Anyone who dares to come down will die in our hands." Grant and Trunks had been friends for many years and had worked together in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band for a long time. When he heard this, he couldn't restrain his anger and shouted. Han Shua could completely understand Grant's anger, but he still spoke the truth. The House of Menlo has deployed their secret flying magical beasts. A group of magical beasts can bring 300 people down here at once. If there are a few dozen mages among these 300 people, the large area killing magic spells will greatly obstruct us. During this process, the group of flying magical beasts will be able to bring another 300 people in. In this way, the advantage of this place will no longer exist. Therefore, we must not lower our guard and make proper preparations. Otherwise, we will definitely lose this battle." When these words were spoken, Grant was startled and abruptly reacted. He knew that if it was as Han Shua said, there was simply no way for the 1,700 people of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to defend against the attack of 6,000 people. "Then what should we do?" Grant asked somewhat worriedly. "Master, Lania and I will transform into our original forms and annihilate them in the air." Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted fiercely, making preparations to go all out. "If it's only 300 ordinary swordsmen, you and Lania transforming into your original forms is enough. However, there are still a large number of mages among the 300 experts. Just you and Lania alone will definitely not be able to defend against the attacks of so many experts. In addition, their goal is only to descend here. How many people can you and Lania stop? Although this is an idea, it's not a foolproof plan." Han Shua glanced at the impulsive Dark Dragon Gilbert and calmly stated the facts. "Then what should we do?" This time, the one who asked was the Hydra Lania. The coquettish Lania and the lewd Gilbert were truly a match made in heaven. Once the two lustful races joined together, the surging emotions made even Han Shua flabbergasted. "That's right, Master. What do you think we should do?" Gilbert also had a face full of doubt as he asked Han Shua with a bitter face. Let's go according to your idea. You and Lania will intercept them in the air. Additionally, I will summon a large number of gargoyles to help you too. When they are about to descend, the archers below will shoot unceasingly. As long as the strongest experts of the three major powers are killed in the first wave, it won't be that easy for them to win this battle. Han Shuo sneered at Gilbert. Loriton and the other two didn't know that their every move was being monitored by Han Shuo. They thought that this attack would be extremely sudden. At the very least, the first wave of flying magic beasts would be able to easily descend and cause great trouble for the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Then, they would be able to transport an unending stream of experts down and settle the battle in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, no matter how much they calculated, they never expected that Han Shuo would be able to know all of their intentions. He would be able to calmly arrange everything in advance and give them a head-on attack when they thought they were descending covertly. With a large number of gargoyles, Han Shuo was confident that the first wave would suffer a disastrous blow. Once more than half of the experts in the first wave were killed, not only would it have a huge impact on their morale, the next wave of experts would also not dare to descend on flying magic beasts. Based on the terrain's advantage, Han Shuo believed that the three parties would definitely not be able to get what they wanted. The 12 mystical demons had a panoramic view of the three parties' every move. Han Shuo methodically commanded Grant and the others to gather the mercenaries who were adept at shooting. They arranged the stored crossbows and arrows and even took out some javelins that could be thrown. They were prepared to deal with the first wave of flying magic beasts. Time passed silently. Loriton and the others had discussed for a long time and finally decided on a list of 300 people to descend in the first wave. These 300 people would protect dozens of precious mages. The swordsmen who could descend in the first wave were at least senior swordsmen. It could be said that the strongest experts of the major powers were gathered here. The silence of the night could conceal their tracks, and the fog would also be dense at night. Therefore, this time's operation was naturally arranged to take place at night. When the full moon gradually rose into the sky, the gentle and clear moonlight poured down. Looking from below, the towering cliff was shrouded in white fog. More than 200 harpies, frost eagles, griffins, pegasi, and various other flying magic beasts had already been mobilized from within Adam Menlo's family upon his orders. More than 300 experts selected by the major forces were ready to set off. Once the flying magical beasts appeared, under the instructions of the leaders of the three major forces, each of them sat on the tamed magical beasts. Adam Menlo and Florida, who were the leaders, also participated in the ride. Florida himself was an archmage and didn't need any flying magical beasts to carry him. Adam Menlo's super-rank magical beast, the golden-winged roc, had finally recovered after spending an enormous amount of money to nurse it back to health. It was just that the feathers on its body were sparse and it looked a little miserable. This was all because the golden-winged roc had fallen into such a miserable state in order to protect Adam Menlo. It was also because of this that Adam Menlo had attacked Han Shuo out of his endless hatred for Han Shuo. Although Loriton could go berserk thrice and his strength was a level higher than Adam Menlo and Trunks, he still couldn't fly. In addition, there were more people left here and they needed someone who could hold the fort and arrange the subsequent matters. Therefore, Loriton stayed behind to preside over the overall situation and didn't join the first wave of attack. Under the hazy moonlight, the flying magic beasts spread their wings and flew away, forming a canopy that blocked the moonlight. Loriton actually felt a little uneasy as he raised his head to watch the flock of magic beasts fly higher and higher. Actually, Loriton had felt uneasy ever since Trunks had been miraculously rescued. This was because no matter how he looked at it, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band should have fallen into a state of panic after losing their leader Trunks. Loriton was well aware of how powerful Dark Dragon Gilbert was. However, Loriton, who had interacted with Dark Dragon Gilbert, understood that Gilbert was only a brute. He definitely wouldn't have any meticulous plans or calm reasoning. The reason why Lorton had waited for so long was because he was certain that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would leave this natural stronghold and attack. At that time, they would be able to easily annihilate the experts of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band one by one. However, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's calmness had exceeded his expectations. Not only did they not leave this natural stronghold, they even managed to retrieve all the experts in the periphery. When the news of Trunks' disappearance reached him, Lorton was truly shocked. After thinking about it, he gradually felt that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had an extra hand secretly controlling the situation. It was because of the existence of this hand that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was able to stabilize the situation and slowly began to organize their strength to resist. I must be overthinking things. Asen City is currently in a critical period. That guy shouldn't have returned no matter what. Lorton rubbed his head and muttered to himself. Leader, this time, there will definitely be no mistakes. The person you are worried about will not appear. I just received news yesterday that he was clearly still in Asen City. It's impossible for him to appear in the Valley of Sunshine so quickly. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to eradicate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Harris understood what Lorton was worried about. The reason why Lorton had chosen to attack a few days ago was precisely because he knew that Han Shoa had no time to worry about the Valley of Sunshine. Otherwise, Lorton might still be hesitating. I hope so. Although Trunks is terrifying, he still isn't the one that worries me the most. Only that guy is the most troublesome enemy. Sigh, what a pity. Trunks and him are both true men. If it wasn't for Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band becoming the most threatening mercenary band to us, I might have been able to become friends with them. Lorton sighed and said to Harris beside him. This is their own choice. From the moment they entered the Valley of Sunshine, Leader had thrown them an olive branch, but they rejected it. Now that the situation has become like this, they can't blame Leader for being ruthless. This is all because they had the ambition to seize power from us. Harris frowned and consoled Lorton. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I just feel that something isn't right. I hope Florida and Adam Menlo won't disappoint me this time. Lorton's bald head lit up under the moonlight. This meant that Adam Menlo's flying magical beast was no longer blocking the moonlight and had truly entered that area. Everyone be careful. Although it's impossible for them to discover us, we still need to be on our guard and be careful of any changes that might occur. Adam Menlo said to the people beside him as he rode on the super-rank magical beast, the golden-winged rock. Don't worry, Patriarch, we know what to do. The House of Menlo's descendants smiled in response. They gripped their magic staffs tightly, ready to deal with any changes that might occur at any time. In the flying team not far from Adam Menlo, Florida's eyes flickered as he carefully observed for any abnormalities that might occur. He softly muttered something to his trusted subordinates beside him, as if discussing the details of the upcoming operation. Just as the group passed through the thick fog and arrived at the area where the fog was thinner, they would enter the area where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located a few hundred meters away. A huge blurry shadow gradually emerged from the thin fog. Gilbert, who had transformed into a dark dragon, stared at the 300 people with his lantern-like eyes. Without saying a word, he spat out a dragon's breath mixed with a fishy stench. Gilbert, who had evolved into a rank 2 magical beast, had an even more terrifying acidic poison in his breath. In this rather humid area, the power of the acidic poison was greatly increased. The 10 or so swordsmen and mages riding harpies were the first to be sprayed by Gilbert's breath. An extremely stifling feeling suddenly blocked their chests, as if they were suddenly pressed down by a mountain. Apart from the harpies, which were also poisonous magical beasts, the other humans were all dizzy and had streaks of blood flowing out of their mouths and noses. Apart from the acidic poison, the impact of the dragon's breath was equally terrifying. The harpies screeched shrilly as they swayed left and right. The 10 or so humans were thrown away on the spot by the harpies. Dark dragon! It's that dark dragon! Horrified cries suddenly rang out. It was obvious that someone had discovered Gilbert's existence. "Heh, you dare to come to my territory! All of you shall die!" Gilbert's dignified voice resounded through the sky. With a flick of his thick and long neck, a raging flame shot out, burning another 10 or so scattered magical beasts and humans to the ground. "Attack, it's just a dark dragon, there's nothing to be afraid of." Adam Menlo, who came after hearing the news, suddenly shouted. The wings of the golden-winged rock beneath him suddenly set off a hurricane. The hurricane covered an area of more than 10 meters, blowing away the raging flame shot by Dark Dragon Gilbert to the side. Adam Menlo, who was riding the golden-winged rock, shot the spear in his hand towards Dark Dragon Gilbert like lightning. The other magicians, who had stabilized themselves, intertwined their magic and lightning for a moment and shot towards Dark Dragon Gilbert. If it was just Adam Menlo riding the golden-winged rock, Dark Dragon Gilbert would not be afraid. However, just as Han Shoa had said, the first wave of attack that gathered the strongest experts of the three major forces was not something that he, Gilbert, could handle alone. Dozens of magic attacks of various elements suddenly fell. Gilbert had no choice but to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and hide behind the fog. "Humph, it's just a dark dragon, what can you do?" Adam Menlo loudly ridiculed. Shortly after, he waved his hand and said, "Our whereabouts have been exposed. We need to hurry and get there. We must not delay and give them the opportunity to prepare. Charge! After tonight, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will forever disappear from the Valley of Sunshine." Florida, who was in the distance, also shouted with a cold face. He used the levitation spell and took the lead in Adam Menlo's direction. Huff! Huff! A strange sound suddenly came from all directions. "What's that sound? It's so strange." A mercenary voiced out everyone's thoughts. Then, everyone looked around curiously, not knowing what the strange sound was. Suddenly, swarms of black creatures shrouded over like dark clouds. They flapped their wings like a dense swarm of locusts. Thousands of gargoyles lined up neatly and rapidly approached. Gargoyles were not a powerful existence among the undead creatures. Their individual fighting strength was inferior to any of the magical beasts of the House of Menlo. However, gargoyles usually appeared in groups. It definitely wouldn't be just one or two gargoyles. This time, Han Shoa's mental strength had greatly improved. He could summon more than 4,000 gargoyles in one go. It was truly like a dense black cloud. Any creature would be very frightening when it reached a certain scale. Even mosquitoes and ants would be the nightmare of powerful creatures. Gargoyles, who already possessed extraordinary attack power, would naturally be even more frightening when they reached a certain scale. When the surrounding gargoyles seemed to fill up even the space, the first wave of experts who thought that their sneak attack wouldn't be detected were all dumbfounded. "Light mages, purify these filthy existences for me." Florida only stared blankly for 2 seconds. When the gargoyles came closer, he took the lead and shouted. As soon as he shouted, Florida made the first move. He quickly took out his magic staff and started chanting a magical incantation. A ring of light elements suddenly flew into the group of gargoyles. When the ring of light entered the group of gargoyles, it instantly purified 30 gargoyles into flying ash. There were 7 light mages in this group of experts. When they saw Florida make his move, they also released the light magic they were proficient in, unwilling to be left behind. One by one, the light magic fell into the group of gargoyles. As expected, it caused great damage to the group of gargoyles. However, the strongest among them, Florida, was only a light archmage. The stronger ones were adept mages, and the weaker ones were only novice mages. The power of the light magic they could release was limited. The loss of more than 200 gargoyles compared to the 4,000 or so undead creatures was simply insignificant. Idiot, undead creatures are indeed afraid of light magic, but other magic is also useful. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and make your move. When Adam Menlo saw that the remaining mages were only watching from afar after the light mages made their move, he immediately cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. After being scolded by Adam Menlo, these people suddenly reacted. One by one, the mages started chanting various types of magic. Wind blades, lightning bolts, and fire snakes danced in the sky. The howling gargoyles that were charging over suddenly lost another 400 to 500. However, at this time, the gargoyles had finally rushed into their group. Groups of gargoyles spread out and targeted the mages, biting and clawing at them. The magical beasts beneath them also fought with all their might against the group of gargoyles. All of a sudden, the entire sky was filled with magnificent rays of light. Dark shadows flew everywhere, accompanied by mournful cries from time to time. Bodies fell from thousands of feet in the sky, smashing into smithereens. Wakaka, I'm here again. Let's see how you're going to hit me this time. Gilbert's arrogant voice sounded once again, his huge dragon body completely stretched out. Beside Gilbert, the Hydralania was like a huge octopus. Together with Dark Dragon Gilbert, they charged towards the experts that were being attacked by the group of gargoyles. Florida, we meet again. Han Shua's voice suddenly sounded. In another group of gargoyles, Han Shua had a gloomy expression as he walked towards Florida step by step in the air. Behind Han Shua, hundreds and thousands of gargoyles shrieked and danced wildly. A huge flying undead creature slowly emerged from the dense group of gargoyles. Little Skull, riding on a bone demon, majestically carried a 3-meter-long bone spear and followed closely behind Han Shua. Chapter 404. When the first gargoyle appeared, Florida understood that this was the arrival of a fiend. However, there was no turning back now that the battle had reached this stage. Therefore, Florida acted without regard for anything else, attempting to purify the undead creatures as much as possible and forcefully reach the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's area to fight to the death with them. Tens of thousands of gargoyles circled around Han Shua's body and surged towards Florida along with Han Shua's steps through the air. At this moment, Florida's heart was filled with fear, but he couldn't restrain the fury in his heart either. His hateful gaze was fixated on Han Shua's body. Florida had no reason not to hate. From the day Han Shua arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, it seemed that Florida's misfortune was destined. First, Han Shua had snatched away Phoebe that Florida had his eyes on. Then, Han Shua had joined hands with his mortal enemy, Trunks. Han Shua had embarrassed him time and time again, and had even injured him in front of everyone. Not only that, but Han Shua had also destroyed their meticulously planned ambush and killed his beloved grandfather with a ferocious iron fist, causing his relationship with the Church of Light to worsen to an unprecedented degree. Before Han Shua had arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, everything in the Valley of Sunshine had been operating according to Florida's plans. With the help of the Church of Light, Trunks was completely confident that he could replace the Cairo mercenary band and become the true master of the Valley of Sunshine, sitting on the enormous resources of the Valley of Sunshine. According to his plans, with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's authority in the Valley of Sunshine on the surface and Butcher Gustav's help in the shadows, all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine, big and small, would be nibbled away by him. At that time, he would possess everything in the Valley of Sunshine. Unfortunately, Han Shua's appearance had caused the situation to be reversed, playing out in a completely different trajectory from what he had planned. After Han Shua had left behind the malignant tumor that was the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, nibbling away at his hopes and expectations bit by bit. My biggest mistake was that I didn't disregard everything and kill you at the start. Florida glared at Han Shua and gnashed his teeth as he spoke, his voice filled with unspeakable hatred and resentment. Han Shua laughed in a carefree manner. His laughter was loud and clear to the extreme, as if it had transformed into a meandering dragon that soared into the sky. Not only this area, but even Lorton and the others below could hear it clearly. "Florida, I really feel sorry for you. You think you can do whatever you want in the valley just because you have your grandfather's protection. On one hand, you despicably seized the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, and on the other hand, you secretly colluded with the cruelest of bandits. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Heh, what a pity, what a pity. You're not the only smart person in this world, and you, Florida, don't have the final say. Your grandfather can't protect you for the rest of your life. Now that old thing Ferguson is finished, you won't be able to cause any more trouble. Ha, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with you? You're going to die soon anyways." Han Shuo ridiculed Florida and laughed disdainfully. Florida's face looked as if someone had stepped on it with a dirty shoe after Han Shuo's words. It became extremely ugly and gloomy as he glared hatefully at the approaching Han Shuo. Florida took a deep breath and said, "Today, either you die, or I die. Of course it'll be you who dies." Han Shuo suddenly shouted coldly as he suddenly sped up step by step towards Florida. He was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the sky as he rapidly charged towards Trunks. At the same time, the tens of thousands of gargoyles behind Han Shuo suddenly scattered into groups and flew like locusts towards the experts of the three great powers who were being bitten and torn apart by another group of gargoyles. Little Skull, who was riding the flying bone demon, stood majestically on the back of the bone demon. His purple demon eye sparkled as he sized up the sky. He pointed the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand at Adam Menlo. The bone demon beneath him flapped its wings and glided towards Adam Menlo. Harpies, frost eagles, pegasi, griffins, wyverns, and various other magical beasts were all tamed by Adam Menlo after expending a great deal of effort. Each of these flying magical beasts could deal with a few gargoyles by themselves. In addition to the fact that they were carrying powerful swordsmen or mages of various elements on their backs, they shouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage. However, the reality wasn't so. An expert riding on a magical beast might be able to deal with a dozen gargoyles, but when a group of gargoyles suddenly charged over, that oppressive aura was enough to shake one's heart. That strong smell of rotting corpses wasn't pleasant to the nose, bringing them more trouble than they could imagine. There were just too many gargoyles. When dozens of gargoyles attacked a magical beast, even the harpies and griffins couldn't handle it. In addition, there were also the two tyrannical super-rank magical beasts, Gilbert and Lania. In just a short while, dozens of people were either bitten to death by the gargoyles or beaten to death by the magical beasts they were riding on, causing them to fall into the endless abyss. Amidst the layers of gargoyles, the little skull wielding a 3-meter-long bone spur was riding on the bone devil in an incomparably awe-inspiring manner. The little skull and the bone devil were immune to ordinary magical attacks. In the process of flying towards Adam Menlo, a harpy pressed down with its sharp claws. Before it could even get close to the little skull, it was pierced by the 3-meter-long bone spur of the little skull. After the little skull's thin and small body pierced through the several-meter-long harpy, the power of the bone spur didn't diminish in the slightest. It even killed a fire mage on top of it. Riding on the bone devil, the little skull easily used the bone spur to lift up the huge and heavy harpy. With a marvelous shake of his hand, a huge amount of death aura flowed along the bone spur into the harpy's body. Suddenly, the harpy violently exploded on top of his head. Pieces of the harpy's flesh mixed with a dense amount of death aura flew out. They were as heavy as stones. Anyone who came into contact with the flesh of the harpy's corpse would feel cold and uncomfortable the moment they came into contact with the slightest amount of death aura. Even their movements would become stiff. The little skull flew all the way to Adam Menlo. Along the way, he easily killed a harpy. Suddenly, everyone understood the horror of this undead creature. While dealing with the gargoyles that filled the sky, they also very tacitly opened up a path for him to directly reach Adam Menlo. Adam Menlo, who was staring fixedly at Dark Dragon Gilbert, was riding on the super-rank golden-winged rock that could skillfully manipulate wind magic. Its two wings didn't seem to flap much, but there were already wind blades shooting through the air. Those gargoyles that tried to approach Adam Menlo were all killed by the golden-winged rock's wind blades. Dealing with the super-rank golden-winged rock, this kind of highest-level magical beast, the group of gargoyles seemed to be somewhat powerless. The golden-winged rock that could release wind blade magic, even though most of its feathers had fallen off, its body's defensive power was still much stronger than ordinary magical beasts. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo didn't waste a large number of gargoyles to attack Adam Menlo. He only let Dark Dragon Gilbert restrain him. After Gilbert evolved into a rank 2 magical beast, he was evenly matched with the golden-winged rock that had been seriously injured by Han Shuo. Various kinds of acidic, poisonous, and blood-spurting flames attacked. From time to time, they would be mixed with Lania's random attacks, causing Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock a lot of trouble, making Adam Menlo extremely vexed. However, the golden-winged rock was originally a super-rank magical beast, and Adam Menlo himself was a Sky Knight. With the combination of the two, their power multiplied. Even Gilbert and Lania weren't able to obtain an absolute advantage. Just when Dark Dragon Gilbert was arrogantly pestering Adam Menlo, Little Skull that was riding on a bone demon appeared. After Little Skull arrived at this area, his purple demon eye flashed, and he made a peculiar gesture towards Dark Dragon Gilbert. Little Skull first used the bone spear to point at Gilbert, then pointed at the others that were desperately resisting the gargoyles. Shortly after, under Gilbert's astonishment, Little Skull used the bone spear to point at Adam Menlo, who was riding on the golden-winged rock, and then used his empty hand to point at himself. After this gesture was completed, Little Skull's purple demon eye flickered, and he looked straight at Dark Dragon Gilbert. Dark Dragon Gilbert's lantern-like dragon eyes foolishly looked at Little Skull. When the Hydralania obstructed Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock, he cautiously asked, "You mean, you want me to go to other places to attack others, and leave this guy to you?" Little Skull's purple demon eye flashed with a purple light, and he casually nodded at Dark Dragon Gilbert, meaning, "That's right, you should leave quickly, don't hinder me." Dark Dragon Gilbert was incomparably astonished. He carefully looked at Little Skull and the undead creature under him, and for a moment, he was somewhat stunned. "Damn it, you heartless thing, quickly come and help me." On the other side, the Hydralania was painstakingly obstructing Adam Menlo's attack. Suddenly, she saw that Dark Dragon Gilbert, who was originally fighting alongside her, was actually stunned there. She couldn't help but hurriedly scold him. Dark Dragon Gilbert suddenly came to his senses, and immediately glanced at Little Skull. He saw Little Skull carrying the 3-meter-long bone devil as he arrogantly charged towards Adam Menlo. The 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand pointed at Adam Menlo, and an incomparably huge deathly aura rippled in all directions. At this moment, Dark Dragon Gilbert truly felt the terrifying mystical power contained within the Little Skull's seemingly small body. Gilbert suddenly understood that although he had evolved into a rank 2 magical beast, Little Skull was even more terrifying than him, and even had the strength to kill him, Gilbert. "Lania, let's go, we'll go kill others, and not waste time with this old thing." Dark Dragon Gilbert, who had understood, suddenly shouted at the Hydralania. "You idiot! Are you crazy? Didn't Master say to let the two of us restrain this old thing? Are you looking for a scolding or a beating? Quickly come and help me." While the Hydralania was speaking, her body gradually disappeared, and soon after, a huge water column fiercely rushed towards Adam Menlo. "Someone here has volunteered to deal with him, let's not stay here and cause trouble, let's go." Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted loudly, "You slut, quickly come back." Lania, who had used the water to conceal her body, gradually revealed herself. Suddenly, she saw Little Skull flying over on the bone devil. Suddenly, a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry arose in Lania's heart. She ridiculed Gilbert, "Stupid dragon, is this Little Skull the guy who volunteered?" Just as Lania's words fell, the purple demon eye of the Little Skull suddenly lit up with a glaring purple light. The 3-meter-long bone spur in his hand suddenly transmitted a surging death aura, and a gloomy and cold feeling spread in all directions. The Hydralania naturally felt that huge aura, and looked at the little skull flying over with incomparable horror. She immediately shut her mouth and didn't say a word. Under Dark Dragon Gilbert's urging, the Hydralania no longer hesitated. With incomparable doubts in her heart, she hurriedly avoided the Bone Devil and the little skull, and flew towards Gilbert's side. What is this little skull? Why do I feel a very terrifying power from his body? The Hydralania arrived beside Dark Dragon Gilbert. She could no longer suppress the doubts in her heart, and impatiently asked Dark Dragon Gilbert. Don't ask me, I don't know either. However, I know that he is the first undead creature that Master possesses. It's just that I can't understand, how can a little skull have the same terrifying aura as the Bone Dragon? Dark Dragon Gilbert blinked his lantern-like big eyes and explained to the Hydralania who came over to inquire about him. After hearing Dark Dragon Gilbert's explanation, the Hydralania was speechless in her heart. She couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Dark Dragon Gilbert's master. In another area 50 meters away from here, Han Shuo was holding the demon's lair edge that was dripping with fresh blood. His face was ruthless and gloomy, and he was currently slaughtering the enemies around him. Florida was holed up within the layers of protection of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. He unceasingly released all kinds of light magic, purifying the surrounding gargoyles that were crazily surging over. Under his light magic, the gargoyles turned into ashes one after another. Among this group, as a light archmage, Florida was the one who posed the greatest threat to the undead creatures. Add to that the fact that he was the leader of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, his subordinates surrounded him in the center and spared no effort to protect him. Florida, whose safety was guaranteed within the crowd, expended all of his strength to chant light magic, purifying the gargoyles that surrounded his area into ashes one after another. Low-level gargoyles were as weak as zombie warriors and were all weakened under the light magic of this light archmage. The battle in the sky was like a raging fire. Only Florida's area didn't have many gargoyles crazily surging in. According to this situation, Florida's area should be the most comfortable group of people among the elites of the three great powers. However, in reality, Florida's area had suffered the most casualties. The number of magical creatures and elites that had been killed far exceeded the other areas that had been besieged by the gargoyles. This was all because Han Shuo was here. Wielding the demon's lair edge, Han Shuo stared at Florida like a demon bathed in blood. Han Shuo's current strength far surpassed Florida's. If it wasn't for the fearless Rainbow Sickle mercenary band defending with all their might, Florida would have long since died at Han Shuo's hands. Even so, when the demon's lair edge spun in the air, Florida's left leg was pierced through by the demon's lair edge. If it wasn't for the timely reaction of a nearby swordmaster, it was likely that Florida wouldn't just have a hole in his left leg. In this short period of time, 5 harpies, 3 griffins, 2 frost eagles, and 13 experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had all been brutally killed by the demon's lair edge. The drops of scarlet blood that dripped from the demon's lair edge were the reason why Florida hadn't died yet. How much longer can you hide? Han Shuo mocked as he looked at Florida with a cruel smile when the corpse of a Pegasus fell to the ground. Leader, what should we do? Should we retreat? Next to Florida, the swordmaster who'd saved Florida's life looked at the fiendish Han Shuo and asked Florida with dry lips. We still have a chance. Don't you see that the number of gargoyles in the sky is decreasing? Gargoyles are only low-level undead creatures after all. There's no way they can stop our footsteps under the attack of so many magic spells. Florida hid in the middle of the crowd and scanned the surroundings as he encouraged. But, we only have 100 people left. The swordmaster was obviously a bit afraid of Florida, but still spoke the truth. We must win, otherwise the three powers will never have the chance to rise to the peak of power in the Valley of Sunshine. Florida roared in exasperation. How could he not know that 2/3 of the experts from the three powers had died? However, he understood that he could only endure and persevere at this time. Otherwise, the large number of casualties would all be for naught. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of arrows shot out from the Soul Destroyer mercenary band in the distance. The rain of arrows locked onto the invading magical beasts. In an instant, more than 10 magical beasts near that area were riddled with holes. Everyone retreat. A roar that resounded through the entire battlefield suddenly came from the distance. The voice came from Loratan of the Cairo mercenary band. Loratan's bald head was incomparably bright below, his expression extremely ugly. A mage beside him opened his sky's eye and described the battle in the sky to Loratan. Although Loratan hadn't participated in the battle, there were experts from his Cairo mercenary band participating in the battle. Seeing his trusted brothers die tragically one by one, Loratan understood that this so-called sneak attack had completely failed. In order to avoid even greater losses, Loratan had no choice but to roar after transforming into a berserk state. Florida and Adam Menlo naturally heard Loratan's roar that resounded through the sky. Without waiting for them to take any action, the surviving experts of the Cairo mercenary band directly descended from the sky without saying a word. Adam Menlo, who was riding the super-rank golden-winged roc, was forced to continuously retreat by the little skull that was wielding a 3-meter-long bone spur. He had never felt so aggrieved and depressed in his entire life. He couldn't understand why the little skull in front of him would actually have such a dense and powerful aura of death. The little skull's 3-meter-long bone spur carried an incomparably terrifying aura of decaying death. Every attack caused Adam Menlo incomparable pain. If it wasn't for the golden-winged roc blocking the attacks for him, Adam Menlo's body would have already been pierced through. "You, what exactly are you?" Adam Menlo had asked this question many times. He could feel that this little skull possessed intelligence, but unfortunately, the little skull didn't answer him. It only waved the bone spur in its hand again and again, forcing Adam Menlo to retreat step by step. Master, I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer." After helping Adam Menlo withstand a few stabs, the golden-winged roc finally couldn't help but cry out to Adam Menlo. It was also at this moment that Loratan's roar sounded from below. Adam Menlo was only stunned for a moment. When he discovered that the people of the Cairo mercenary band were retreating in an attempt to leave the battlefield, a feeling of helplessness and despair suddenly rose in his heart. "Let's go, we should also retreat." When Adam Menlo said these words, he really felt like crying but had no tears. Adam Menlo, who had pulled out all the trump cards of his family, had originally thought that he could easily destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Who would have thought that the malefic star would once again appear midway, forcibly using the gargoyles that filled the sky to reverse the situation, and even caused great damage to them. Although this batch of attackers only consisted of a mere 300 people, they were the true elites of the three major powers. They were the foundation that they relied on to survive. Every one of them was an expert that could take on 10 people at once. Who would have thought that they would ultimately end up in such a state? A sharp cry suddenly sounded from the golden-winged roc's mouth. The golden-winged roc rolled its body in pain and spoke in human language, Master, there's movement in my body. I can't anymore." Crisp popping sounds suddenly sounded from within the golden-winged roc's body. The golden-winged roc's huge body slowly shriveled up, fresh blood sprinkling down like a fine rain. An intense corrosive aura of death amidst the dense evil aura suddenly erupted frantically within the golden-winged roc's body, causing the golden-winged roc's body to rapidly shatter. The aura of life gradually drifted further and further away from the golden-winged roc. In the distance, Han Shoa, who was preparing to deal with Florida, suddenly sensed an incomparably familiar aura. Turning his head to look in the direction of the aura, he suddenly discovered the changes within the golden-winged roc's body. He sensed a familiar evil aura within. Han Shoa was taken aback. He stared in horror at the little skull, whose purple demon eye was shining as it stared at the golden-winged roc. Only Han Shuo understood that the intense corrosive aura within the golden-winged rock's body had been wrapped up by the little skull's hidden explosion technique. When the bone spear pierced through the golden-winged rock's body, the little skull had hidden the corrosive aura and sent it into the golden-winged rock's body. When the bone spear pierced through the golden-winged rock's body, it suddenly detonated, causing the golden-winged rock's body to suddenly explode. Han Shuo had long since known that the little skeleton knew a portion of demonic magic, but he hadn't thought that the little skeleton would evolve to such a sinister level. The shock it brought to Han Shuo when this kind of malicious method was used by an undead creature was truly not an ordinary level of shock. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. This guy is getting more and more vicious. He can even master such a vicious method. I really don't know how he did it. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Father, I learned it all from you. I inherited some of your wisdom. Suddenly, the little skull sent a message, as if he knew of Han Shuo's doubts and explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was immediately stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Am I that sinister and vicious? Han Shuo thought with a bitter smile. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. I learned this from you, father. Another message from the little skull came. Under the astonished gaze of Han Shuo, the little skull rode the bone demon and flew toward Adam Menlo. Due to the internal explosion of the golden-winged rock, Adam Menlo couldn't even stand steadily at this time and couldn't organize an effective attack at all. At this moment, the little skull's 3-meter-long bone spear flew over again. This time, there was no golden-winged rock to help him block it. By the time Adam Menlo reacted, the 3-meter-long bone spear had already spread to his whole body. He looked down and found a bloody hole in his chest where his heart was. And the 3-meter-long bone spear that took his life, after piercing his body, flew in a circle and once again returned to the little skull's hand. The purple demon eye was shining brightly, but little skull just looked at Adam Menlo, who was gradually losing consciousness, then turned around and left. After little skull killed Adam Menlo, he once again sent a message to Han Shuo for confirmation. Father, did I do the right thing? At this point, Han Shuo was completely speechless. Chapter 405. Not only did the little skull have intelligence, but he'd also become more sinister and ruthless. This really made Han Shuo not know if he should be happy or sad. However, what Han Shuo could confirm was that the current little skull would be able to live a better life in the netherworld. In that world that was filled with slaughter and invasion everywhere, he should be able to be at ease like this. With the death of the head of the House of Menlo, Florida's willpower that had persisted until now finally collapsed. He no longer dared to continue staying in the air. Florida recklessly shouted for a retreat and flew towards Lorton and the others. Heh, you still want to escape this time? Han Shuo's cold laughter suddenly rang out. With an order, Dark Dragon Gilbert, Hydra Lania, and Little Skull abruptly gathered at Han Shuo's side from all 4 directions, charging towards Florida together. There were still 20 or so experts from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band surrounding Florida. Once Florida and Lorton converged, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. This time, Han Shuo was determined to get rid of Florida, so as not to leave behind endless troubles for Trunks. When Han Shuo had charged towards Florida alone, the experts protecting Florida had disregarded everything to attack Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo had beheaded a few experts along the way, he still wasn't able to get rid of Florida as he wished. However, with the addition of 2 super-ranked magical beasts and a little skull, those experts surrounding Florida were no longer a threat. Han Shuo only needed to keep an eye on Florida, the rest would naturally be taken care of by Little Skull and the others. Rain of fire, icicles, wind blades, lightning, and all sorts of other magic attacks rained down on Han Shuo and the others. Because of the appearance of this wave of magic, the dusky sky suddenly became gorgeous, as if a beautiful firework had blossomed. Han Shuo mobilized his magical yuan, and a protective barrier as thin as a cicada's wing wrapped around his body. On the outside, a huge white bone shield with malevolent bone spikes burst out. Most of the magic was blocked by the white bone shield. Dark Dragon Gilbert and Hydra Lania took the opportunity to spit out acid poison and torrential rain attacks. Han Shuo weaved and dodged in the air with the black protective barrier around him, arriving in front of Florida after a few quick twists and turns. A concentrated wave of bone spears suddenly shot out from Han Shuo's side with a shrill whistle. Florida's group, who were defending against Dark Dragon Gilbert and Hydra Lania's attacks, appeared to be even more flustered. At this moment, the Demon's Lair edge in Han Shuo's hand once again disappeared without a sound, gradually closing in on Florida from a direction that couldn't be seen. Little Skull, who was riding on the Bone Demon, had unknowingly appeared behind Florida and the others. He majestically raised his 3-meter-long bone spear, thrusting it towards Florida and the others who had suddenly reacted. The dense aura of death brought with it a desolation and coldness never seen in this world. Behind. Florida's reaction was still relatively quick among this group of people. Once he sensed the violent wind behind him, he immediately realized the danger behind him. Previously, when Little Skull killed Adam Menlo, because Han Shuo had been staring at him in astonishment, Florida and the others who weren't violently attacked by Han Shuo also had the leisure to watch the entire process. Little Skull, who was able to kill Adam Menlo, who was riding on the golden-winged rock, was no less dangerous to Florida than Han Shuo. Therefore, when he saw Little Skull charging over from behind, he immediately shouted. At this point, Florida's side obviously didn't have enough manpower. On both sides were the attacks of Dark Dragon Gilbert and Hydra Lania, in front of them was the overbearing Han Shuo, and behind them was suddenly an otherworldly expert. He could control one side, but not the other. Facing these waves of attacks that descended at the same time, Florida suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. He looked at Han Shuo, who was charging over with a sneer, and suddenly discovered that the weapon in Han Shuo's hand had disappeared. Florida was immediately scared out of his wits, coming to a sudden realization. Unfortunately, his realization was still a bit too late. The group of experts who were distracted by Little Skull and the other two didn't have the time to pay attention to Florida. When they suddenly heard a loud whistle, they already understood that the situation was far from good. Florida, who had exerted his utmost effort to support the light and lightning defensive spells, still couldn't stop the Demon's Lair edge from taking his life. The lightning and light magic barriers scattered like broken glass. The Demon's Lair edge blasted through Florida's defensive barrier and pierced through Florida's neck, opening a bloody hole in the center of his neck. The hatred in Florida's eyes gradually faded. Without the support of mental strength, Florida's body fell in a straight line. The leader of one of the 4 major powers in the Valley of Sunshine had finally died in the hands of Han Shuo. When the experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who had surrounded Florida saw that Han Shuo had seized the opportunity to kill Florida, despair and helplessness rose in their hearts. At this moment, the attacks of Little Skull, Gilbert and the others rained down like a torrential rain, taking away another 10 lives in an instant. With Florida's death, the first wave of experts that had come to attack this time no longer had a leader. The remaining few dozen experts began to retreat with all their might, but were continuously killed by Han Shuo and the others along the way. Another 20 or so people had been killed before they could reach Loridan's side. Of the 300 experts that had gone up, along with many flying magical creatures, only 19 people and 11 magical creatures made it back to Loridan's side. Florida and Adam Menlo of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had forever disappeared from the stage of the Valley of Sunshine struggle for supremacy. Ha, Loridan, it's been a while. Han Shuo stood proudly in midair and greeted Loridan in a mocking manner. On either side of Han Shuo were the 2 super-rank magical creatures and Little Skull. Several hundred gargoyles were like guards, silently flapping their wings behind Han Shuo. Having calculated his altitude, Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the arrows from below. Loridan raised his head to look at the sky and saw Han Shuo looking at him mockingly. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Beside Lorreton were the corpses of Florida and Adam Menlo. Lorreton should have been happy that two of the leaders of the three great powers had died, but when he looked at Han Shuo, he felt a sense of panic. It has indeed been a long time. I should have known that you would come. Apart from you, Trunks didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Lorreton first sighed, then took a deep breath. He looked at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Indeed, I was the one who captured Trunks, but I don't regret it. With the current situation in the Valley of Sunshine, if Lorreton didn't act against Trunks, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would sooner or later replace the Cairo mercenary band's position in the Valley of Sunshine. This could be seen from Trunks' continuous expansion. As the leader of the Cairo mercenary band, Lorreton naturally had to think of his subordinates. There was nothing wrong with his actions. Indeed, there's nothing more to say. From today onwards, the Cairo mercenary band will be my mortal enemy. Lorreton, you're on your own." Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Lorreton. He glanced at Florida and Adam Menlo's corpses one last time before returning to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. These powers had paid a painful price in the first wave of attacks. Not only had they lost their most elite experts, even Florida and Adam Menlo had been killed. In this way, this group that had banded together because of benefits would be helpless against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Humans were always selfish. With the deaths of Florida and Adam Menlo, Han Shuo was almost certain that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and Adam Menlo's family would immediately fall into chaos. Especially Florida's Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, it would inevitably fall into a situation of being seized or divided. In this way, this group's threat to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would be greatly reduced. Han Shuo only needed to sit back and watch them fall apart. That was why he had left so confidently. Reality had indeed developed according to Han Shuo's expectations. When Han Shuo left, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo immediately fell into a quarrel. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, in particular, had immediately split into a few small powers after Florida's death. Only a small portion held the intention of avenging Florida, while the majority of the remaining people advocated leaving this troublesome place as soon as possible. The House of Menlo was slightly better. After all, Adam Menlo was their elder. The House of Menlo, whose authority was mainly concentrated in the hands of their relatives, was crying out in grief that they would first avenge Adam Menlo before deciding what to do next. The sudden quarrel had disrupted Lorreton's thoughts. Looking at the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band preparing to retreat, as well as the frightened leaders of the small powers, Lorreton suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. With so many flying creatures killed, it was completely impossible to rely on flying creatures to enter the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. With the existence of the Space Ring, it was impossible for Lorreton to exhaust the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to death. The only way was to forcefully enter. However, the price they would have to pay for such a forceful attack was simply not something they could accept. For a moment, Lorreton didn't have any confidence in victory. Looking at the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo arguing endlessly, he suddenly felt somewhat helpless. "Leader, should we take this opportunity to eliminate both of them first?" Just as Lorreton was feeling vexed, Harris suddenly moved closer and lowered his voice as he suggested maliciously. Glancing at Harris, Lorreton looked in the direction Han Shuo had left and smiled wryly. "That fellow can't wait for us to do that. If we were to fight with both of them now, then it would really be to his liking. When our three sides are almost exhausted, the master of the Valley of Sunshine will really be the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Harris stared blankly for a moment, mulling over Lawrence's words for a while before nodding and saying, "Leader is still farsighted. However, now that Florida and Adam Menlo are dead, we have two fewer enemies. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo are no longer a threat." "That's true. It's a pity that after this battle, if we can't destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, their reputation will greatly increase. In the future, apart from our Cairo mercenary band, there will no longer be any power that can shake their position. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Lorton said with a headache. Just as Lorton and Harris were discussing in low voices, the leaders of the small mercenary bands walked over together. One of them looked at Lorton with a gloomy face and said, "Leader Lorton, at this point, I think we no longer have the chance to destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. If the Cairo mercenary band wants us to be the vanguard and throw our lives away, then I'm sorry, but we're not willing to sacrifice the lives of all our brothers for the benefits you've given us. Since things have come to this, I think we should disperse. Yeah, that place is too hard to attack. Without flying magic beasts, we have no chance of victory." Another leader of a small mercenary band also shouted. It seemed that it wasn't just one or two people who had this kind of thought. These fellows had walked over together, and all of them were probably planning to leave. A bunch of short-sighted fellows. Lorton came to a conclusion about them in his heart. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Think it over carefully. If we can't destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band this time, then I'm afraid that all the teams that participated in attacking them today will suffer a calamity. Our Cairo mercenary band has sufficient strength and isn't afraid of Trunks' revenge. As for you guys, that might be troublesome. There's no need for Leader Lorton to remind us of this. We've naturally thought of it as well." That person replied. "Then do as you wish. In any case, I've already reminded you guys. When Trunks comes looking for you for revenge, don't come looking for me." Lorton snorted coldly, feeling that it was beneath him to say anything more to them. These people looked at each other and simultaneously bade farewell to Lorton. They brought their brothers and left this troublesome place. The majority of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band didn't give Lorton any face after Florida's death. They didn't even bid farewell to Lorton and directly left this place. Of the 6,000 people that had come to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, only 3,000 remained. Without flying magic beasts, if they wanted to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's location, it was no longer a matter of how many people they would lose. Instead, it was a matter of whether they could attack after suffering heavy losses. Chapter 406. When Han Shuo returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, he discovered that Trunks was sitting in the middle of the arena with Grant's support. He was currently looking up at the vast expanse of whiteness in the sky. Trunks was still very weak. Although the wounds on his body had been treated, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. The most serious injuries were the tendons in his arms and legs that had been cut off. It would take about a month to reconnect them and restore their previous tenacity. It was obvious that Trunks was worried about the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Due to the tendons in his arms and legs being cut off, he could only sit there limply like a disabled person, unable to move his limbs. Fortunately, his eyes had gradually regained their luster. When he gazed up at the sky, his eyes seemed to be in deep thought. This meant that although his body had suffered heavy injuries, his mental state was still pretty good. "Why did you come out? It's best for you to obediently stay inside and recuperate. Don't worry, the invaders have already returned in low spirits. Lorton will definitely not be able to do anything in the short term." Han Shuo landed beside Trunks and rebuked him. "It's alright, I feel a little better now. When the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is at its most critical moment, I'm not willing to hide inside and bitterly wait for news from others," Trunks said with a smile. He paused and slightly furrowed his brows. "Brian, is Florida already dead?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo replied, "That's right. I know you wanted to kill him personally. However, Florida's death at this time was much more beneficial to us. With his death, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band immediately fell apart, greatly reducing the number of our enemies. Therefore, I didn't let him go." Trunks sighed and said ruefully, It's a pity that I didn't finish him off personally. However, this kind of early death is indeed beneficial to us. If I had killed him earlier, then so many messy matters wouldn't have happened. It seems that this is all my fault. Apart from Florida, there's also Adam Menlo. These two are the pillars of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band and the House of Menlo. Their deaths have a huge impact on these two powers. Currently, including Lorton's forces, there are still 3,000 people in the vicinity. However, I think they will leave very soon. Han Shuo explained to Trunks. You don't have to worry about the rest. I know you have a lot of things to do. Leave Loretta to me. I'll take care of her, Trunks said. It's just Lorton. I can take care of him in passing. It won't take up too much of my time. Han Shuo looked at Trunks in astonishment. With his current injuries, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight you in the short term. Han Shuo was a little worried. Brian, the Valley of Sunshine has its own rules. If I want to convince others, I can't completely rely on your strength. Only by taking out the Cairo Mercenary Band and Lorton can I rightfully take control of the Valley of Sunshine and win the respect of others. Trunks' face was still quite weak as he spoke resolutely. Han Shuo was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and said, but your body, don't worry. I won't immediately deal with Lorton. Just as you said, with Lorton's personality, he wouldn't dare attack this place without complete confidence. Now that the House of Menlo's flying creatures have been killed by you, they definitely won't dare to attack in the short term. We still have Gilbert here. As time passes, they'll definitely give up. Don't worry, after the previous pain, I won't be careless again. I'm confident that I can eradicate Lorton and the Cairo Mercenary Band. Lorton said. Trunks looked very confident. After experiencing a cruel torture, there seemed to be something new in Trunks' body. Han Shuo looked deeply at Trunks a few times after hearing his words. He was silent for a while before smiling. Since you're so insistent, then I won't bother with the Valley of Sunshine anymore. However, if you encounter any difficulties, you must inform me as soon as possible. Don't worry, the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band doesn't belong to me alone. I know what to do. Trunks replied with a smile. Gilbert, you stay here and take good care of Trunks before he recovers. Han Shuo looked at Gilbert and instructed. Understood, honored master. Gilbert guaranteed. Since Trunks wanted to sit firmly on the throne of power in the Valley of Sunshine with his own abilities, he indeed couldn't rely on others for everything. Only by using the strength in his hands to eliminate the Cairo Mercenary Band, the most powerful force in the Valley of Sunshine, would he be able to truly obtain everyone's respect. Han Shuo was surprised and also very appreciative that Trunks could have such thoughts and understanding. This meant that Trunks was indeed a talent. In addition, after saving Trunks this time, Han Shuo could see that Trunks had changed. He discovered that Trunks had become more resolute and ruthless, no longer neglecting or being merciful. The lesson from last time had been too cruel. Trunks had experienced torment worse than death. Now, he no longer cared about any difficulties. Han Shuo saw this and suddenly understood that Trunks had asked Han Shuo to leave Lorton to him. Apart from using Lorton to sharpen his methods, Trunks also needed to use Lorton to hone his martial skills. In the entire Valley of Sunshine, only Lorton was worthy of fighting him. If Han Shuo killed Lorton here, Trunks would lose his best opponent. Not only would he lose a lot of fun, he would also lose a turning point to break through. Only through Lorton would he be able to improve once again. After understanding Han Shuo's thoughts, Han Shuo didn't insist on his own opinion and truly let go of the matters in the Valley of Sunshine. He bid farewell to Trunks and Gilbert on the same day and returned to the Cemetery of Death from the Valley of Sunshine. When he arrived at the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo followed his original purpose of exploring the lower levels. The reason why he had returned to the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix this time was because of Wolf's words. If it wasn't for Gilbert's sudden urgent message, Han Shuo would have long since explored the third layer of the Cemetery of Death. Now that he had returned, Han Shuo didn't forget his proper business and went straight to the bottom of the cemetery of death. With his previous experiences, Han Shuo once again explored the cemetery of death with ease. Under the infusion of Han Shuo's mental strength, he easily broke through the boundaries of the upper two layers. Han Shuo only stopped when he sensed the existence of the boundary at the entrance of the passageway leading to the third layer. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo slowly condensed his mental strength and explored the area where the boundary existed. Boom! As soon as Han Shuo's mental strength touched that area, his brain suddenly shook. A huge force suddenly surged over, squeezing into Han Shuo's brain like thousands of little snakes, giving Han Shuo an endless numbing pain. Fortunately, Han Shuo was already experienced. He hastily held his breath and concentrated, using an even stronger mental strength to blast it in an attempt to break through the boundary like the previous 2 times. The three-colored light of the skeletal staff in his hand shone brightly. Bam! Han Shuo suddenly rammed into it, but the boundary didn't break. Instead, it was Han Shuo himself who was bounced back. Just as Han Shuo was overwhelmed with shock, the power that had squeezed into Han Shuo's brain like thousands of little snakes suddenly went from chaotic to orderly, combining into rays of bright magical symbols. Han Shuo, who had studied necromancy magic for a long time, was greatly astonished, and the magical symbols appeared in his brain. Immediately afterwards, the three-colored light of the skeletal staff in his hand suddenly grew brighter. 3 strands of demonic light slowly drilled into Han Shuo's body through his arm. The three-colored light flowed from the skeletal staff to Han Shuo's arm and flowed into Han Shuo's brain. When the light that matched the thousands of magical rays converged, they arranged themselves into paragraphs of incantations and messages that Han Shuo could understand. Han Shuo only stared blankly for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. He hastily concentrated and forcibly memorized the messages that appeared in his brain. The paragraphs of incantations and messages were quickly imprinted into his brain. This process didn't take too long. With the development of Han Shuo's brain, he very quickly memorized the messages in his brain. If I don't become a sacred Magus necromancer, the next layer of the boundary cannot be opened. Inside lies the secret of necromancers becoming gods. The skeletal staff has 3 basic functions. Apart from the first function of doubling the power of magic, the other 2 functions require the coordination of incantations. The incantations are, the enchantment of fear, enchantment of weakness, and enchantment of aging. The incantations and methods of using these 3 enchantments are, the magical symbols rotated in Han Shuo's brain and finally formed these 3 pieces of information. The first was that the sacred Magus was unable to enter the next layer. The second was the incantations for the skeletal staff to return one's youth and travel through the netherworld. The last one was actually the long-lost enchantment of fear, weakness, and aging for necromancers. The next layer actually contained the secret of necromancers becoming gods. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. He looked at the front that was only separated by a layer of boundary and was stunned by the information in his brain. He stood there in a daze for a long time, his mind in a mess of too many thoughts. After a long time, Han Shuo finally calmed his chaotic emotions. He thought to himself that the first piece of information was still illusory to him. It was the second and third pieces of information that were of great use to him at present. Among the 3 miraculous abilities of the skeletal staff, the ability to multiply the power of magic didn't require the coordination of other incantations. However, the miraculous ability to return one's youth and allow one's soul to freely travel through the netherworld weren't so simple to realize. Among them, traveling through the netherworld required the coordination of complicated magical incantations, as well as a precise understanding of one's own soul. In order to successfully realize the miraculous ability to return one's youth, one needed to make use of the energy contained within the skeletal staff. This energy wasn't something that everyone could receive. Only those who were recognized by the skeletal staff would be able to make use of the energy contained within the skeletal staff. Previously, Wolf obviously fulfilled this condition. According to what Wolf said, the followers of the Calamity Church all seemed to meet the requirements to be transformed by the skeletal staff. Those old fellows of the Calamity Church who had lived for God knows how many years would be able to use this energy to regain their youth. The boundary of fear, boundary of weakness, and boundary of aging were the three large-scale magical boundaries of necromancers in the legends. Enemies who were enveloped by the boundary of fear would feel fear in their hearts. Their judgment and willpower would be greatly affected by the boundary of fear, causing them to greatly decline. As for the boundary of weakness, it could cause the enemy's physical strength to drain away, greatly reducing their battle strength. The most frightening was the boundary of aging. However, this boundary of aging could only be used by a sacred Magus necromancer. Necromancers who had reached the rank of sacred Magus necromancer already had a very profound understanding of the soul. Once they used their enormous mental strength to cast the boundary of aging, any living being that entered it would accelerate the process of aging. If the living being stayed in the boundary of aging for a certain period of time, the living being would directly die of old age. This was an extremely frightening and malicious magic. What it reduced was the most fundamental life force in the depths of the living being's soul. No matter how powerful the other party was, if they didn't have a high enough understanding of the soul, they would be powerless in this boundary of aging. Among them, Han Shuo could practice the boundary of fear and the boundary of weakness right now. If these two types of boundaries were used together, they would have a stacking effect. When used together with the undead army of necromancers in a large-scale battle, it would simply be the nightmare of any army. Perhaps it was because the power of these two boundaries was too frightening when used together with the undead army that they were eliminated by all the magic associations on the continent during the glorious era of necromancers. From then on, these three boundaries would forever disappear from the magic stage. The boundary of aging could only be practiced by a sacred magus. Perhaps it was because the power of the boundary of aging was too frightening that Han Shuo couldn't stack it with the boundary of fear and the boundary of weakness. No matter how powerful a living being was, once they fell into the boundary of aging, their body would rapidly age if they didn't immediately leave. Even if they immediately left the boundary of aging, their body would still be affected and age, a part of it would never be able to recover. However, the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hands could restore the youth of those who aged within the boundary of aging. This boundary of aging could be considered as an orderly combination with the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hands. It could often allow one's own people to enter the boundary of aging to intercept the enemy. After the enemy was defeated and died of old age, one could then use the skeletal staff to restore the youth lost in the boundary of aging. The three major boundaries were the secret that necromancers had dominated the continent for many years. At this moment, the cultivation method and incantations were all imprinted into Han Shuo's mind. Chapter 407. Before becoming a sacred magus necromancer, it was impossible to enter the next floor. After Han Shuo received this information, he didn't rashly charge in and retreated back the way he came. A few magic incantations and cultivation methods were all imprinted in Han Shuo's mind. However, if he wanted to successfully cultivate them all, it wouldn't be an easy matter. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in the cemetery of death. He once again used the transportation matrix to return to his own mansion in Asen City. After leaving Asen City for a few days, Han Shuo returned to his own mansion and learned of some of the matters that had happened in Asen City from Steward Kalas. His Majesty King Uhtred had already made his stance clear these few days. He was determined to support his illegitimate son, Lawrence, to ascend to the throne. For a moment, the entire Lancelot Empire was shocked. No one could understand why Uhtred would make such a decision. The Dark Mantle organization, which had always been Uhtred's dark hand, suddenly had a close relationship with Lawrence. Some people had already guessed that the Dark Mantle was leaning towards Lawrence. The Empire's legendary sacred swordmaster Carol's attitude was no longer ambiguous. He finally officially announced that he would support Lawrence to ascend to the throne. With the help of His Majesty Uhtred, Lawrence's trusted aides gradually began to grasp the Empire's power. His adoptive father and Uncle Boris were both placed in important positions, becoming powerful ministers that no one dared to approach. Everyone could see through Uhtred's intentions. At this time, the other princes and the forces in their hands came and went to the imperial palace more and more frequently. Grand Duke Ashburn even brought Prince Charles to the imperial palace a few times a day in an attempt to change His Majesty the King's decision with his own strength. There were also some stubborn and conservative ministers who jointly wrote a letter to Uhtred, clearly stating that they wanted Uhtred to change his decision. They believed that Lawrence, as an illegitimate son, was simply unworthy of ascending to the pinnacle of Lancelot Empire's power. These people were all old ministers. The old traditions of nobility made it impossible for them to accept this fact. They believed that this was a kind of blasphemy against the Lancelot Empire's royal family. Uhtred's empress, as well as his most beloved wives and concubines, also joined the crusade against Uhtred one after another. For a time, undercurrents surged through Asen city like a tide. However, at this time, Uhtred suddenly fell seriously ill and fell into a coma. He was muddle-headed and showed signs of collapsing at any time. When the princes saw that such a situation had occurred, they disobeyed Uhtred's orders on the surface but disobeyed him in secret. They secretly began to mobilize the forces in their hands, preparing for the upcoming power purge. In the seemingly peaceful Asen city, a few unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared. A storm was slowly brewing. Once His Majesty Uhtred passed away, the storm that had been premeditated for a long time would definitely erupt. At that time, it would be hard to say whether it would engulf the entire Lancelot Empire. At this moment, the minister of the southern border, Firenze, suddenly returned to Asen city. The arrival of this malignant star caused the chaotic Asen city to be filled with too many variables. After listening to Butler Kala's description, Han Shua was stunned. He really did not expect that in just a few days' time, Asen city would actually undergo earth-shattering changes. It seemed that after King Uhtred understood that his days were numbered, his swift and decisive methods had played a huge role. In the few days that Han Shua had left, Phoebe had come to look for Han Shua 3 times. Lawrence had come to look for Han Shua twice. There were also Fanny, Emily, and the others, as well as some of the nobles of Asen city, who had come to pay their respects. After Kalas had finished reporting, Han Shua thought for a moment and immediately headed towards Lawrence's mansion. Currently, Lawrence was the crux of the entire Asen city. In the cruel struggle for the throne, Lawrence could not be lost. Only after Lawrence succeeded in ascending the throne, would Han Shua's interests be protected to the greatest extent and advanced to the next level. Very quickly, Han Shua arrived at Lawrence's mansion. From the butler's words, Han Shua understood that Lawrence was having a secret discussion with someone. However, the butler clearly understood the extraordinary relationship between Han Shua and Lawrence. Upon seeing Han Shua's arrival, the butler immediately went in to report. After a while, the butler walked out and respectfully led Han Shua towards Lawrence's secret meeting place. At Lawrence's secret meeting place, Han Shua saw many familiar faces. Lawrence's adoptive father Abu, Uncle Boris, Phoebe, Emily, old Han of the Betteridge family, and another 10 or so people who were either rich or noble, but had unfamiliar appearances. From the looks of it, they should also be supporting Lawrence. After Han Shua arrived, Lawrence, who was sitting on the main seat, immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Where did you run off to this time? Why are you only here now?" Lawrence had gone to the imperial palace many times in the past few days. When Uhtred met Lawrence alone, he repeatedly exhorted Lawrence to firmly hold on to Han Shua and explained that Han Shua was the crux of Lawrence's future. Although Uhtred didn't reveal astrologer Grace's evaluation of Han Shua, Lawrence was an extremely intelligent person. From the attitudes of the people around him, he already had an idea in his heart. He understood that Han Shua was his destined benefactor. It was precisely because of this that when Han Shua came in from outside, Lawrence, who now had a high status, was the first to stand up and personally welcome Han Shua in with an extremely amiable attitude. This caused some of the surrounding subordinates who weren't too familiar with Han Shuo to feel a little surprised. Nothing much, I went out for a small matter. Oh, there's so many people. Han Shuo casually brushed off Lawrence and couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the people around him. Ha, Brian, you're really amazing. You've become a marquis in such a short time. I really didn't misjudge you. Lawrence's uncle, Boris, laughed heartily as he greeted Han Shuo. Originally, in order for Han Shuo to accumulate military merits, Lawrence had arranged for Han Shuo to take up a position in Boris's Northern Guard. Boris himself was only a count. Who would have thought that Han Shuo's position would rise so quickly? According to his current power, Han Shuo had clearly surpassed him. However, when he was in the Northern Guard, Boris had been very friendly towards Han Shuo precisely because he knew of Han Shuo's prospects. The two of them also had a good relationship in private. Therefore, when he saw Han Shuo walk over, he immediately greeted him in a friendly manner. Heh, Lord Boris is too kind. Han Shuo smiled as he saluted Boris. Beside Boris sat Emily and Phoebe. The two girls were extremely close to each other and had been whispering about something. Only when Han Shuo walked in did their bright eyes focus on Han Shuo. Old Han was also beside Emily, so she only glanced at Han Shuo before turning her head away to avoid arousing suspicion. However, Phoebe seemed to still be angry in her heart and couldn't help but glare at Han Shuo a few more times. Her beautiful eyes revealed anger, as if she was blaming Han Shuo for his mysterious disappearance. Not bad, young man. I haven't had the time to properly thank you for saving me last time. Heh, I've already told you to come visit my family when you have time. I'll definitely treat you well. I didn't think that you wouldn't come until now. What? Could it be that you look down on my Betteridge family? Old Han started out with a smile as he greeted Han Shuo, but pretended to be angry. I've already gone to the Betteridge family and even secretly ate your wife. Han Shuo secretly thought to himself, but on the surface he put on a wronged expression. He innocently spread his hands and explained, you also know that I've always been in Bretel City and only recently returned to Asen City. There are simply too many things on my hands. Next time I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Alright, I'm just joking with you. I know you're a busy person right now. I really feel a bit incredulous when I look at you. You saved my life the last time we met, but you still weren't famous at that time. Who would have thought that you'd become a hot figure in the Empire in just a few years? Amazing. Old Han smiled with emotion. As Old Han was speaking, Lawrence had already brought Han Shuo to his side and pointed at the chair next to Han Shuo for him to sit. He then introduced a few unfamiliar people to Han Shuo. I won't introduce them. You know them all anyway. You may not be familiar with these people, but they'll all be on the same side in the future. This is the current city lord of Valen City. Every time Lawrence introduced a person, Han Shuo would nod his head in greeting. These people were either city lords, counts, or marquises. They were all either wealthy or noble people in the upper echelons of the empire. Under Lawrence's introduction, Han Shuo slowly understood the power he wielded. 3 counts and 2 marquises were all influential figures in Asen City. These people were all in their middle ages. If they didn't manage a large family clan, they held important positions under King Uhtred, or had military power in their hands. It seemed that only people of their age wouldn't be so stubborn as to believe that an illegitimate child couldn't ascend to the throne. Every time Lawrence introduced himself, these nobles would all nod to Han Shuo in an extremely friendly manner. Now that Han Shuo held great power in Bretel City, he was a popular person in His Majesty's eyes. The status of a marquis was just as noble as them. In addition to the fact that they were in the same camp, it would be strange if they weren't friendly to Han Shuo. When Lawrence finished his introductions, Han Shuo also had a general understanding of the power in Lawrence's hands. These marquises and counts were all people with real power. In addition, there was the Betteridge family and the Dark Mantle. In addition, there were a few experts who transcended worldly power supporting him. In this way, Lawrence indeed had the capital to contend against first Prince Charles. It seemed that Uhtred's swift and decisive actions had indeed brought great benefits to Lawrence. At the same time that Lawrence's power soared, it also made more nobles lean towards Lawrence, causing Lawrence to have the qualifications to contend against Charles for the throne. After Lawrence finished introducing the nobles that Han Shuo didn't know, he paused for a moment before continuing, "We've just discussed some matters. I'll briefly explain them to you. Currently, we must make use of the power in our hands to the greatest extent possible. Taking advantage of the fact that my royal father is still alive, we must think of a way to make the people in our hands gain real power. On the other hand, on this basis, we must obtain even more powerful support in order to prevent Charles and the others from jumping over the wall in desperation. The great power of the empire is basically in the hands of the great nobles. Even if my royal father obviously supports me, if those great nobles firmly believe in Charles, they will still cooperate with Charles to rebel against me when my royal father passes away. This is very difficult to handle. The most important thing is that because of my identity, those stubborn fellows clearly won't choose me. However, the power in their hands is too great. Even if my royal father doesn't make any mistakes, there is no way to reduce the power in their hands. This is truly a headache." After Han Shuo sat down, he didn't say a word and only listened to Lawrence's description. After Lawrence finished, he understood that the situation wasn't as ideal as he had imagined. It seemed that even with Uhtred's support, Lawrence wouldn't be able to sit back and relax as Charles's previous advantage was too great. "Your Highness, Grand Duke Ashburn's power is monstrous in the empire. Some of the nobles he befriended occupy the majority of the nobles in the empire. With him supporting the eldest prince, it will truly be very difficult to deal with him. Now that His Majesty is still around, he can still suppress him. However, if His Majesty is unable to hold on and passes away, Grand Duke Ashburn will definitely oppose with all his might. With the power in his hands, it is sufficient to change the situation. This will truly be somewhat difficult to deal with." A count named Terry said to Lawrence. "That's right. Once His Majesty passes away, there is indeed no one who can control Ashburn. This is indeed extremely difficult to deal with." Lawrence's adoptive father, E.V., said with a distressed expression. All of you have forgotten about that person who just arrived in Asan City. If His Highness Lawrence has this person's support, I think the situation will be completely different." Old Han suddenly smiled and said to the crowd. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. However, they immediately sighed. Boris opened his mouth and said, "That unreasonable lunatic is indeed not an ordinary person. However, this person even dares to disobey His Majesty's orders. Who can convince him?" Lawrence stared blankly for a moment before looking at Han Shuo with a fervent gaze. However, when Lawrence glanced at Emily and Phoebe, he hastily hid his fervent gaze. Just from Lawrence's gaze, Han Shuo knew that he was indeed aware of the relationship between Fanny and that lunatic Firenze. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He understood that Lawrence had a motive for deliberately befriending him. For him to start roping him in so early, it seemed that among the princes, Lawrence was the most far-sighted. Chapter 408. Han Shuo didn't express any opinion on the latter part of the conversation between Lawrence and the others. He was only pondering about the influence that lunatic Firenze would have on him after arriving at Asan City. According to what Han Shuo had promised Fanny, he understood that since Firenze had arrived at Asan City, he and Firenze would definitely meet very soon. Now that Han Shuo already had two women, Phoebe and Emily, this matter would be exposed sooner or later. Once Fanny came to know of this matter, it was unknown what kind of reaction she would have. Phoebe was the same. She had just walked out of Emily's matter and from the looks of it, her anger had yet to dissipate. If Fanny were to be added into the mix, it would be impossible for her to not reveal the truth. Unfortunately, at this stage, there was no way to conceal it no matter how one looked at it. "Brian, Brian!" Lawrence suddenly shouted twice. Han Shuo was abruptly roused. He looked at Lawrence in astonishment and asked, "What? What do you think we should do next? Charles is our primary opponent. Do you have any good ideas?" Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes, seeking Han Shuo's opinion. Han Shuo was currently in a state of confusion and didn't seriously listen to the discussion of Lawrence and the others. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any good ideas." Hearing Han Shuo's words and seeing Han Shuo's somewhat worried expression, Lawrence understood that Han Shuo might have some thoughts in his heart. He nodded and didn't continue asking. Instead, he continued to discuss matters with those nobles who were inclined towards him. Not long after, the group finished discussing matters. Those nobles left Lawrence in succession, including Emily and Old Han, leaving only Phoebe, Lawrence and Han Shuo. "Brian, many thanks for introducing Mr. Crowley to me, allowing me to have such a powerful Grand Magus by my side." After those people left, Lawrence very sincerely thanked Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said, "That Crowley defected to you?" "Yes, Mr. Crowley said that he only decided to come to my side after your persuasion." Lawrence smiled as he explained to Han Shuo. "All right, Lawrence, I have some things to discuss with Phoebe, so I'll be leaving first." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Lawrence. All right, you guys can leave first." Lawrence smiled and stood up to send them off. Phoebe pouted as if she was still angry at Han Shuo. She returned to her carriage under Lawrence's escort. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, but then thought that most people knew about his relationship with Phoebe, so he immediately went in as well. Now that things had progressed to this point, it was likely that he could no longer conceal his relationship with the three girls. Han Shuo seriously pondered for a moment and decided that he might as well let go and tell the three girls everything. Emily was the only one among the three who wouldn't fuss too much about it. In addition, Emily was in the dark mantle and vaguely knew something, so Han Shuo wasn't worried about her. Only Phoebe and Fanny were the two biggest problems. He couldn't conceal it even if he wanted to. If they discovered it themselves, the situation would be even worse. At this point, Han Shuo really didn't have any good ideas and could only go all out and tell them the truth. In the elegant carriage, Han Shuo's face was deep and silent. Phoebe's anger towards Han Shuo hadn't subsided yet. She also pouted and didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little stiff for a moment. After a while, Han Shuo took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Phoebe. He said in a low voice, "Phoebe, apart from you and Emily, I have another woman." Phoebe's eyebrows twitched, her eyes overflowing with a light of disbelief. Her delicate body trembled slightly, showing signs of rage. She clenched her teeth and stared at Han Shuo, saying in a sharp voice, What did you say?" "Apart from you and Emily, I have another woman. Her name is Fanny, my former teacher. She is also the woman I liked the first." Han Shuo's voice was low and he sighed after saying this. What do you mean? What are you trying to say by telling me all this?" Phoebe's anger couldn't be contained. Emily was already difficult for her to accept. Now that Han Shuo suddenly said that he had another woman, Phoebe's mind was buzzing and her heart was aching. "She is a teacher in my academy. From the beginning, she took good care of me." Han Shuo said in a low voice about his relationship with Fanny. He then sighed and looked at Phoebe, saying, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. That's because I didn't want you to be sad. That's all. I'm telling you so much not because I want you to forgive me, but because I'm telling you the truth. I'm really a bad person like you said, and a very bad one at that. Go. I don't want to see you again." Phoebe's tears flowed uncontrollably as she screamed shrilly. Han Shuo looked at Phoebe, who had lost control of her emotions, and suddenly felt a strong sourness in his heart. Han Shuo knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, so he only nodded at Phoebe and flew out of the carriage. Phoebe was a headstrong person. Han Shuo had long since understood that such an independent woman wouldn't easily forgive his lies. Perhaps it was because Phoebe had deep feelings for him that she felt so hurt when she heard Han Shuo's words today. Suddenly, Han Shuo understood that the sadness of the woman he loved so dearly was no less painful to him than what Phoebe was feeling. Han Shuo also felt an extreme pain in his heart. With the intense pain in his heart, Han Shuo headed towards the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. When Han Shuo arrived at Phoebe's laboratory in the necromancy major, he had just finished his lunch. Fanny's vanity had been greatly satisfied after Han Shuo's arrival a few days ago, and she had been in a good mood for the past few days. When she pushed open the door to the laboratory, intending to rest for a while, she suddenly saw Han Shuo sitting on a chair in the room. Han Shuo was currently in a trance and his face was a bit pale. He sat there with a gloomy face and didn't say a word, as if he had something weighing thousands of kilograms on his mind. With just a glance, Fanny suddenly discovered that Han Shuo was completely different from before. In the past, Han Shuo had always been full of fighting spirit, or had a cheeky smile on his face, and had never been serious. He had never been as absent-minded as he was today. "Brian, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Fanny was a bit flustered and rushed to Han Shuo's side, raising her hand to touch Han Shuo's forehead. Hearing Fanny's voice, Han Shuo woke up with a start. Looking at Fanny, who was full of worry for him, Han Shuo's heart was even more pained. After staring blankly for a while, perhaps Han Shuo wanted to feel more of Fanny's tenderness, so he only gazed deeply at Fanny's gentleness, and carefully savored the warmth of Fanny's warm hands. "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? What's wrong with you?" Fanny saw that Han Shuo didn't say a word and only stared blankly at her. She appeared even more flustered and impatiently questioned Han Shuo, her face full of worry. "Fanny, I'm sorry." Staring blankly at Fanny, Han Shuo didn't know if this kind of tenderness would continue to exist after the truth was said, but he knew that he couldn't avoid it. In the end, he sighed and said to Fanny, "Are you sick? Are you sick? Why are you saying these things out of nowhere?" Fanny smiled and withdrew her warm hand from Han Shuo's forehead. She gently looked at Han Shuo's eyes and said with a smile. For some reason, Han Shuo didn't dare to look directly at Fanny's bright eyes and lowered his head guiltily. Han Shuo's heart moved. He suddenly remembered that he and Fanny hadn't had a physical relationship yet. So as long as he told the truth to Fanny, it probably wouldn't cause too much harm to Fanny. For the people he loved, Han Shuo had never been a heartless person. The reason why Han Shuo concealed the truth for such a long time was that, on the one hand, he selfishly enjoyed the wonderful feeling of hugging them, and on the other hand, he didn't want to be heartless and bring harm to them. However, now, Han Shuo suddenly understood that his method of concealing the truth would indeed not bring harm to them in the short term, but this method would bring them a lifetime of pain. Because of this, Han Shuo made up his mind to tell the truth to both sides honestly. However, Han Shuo, who was guilty and in the wrong, didn't dare to face the tenderness in Fanny's eyes. Under Fanny's urgent inquiry, Han Shuo also said in a low voice, "In addition to you, I have 2 other women." "I'm sorry." Fanny's small hand that was gently stroking Han Shuo's hair suddenly stopped. Han Shuo could raise his head to look and suddenly found that Fanny's movements were stiff and stunned. Her gentle eyes were filled with helplessness and pain, and her rosy lips turned pale. She couldn't help but squirm as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. 2 streaks of tears flowed down her smooth face and all the way to Fanny's neck. After a long time, Fanny's colorless eyes focused on Han Shuo. She looked miserable and said softly in a bitter voice, "Brian, are you telling me this because you want to break off relations with me?" Han Shuo was stunned and didn't understand Fanny's behavior. According to Han Shuo's thoughts, Fanny should be as furious as Phoebe and desperate to drive him out of this place. He didn't expect that Fanny would have such a miserable expression at this moment, like a helpless flower bud that had bloomed. A strong sense of self-blame suddenly surged into Han Shuo's heart. Han Shuo's eyes turned red, and he pulled Fanny into his arms. He choked with sobs, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry, Brian, I already knew about the matter between you and Miss Phoebe," Fanny said in a faint voice. She then used all her strength to hug Han Shuo tightly, as if she was afraid that Han Shuo would leave her side. Han Shuo's face was dull, and he subconsciously hugged Phoebe tightly. His mind was filled with a series of questions. How did she know? How did she know? You are a dazzling star of the empire. Everything related to you is widely spread, including some matters between you and Miss Phoebe. It's funny that you still deceive yourself into thinking that I don't know about it. When I first heard this news, I didn't believe it. However, through my own understanding, I finally believed this fact. I'm really a weak woman. I should have kept my distance from you from the beginning and didn't dare to be tempted by you. However, when you were not around, my mind was filled with your shadow, and I could never get rid of it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even though I know that you already have Miss Phoebe, I still can't leave you. As long as I think that we will never meet again, my heart will be suffocated with sadness. You may never understand this feeling. I'm useless. I can't get out of the whirlpool of your feelings, and instead, I can't extricate myself from it. Fanny muttered in a self-deprecating voice in Han Shuo's arms. Her voice was full of helplessness and misery. Han Shuo's pretense of being infallible was ruthlessly torn apart by his heartfelt words. Han Shuo was dizzy with an incomparably strong sense of happiness. Although this kind of happiness carried an extremely bitter taste, although this kind of happiness caused Han Shuo's lips to dry up and his eyes to turn red, and his indomitable heart to become weak, I know, Phoebe is a good woman. You came here this time because you've made up your mind to leave me, right? Fanny murmured in a self-pitying voice. Her tone was indescribably bitter and depressed. Her tears were like a broken string of pearls, dripping on Han Shuo's shoulder in big drops. No. Han Shuo growled in a low voice. I will never leave you, never. I've said so much just to ask for your forgiveness. I've never thought of leaving you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Fanny's delicate body trembled slightly. She suddenly stood up straight from Han Shuo's chest. Her tearful eyes were filled with inexplicable expectation. She stared at Han Shuo's face. Her trembling voice was filled with disbelief. Brian, you're serious? Nodding his head heavily, Han Shuo had never been as serious as he was now. He promised in a choked voice, as long as you don't leave me, I'll never let go and leave you first. I promise. But, I've experienced 2 years of torture and pain. Only then did I realize the fact that I can never leave you. I don't mind the existence of you, Miss Phoebe, and other women. But, I'm afraid that Miss Phoebe will mind my existence, right? Fanny said bitterly. I don't know, but I'll give her and myself some time. Perhaps, she'll make a good decision in the end. But no matter what her decision is, it won't change our relationship. It definitely won't. Han Shuo said resolutely. Fanny's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise and happiness. She took the initiative to hug Han Shuo tightly again. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Han Shuo passionately. Her hands even boldly reached into Han Shuo's clothes. As she caressed Han Shuo's strong body, she also tried to help Han Shuo take off his clothes. Chapter 409. For some unknown reason, Fanny was so proactive and passionate for the first time. Whether it was her kiss or her movements, they were all unrestrained and bold. At this moment, Han Shuo had become the passive recipient. Fanny's previous words contained a deep affection that was as deep as the ocean. It gave Han Shuo a great shock and made Han Shuo feel too much guilt towards Fanny. When the two kissed, Han Shuo, who had always been the aggressor, was actually not so overbearing. Ugh! Brian! Fanny's face was flushed red and she moaned softly with shyness and timidity. Han Shuo's outer clothing had been unknowingly taken off by Fanny. Han Shuo's naked upper body was incomparably strong and every inch of muscle seemed to be filled with explosive power. When Fanny couldn't catch her breath, her fragrant lips left Han Shuo's mouth and she looked at Han Shuo's naked upper body, her bright eyes brimming with intense amorous feelings. You want me. Moaning softly like a mosquito, Fanny's face was flushed red and she buried her head deep into Han Shuo's chest. Smelling the rich male scent on Han Shuo's body, she only felt her heart become a tangled mess. Even she could hear the sound of her heartbeat clearly. No. Han Shuo smiled wryly and refused. Fanny's face was filled with panic and she suddenly raised her head to look at Han Shuo. Her blushing cheeks were filled with pitiful grief and puzzlement, and her bright eyes were filled with confusion and panic. Master Jean is coming and it's daytime right now. You still have class later. How about, at night? Han Shuo smiled wryly as he scratched his head and spoke softly to Fanny. It was only after Han Shuo's words that Fanny abruptly reacted. She blushed and hastily put on Han Shuo's clothes, saying anxiously, yes, then leave first. We'll talk about this later. At this moment, the footsteps of Master Jean of the Necromancy Major were slowly approaching. Even Fanny herself could hear it. Fanny was even more flustered. She felt guilty and hurriedly urged Han Shuo to leave. Han Shuo nodded with a wry smile and casually put on his clothes. He had already left Fanny's lab before Jean could approach. On the way back to his residence, Han Shuo was indescribably moved by Fanny's deep feelings. He never would have thought that Fanny had actually struggled bitterly for so long because of his matters. Even though Fanny knew some of his matters, she still didn't abandon him. This kind of deep feelings made Han Shuo feel as if he was unable to repay her. When Han Shuo returned to the residence, Steward Colossus hurriedly rushed over and said with a grave expression, "Lord Marquis, Grand Duke Ashburn and First Prince Charles request an audience. They've been waiting for quite a while. What are they here for?" Startled, Han Shuo frowned and asked in confusion. "This lowly one doesn't know." Colossus respectfully replied. Filled with doubts, Han Shuo walked towards the hall used to receive distinguished guests. With a glance, he saw First Prince Charles whom he had previously met in the Northern Rose Garden. This was the first time Han Shuo had seen Duke Ashburn beside Charles. With just a glance, Han Shuo knew that this person was a crafty old fox and wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. The two of them had relaxed expressions as they sipped tea in the hall. They actually didn't bring any attendants with them. When Han Shuo heard Steward Colossus report, he released his mystical demons to observe the surroundings of the residence. Only then did he discover that there were two gorgeous carriages parked at the corner of the main entrance and a group of knights standing guard. Han Shuo, who was worried about Fanny and Phoebe's matters, had many thoughts running through his mind along the way and neglected the surrounding situation. Only after circling around the residence with his mystical demons did he discover the different situation within the residence. This was the capital, Asen City. Ashburn and First Prince Charles had openly come to pay their respects to Han Shuo and naturally weren't afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly rise in revolt. That was why they boldly left the group of knights outside and didn't bring any experts to protect them. On the surface, the two of them could be considered to have quite the presence. When he saw Han Shuo walk in, Ashburn signaled Charles with his eyes. He immediately stood up and nodded to Han Shuo with a smile, saying, "Marquis Brian's name has reverberated like thunder. Seeing you today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Within my Lancelot Empire, a man as imposing as Marquis Brian is truly rare." Hee hee. Han Shua wasn't in a good mood. He had heard many stories of the old fox Ashburn and Charles throwing their weight around in the empire and didn't have a good impression of the two. He replied with a fake smile, "Lord Duke overpraises me. In front of Lord Duke, no one's name can be said to reverberate like thunder. Greetings, Your Highness the First Prince." According to etiquette, Han Shua once again bowed to First Prince Charles. Dispense with the formalities. In the past, I had some misunderstandings with Marquis Brian. This time, I've come to pay a visit in hopes of clearing up the misunderstandings between us. First Prince Charles looked amiably at Han Shua. His friendly attitude was as different as heaven and earth compared to the last time in the Rose Garden. Your Highness is too polite. We have never had any misunderstandings. I don't know what's going on with your words. Han Shua was stunned. Soon after, he looked at Charles with a baffled expression. Lightly coughing, Duke Ashburn said with a smile, "In the past, I asked Cameron for help with some matters. I didn't expect that Mr. Cameron would actually become Miss Phoebe's business rival. That Cameron fellow really deserves to die. He actually used Charles's name to intimidate others and dared to find trouble with Miss Phoebe. We weren't aware of this matter at the start. However, I think that Marquis Brian might misunderstand that we instigated Cameron to do so. Therefore, I specially came over to clarify the matter with Marquis Brian. I hope that Marquis Brian won't misunderstand us because of this matter. To be honest, Charles and I have always admired you and hope to become friends with you." Misunderstanding? There simply isn't any misunderstanding. Without your instigation, how would Cameron dare to intimidate others and make a move against Phoebe? Han Shua sneered in his heart. He had already understood Ashburn and Charles's goal from their tone. He was certain that it was because of his position in Uhtred's heart, causing Ashburn and Charles to understand his importance. Therefore, they had condescended to deliberately befriend him. Then it must be a misunderstanding. This matter has passed for so long that I've almost forgotten about it. There's nothing to discuss. Han Shua narrowed his eyes and played down this matter. Soon after, he smiled at Ashburn and Charles and asked, "I wonder why Lord Duke and Your Highness have come to find me this time." Brettel City's development is the most exciting news in the Empire in recent days. The City Lord of Seamist City, Karev, who is only one step away from Brettel City, has an extremely close relationship with me. If Brettel City and Seamist City are able to cooperate closely, our development in all aspects will be even faster. The reason I've come this time is to discuss with Marquis Brian that Seamist City can provide some assistance to Brettel City. For example, population and other resources that Brettel City lacks. Eldest Prince Charles smiled as he looked at Han Shua, slowly talking about proper business. Seamist City's City Lord Karev was a member of the Haug family. His sister, Kalina, was eldest Prince Charles's wife. His relationship with Charles was naturally very close. Seamist City and Brettel City weren't far apart. If Seamist City could provide some effective assistance, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to Brettel City's development. This was something Han Shua understood in his heart. Then, what does our Brettel City need to pay? Han Shua asked Charles without batting an eyelid. I don't need to pay anything. As long as I can win Marquis Brian's friendship, I'll be satisfied. Charles stared at Han Shua with a scorching gaze as he replied. Grand Duke Ashburn smiled as he looked at Han Shua. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Marquis Brian, to be frank, I admire you very much. If you don't mind, we can discuss in detail the possibility of cooperation. The authority and benefits we can bring you will far exceed what others can give you. As long as we cooperate, authority, wealth, and women will be at your fingertips. Han Shua chuckled as he looked at the two. Under their expectant gazes, he resolutely shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm a person who cherishes old friendships and knows how to repay favors. Both of you should understand what I mean. Eldest Prince Charles's expression suddenly darkened when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, Ashburn glared at him. Shortly after, Ashburn smiled and said, "Is that so? He, I understand. Since that's the case, then we'll take our leave. I'm really sorry for disturbing you this time. I hope you can forgive us." After Ashburn glared at him, eldest Prince Charles didn't suddenly lose his composure. His expression darkened as he looked at Han Shuo with an additional trace of anger, as if he was angry that Han Shuo didn't know how to appreciate kindness when given face. "Then, I won't send you off." Han Shuo looked at Grand Duke Ashburn in astonishment. He didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Once he understood that there was no hope, he didn't hesitate at all. "Marquis Brian, take care." Before Charles left, he suddenly turned his head to glance at Han Shuo and said meaningfully, "Many thanks for eldest prince's reminder. I will be careful." Han Shuo's expression suddenly turned cold as he replied in an unfriendly manner. Han Shuo clearly heard the threat in Charles's tone. He knew that after this time, there would no longer be any room for friendly relations with Charles and Ashburn's forces. The only path left was to fight to the death. Chapter 410. Han Shuo knew that Charles definitely wouldn't let him off. However, Han Shuo didn't expect that Charles's revenge would come so quickly and so ferociously. That night, Han Shuo, who was in the middle of researching the incantation to connect to another world, suddenly sensed a few powerful auras gradually approaching his mansion from afar. Han Shuo was abruptly roused from his contemplation. The 12 mystical demons were immediately released. With Han Shuo's mansion as the center, they spread out in 12 different directions like a spider's web. A troop of 500 knights, mixed with 200 temple knights from the Church of Light, headed towards Han Shuo's mansion from 4 different directions. Light Grand Magus Kos of the Church of Light, as well as a few experts from the Church of Light that Han Shuo didn't recognize, as well as a few powerful Deathsworn attached to Ashburn, led their troops and surrounded him. There was no moon on this night. Under the pitch-black curtain of night, this group of people didn't have any concealment. They were simply heading straight for Han Shuo's mansion in an open and aboveboard manner. Han Shuo could see the killing intent in the eyes of those knights. Han Shuo was frightened and hastily walked out of the secret room. The scene that he saw through the 12 mystical demons was simply unimaginable to Han Shuo. Even if Ashburn and Charles were more powerful, how could they dare to be so impudent in the capital of the Lancelot Empire, Asan City? The mansion that Han Shuo lived in was surrounded by either the rich or the noble, all of them were influential figures of the empire. Even on this moonless night, such a large movement was absolutely impossible to conceal. Furthermore, Asan City was the headquarters of the Dark Mantle. After all, Ashburn wasn't the empire's King Uhtred. What right did he have to be so arrogant? A series of suspicions surged into Han Shuo's mind. He only felt that Ashburn must have gone mad. Such a crazy action definitely wasn't something that a wily old fox would dare to do. Unfortunately, Kos's appearance in the presence of a few of his ministers in the Duke's mansion already proved that this action was indeed Ashburn's instigation. Just as Han Shuo was at a loss, a mansion not far away suddenly burst into flames. A mystical demon just happened to see the situation in that direction and saw a group of knights charging in and killing anyone they saw. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the rocky ground red. Not even a single servant was spared. Han Shuo vaguely remembered that the mansion belonged to Earl Terry. Terry was inclined towards Lawrence. Han Shuo had even seen this person early in the morning. Through Lawrence's introduction, he knew that this person's mansion wasn't far from his. He didn't expect that his mansion had already fallen into such a state. A flash of inspiration flashed through Han Shuo's mind. He suddenly understood. Since Ashburn dared to act so brazenly and disregard King Uhtred's authority, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Ashburn knew that the situation wasn't good and rebelled a step ahead of time. There was another possibility, which was that King Uhtred had already died. This way, Ashburn would no longer be restricted by anyone. Only then would he dare to act freely, using the fastest speed to eradicate those who were unfavorable to him, swiftly taking control of Asen City. However, if Ashburn wanted to rebel, he should have taken action the day King Uhtred expressed his support for Lawrence. He definitely wouldn't have watched Uhtred slowly delegate authority to Lawrence without doing anything. From this point of view, the first possibility was relatively small. Instead, King Uhtred's sudden death was the most reasonable. Carrying this kind of doubt, only 2 of the 12 mystical demons remained in his mansion. The other 10 mystical demons began to spread out with Han Shua's mansion as the center. One of them headed straight for the imperial palace. At the location of the mystical demons, Han Shua discovered that even more soldiers were being mobilized in the pitch-black night. There were also other places that were similarly shrouded in cruel massacres. There were nobles who were inclined towards Lawrence, and there were also some who were on the side of the second and youngest princes. Suddenly, the entire interior of Asen City was filled with smoke. Without a doubt, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had already begun to take action. A bloody massacre against the other powers had officially begun on this moonless night. Any power that was hostile to Ashburn and Charles was destined to suffer disastrous casualties tonight. After understanding the situation, Han Shua quickly went to Butler Kalas' room. Butler Kalas was getting on in years. Old people wouldn't be able to sleep too deeply, especially when Han Shua's footsteps were deliberately louder when he came over. Therefore, Kalas immediately woke up. "Lord Marquis, what's wrong?" Kalas had never seen Han Shua so anxious before. With a start, he sat up from his bed and immediately asked. "Don't bring anything. Immediately wake up all the servants and escape from the Marquis residence. Duke Ashburn has rebelled and a group of knights are currently on their way here. Once they arrive, no one here will be able to survive. Quickly, leave this place, immediately." Han Shua quickly explained. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about this place anymore and quickly left the Marquis residence, heading straight for the Buzd Merchant Guild where Phoebe was. This residence was bestowed to Han Shua by Uhtred. However, it was clear that Han Shua didn't treat it as a true home. There wasn't a single person that Han Shua truly cared about inside. Han Shua was used to placing important things in his space ring. At this time, there wasn't anyone or anything worth remembering here, so he immediately left after reminding Kalas. Not many people knew about the relationship between Han Shua and Fanny. In addition, Fanny and Lawrence also didn't have any interactions. In addition, Fanny's father was Firenze. As the king of the southern border, Firenze was one of the few people that Ashburn was apprehensive of. Han Shua basically didn't need to worry about Fanny's safety. Emily was at the Dark Mantle headquarters. Within the entire Asen City, the Dark Mantle headquarters defenses were the most solid. Inside, there were transportation arrays that extended in all directions that led to every major city in the empire. Even if Ashburn had heaven-defying methods, he would still be unable to take down the Dark Mantle headquarters in a short period of time. It was even more impossible for him to capture the Dark Mantle's upper echelon. Thus, Han Shua similarly wasn't worried about Emily. Only Phoebe, as she was too close to Lawrence and the Buzd Merchant Guild had repeatedly spoiled Grand Duke Ashburn's plans, was most likely to be attacked. As the Grand Duke of the Empire, the power that Ashburn grasped was only second to King Uhtred. Even if it was Phoebe's master, Sacred Swordmaster Corel, Ashburn similarly wouldn't place him in his eyes. With the full support of the Church of Light, it was likely that Ashburn would have even more experts at his disposal. It was almost impossible for Sacred Swordmaster Corel to rely on his own strength to kill Ashburn. Along the way, Han Shua sped as fast as lightning towards the Buzd Merchant Guild. Along the way, he discovered through the mystical demons that even more changes had occurred in Asen City. Many noble mansions had been reduced to ruins in an extremely short period of time. Some small mansions were razed to the ground within a few breaths of time under a few large-scale destructive magic spells. Ashburn's methods were extremely ruthless. As long as it was an enemy, regardless of whether it was a servant or a guest, not a single one would be spared. Many noble mansions in Asan City were shrouded in cruel massacres. During this process, the army under his control had marched towards the city gates, most likely intending to take control of all the city gates. The few teleportation magic arrays within Asan City had long been in Ashburn's hands. Layers of troops had firmly surrounded the teleportation magic arrays, making it impossible for anyone to leave Asan City through the teleportation magic arrays. It seemed that Ashburn and Charles were intending to completely take control of Asan City and wipe out all the enemies within. The mystical demon that was heading towards the Imperial Palace heard loud wails before it even neared. The army that was inclined towards eldest Prince Charles had already taken control of the Imperial Palace. The mystical demon had only circled around once before discovering that King Uhtred had indeed died. Some of the rebels had already been killed on the spot. From these signs, Han Shua suddenly understood that King Uhtred's sudden death was most likely related to eldest Prince Charles. Otherwise, the Imperial Palace wouldn't have been sealed off and there wouldn't have been no news leaking out. Those princes were most likely kept in the dark tonight and simply didn't know of His Majesty's grievous news. Within Duke Ashburn's mansion, he was together with eldest Prince Charles. Beside him were numerous noble supporters. These people had gloomy expressions as they commanded the officers to seize control of various key points while reporting out the names of the nobles, allowing their subordinates to eradicate them. A mystical demon circled over and clearly heard the conversation between Ashburn, Charles, and the others. It finally understood that this matter was indeed a fierce counterattack by Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles. Suddenly, a mystical demon arrived at the Buzzed Merchant Guild ahead of time and saw a group of soldiers coldly killing people from afar. The merchants and guards of the Buzzed Merchant Guild had all died tragically under the crossbow arrows of those people. However, it was fortunate that these people had just started their attack from the front of the house and clearly hadn't penetrated deep into the interior of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. He reckoned that nothing would happen to Phoebe for the time being. Han Shua's heart was burning with anxiety. He unleashed the demonic Ninth Heaven's art to its limit and rushed towards the Buzzed Merchant Guild like a meteor chasing after the moon. He constantly prayed that nothing would happen to Phoebe. If something really happened to Phoebe, even if Han Shua had promised Uhtred, he would still break the promise and skin Charles alive. Chapter 4:11. Smoke rose from all directions within the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Ashburn's subordinates charged in and killed anyone they saw. The guards within the guild simply didn't have any leeway to retaliate and were instantly killed or injured in large numbers. Phoebe, who had been scared out of her wits by Han Shua's words, raised the divine weapon, Starry Sky, and led the guards within the guild to defend with all their might. However, the situation was clearly far from good. The soldiers attacking the Buzzed Merchant Guild this time also included a few experts who had attached themselves to Charles. Among them was a temple knight from the Church of Light who wielded a silver spear as if he was invincible. Every time his spear descended, a guard would definitely die. There were also a few mages who continuously released magic, causing the buildings within the Buzzed Merchant Guild to catch fire. Some of the rations and goods stored inside were burning amidst the raging flames. Some servants walked out of their rooms covered in flames, but a rain of arrows whizzed over, piercing through those innocent servants. In an extremely short period of time, the Buzzed Merchant Guild fell under the unyielding attack. Only Phoebe and a group of loyal guards were left, hastily retreating towards the back door. During this process, the guards by Phoebe's side were killed one after another. "Miss Phoebe, you won't be able to escape today." Space Archmage Aubrey looked at Phoebe with a sinister smile as he spoke unhurriedly. Last time within the Buzzed Merchant Guild, it was Space Archmage Aubrey and Cameron who had come to force Phoebe. Unfortunately, they just so happened to run into Han Shua. In the end, Aubrey and Cameron were respectively poisoned by ice and fire by Han Shua, suffering in an abyss of suffering for the next few days. Aubrey naturally understood that everything was caused by Han Shua. However, he understood that Han Shuo wasn't someone he could provoke. He could only swallow his bitterness and harbor thoughts of revenge in his heart. Today, he had come to the Buzzed Merchant Guild again. Aubrey had the Temple Knights of the Church of Light by his side, as well as even more magic experts. He had complete confidence in accomplishing what he couldn't accomplish the last time, which was to capture Phoebe to threaten Sacred Swordmaster Corel, making Corel not dare to act blindly without thinking. Behind Aubrey, there was a team of 100 soldiers, as well as the Temple Knight with the olive branch pattern on his chest. Phoebe, who was running away, only had 30 guards. Even though Phoebe was a great swordsman, she had no chance of winning. While Aubrey was speaking, a spatial laceration spell had already been released. A bright, sharp blade streaked past, and several large pieces of the bodyguards beside Phoebe suddenly disappeared. Parts of their bodies had been taken away by the spatial laceration spell, falling into another space. Bang! Phoebe, who'd been retreating, suddenly felt as if her back had collided with an invisible wall. Her entire body was bounced forward a few steps. Aubrey, you still dare come to my Buzzed Merchant Guild? Are you crazy? There are so many servants and guards, and you actually dare to kill without asking anything? Phoebe clearly didn't know of the news of King Uhtred's death. Just like Han Shuo, her heart was filled with incomparable shock. She didn't expect Ashburn to be so audacious. We aren't crazy. After tonight, Asen City in the Lancelot Empire will belong to His Highness Charles. Tonight, any hostile forces will be eliminated. Aubrey laughed savagely. Don't talk nonsense. Capture this woman as soon as possible. We still have other matters to attend to. The Temple Knight of the Church of Light suddenly spoke. Hearing the Temple Knight's words, Aubrey awkwardly stopped laughing. He nodded and said, Lord Crespo, this woman is a great swordsman. We still need to work together in order to capture her alive. Let's do it. The Temple Knight called Crespo didn't say any more superfluous words. He raised the silver spear in his hand and walked towards Phoebe. The silver spear was extended, and milky white rays of light shot out from the spear's tip. A divine aura slowly overflowed from Crespo's body. His shining silver armor suddenly emitted rays of light, causing Crespo's aura to soar. Phoebe was startled. Before Crespo could approach, she took a step back and brandished the divine weapon, Starry Sky. A huge cross suddenly shot out and arrived in front of Crespo in an instant. Crespo lightly snorted and raised his spear, meeting the huge cross. The cross suddenly soared into the sky and chopped a tree that was as thick as a bowl into two. You are just a newly advanced great swordsman. You should just surrender. Crespo said coldly. His body turned into a series of afterimages due to his high speed. The silver spear in his hand suddenly turned into several hundred spears and pierced towards Phoebe. A circle of starlight fiercely shot out from the divine weapon, Starry Sky. The specks of starlight spread out and formed a cross. It suddenly exploded with a frightening impact force. Several hundred illusory silver spears suddenly exploded into the air, and the explosive force spread out. Crespo let out a muffled groan and hastily retreated a few steps. Good, very good. You can actually borrow the power of the divine weapon and fuse it with Carol's cross slash. No wonder that old thing Corel values you so much. Crespo said with a cold expression as he retreated a few steps. The shoulders of his silver armor had 7 to 8 small holes as he spoke. I didn't expect that the Temple Knights of the Church of Light would actually become the first prince's lackeys. Is this something a religious organization like you that transcends authority should do? Phoebe similarly ridiculed with a face full of disdain. Miss, let's leave quickly. We will stay behind to cover the rear. The Buzzed Merchant Guild's guard captain impatiently pleaded with Phoebe. Shaking her head, Phoebe helplessly said, We can't leave. There weren't any powerful mages on Phoebe's side. When faced with this group of warhorses, mages, and archers working together, fleeing wasn't a wise choice, because mages who could fly were far faster than them. Aubrey, call your men to attack together. After capturing this woman, we still have other matters to attend to. Don't waste too much time. Crespo shot a glance at Aubrey and said coldly with a frown. Nodding his head, Aubrey agreed, all right, let's attack together. After Aubrey nodded his head, Crespo once again raised his spear and walked towards Phoebe. He spun his silver spear and a bright silver light suddenly shot out. At the same time, Aubrey started chanting an incantation. A space magic binding caused the surrounding space to fluctuate and shackled Phoebe at the center. The mages beside Aubrey all chanted incantations and various magic barriers fell towards Phoebe. A few archers from further away also arrived and drew their bows, aiming at Phoebe. Bang! Phoebe blocked Crespo's silver light with her sword. She suddenly felt a powerful attack and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It was these 2 steps that instantly pulled Phoebe into the space binding. Suddenly, all kinds of formless energy surged over. Phoebe felt as if she was being bound by a myriad of ropes, unable to move. Take her away. With this Phoebe here, that old bastard Corel will definitely know his place. Aubrey laughed complacently and instructed the knights behind him. Heh heh, this woman is really beautiful. TSK, her skin is too smooth. I have never seen a woman with such soft and supple skin. A knight came over with a lecherous smile. When he used the rope to bind Phoebe, he tried to touch Phoebe's face. When Phoebe, who couldn't move her hands or speak, saw a coarse hand heading towards her face, her bright eyes filled with intense alarm and anger. Uncontrollably, Phoebe thought of Han Shua at her weakest moment. How good would it be if this scoundrel could come and save me? As long as you appear, I might forgive you. I don't want anyone other than you to touch me. When a woman was frightened and helpless, the first person she would think of would be her man. Phoebe was no exception. Seeing the knight's large hand about to touch her face, Phoebe lost her head out of fear and strongly called out to Han Shua in her heart. Whoosh! Just when the coarse hand was about to land on Phoebe's face, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Shortly after, that knight suddenly howled crazily. That coarse hand was chopped off at the wrist, dripping with blood as it fell at Phoebe's feet. Who is it? Crespo suddenly shouted, vigilantly looking all around. The silver pike in his hand was constantly swallowing and spitting out silver rays. Whoosh! In the moonless night, a wisp of black lightning flashed. That knight with his wrist chopped off once again howled miserably. Everyone looked over and discovered that the knight's other hand, which was covering his broken wrist, had also been chopped off. Capture Phoebe, hurry up. Aubrey suddenly reacted and hastily instructed those stunned knights. After being stunned for a moment, those people immediately took action. They held thick ropes in their hands, planning to first tie up Phoebe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. That wisp of black light repeatedly appeared, like a black thread weaving the curtain of the night. The extended hands of the knights who tried to approach Phoebe were chopped off one after another. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was actually a pile of broken hands at Phoebe's feet. Although Phoebe was confined by magic and could not budge, her eyes did not miss anything that happened around her. Her heart was suddenly filled with intense joy. Without even thinking, Phoebe knew that Han Shua had arrived. This time, when the panic was dispelled, Phoebe instantly forgot about all the bad things about Han Shua. She only remembered that Han Shua had helped her time and time again. Brian. Damn it, why did he only come now? Phoebe called out in her heart, her eyes overflowing with happiness and serenity. She was no longer worried about the dangers around her, as if with the existence of that wisp of black light, there would be no danger that could threaten her. Come out, you cowardly sneak attacker. Crespo suddenly shouted and quickly rushed toward Phoebe. That person is coming. Aubrey was suddenly gobsmacked and reacted, shrieking at Crespo. Crespo's body froze midway, but he immediately reacted and shouted, "Impossible, that guy can't even protect himself. He shouldn't have appeared here so quickly." "Who said so?" A gloomy and cold voice suddenly came from afar. When the voice faded, a figure was already standing by Phoebe's side. Han Shua shot a glance at Crespo, his left hand lightly pressing on Phoebe's back. A ferocious force suddenly erupted, and a series of crackling sounds rang out around Phoebe. Several barriers in Aubrey's imprisonment were suddenly torn apart and destroyed. Phoebe, who was originally imprisoned and unable to budge, suddenly felt that her whole body could move. Before Han Shua had arrived, Phoebe had constantly called out in her heart, thinking that if Han Shua rescued her again, she would forgive Han Shua's fickleness. However, when Han Shua truly appeared in front of her, Phoebe was still brooding over the previous matter and felt that she couldn't easily forgive Han Shua. Thus, she snorted lightly and didn't say anything. "Heh heh, you dare touch my woman? You're courting death." After Han Shua released the imprisonment on Phoebe's body with one strike, he viciously looked at the people in front of him and sneered. "Pa! Who's your woman? You fickleness scoundrel!" Phoebe was both embarrassed and happy. She couldn't help but glare hatefully at Han Shua, panting with rage as she said, "I still haven't forgiven you for that matter. Don't talk nonsense with me. Of course it's Miss Phoebe, you're my woman. If you weren't my woman, why would I run all the way from the northern part of the city to save you?" Han Shua grinned and said to Phoebe, "It's really you. How is this possible? How did you escape from Lord Kasa's hands?" Crespo's expression changed as he looked at Han Shua in shock. "Kas. Ha, in the previous battles, it seemed like that guy was always running away, right?" Han Shua was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos as he spoke to Crespo. As he spoke, Han Shua had already taken out the skeletal staff, his expression gradually turning cold. "It's different this time. Apart from Lord Kas, there's also Lord Brown. How did you escape?" Crespo was greatly puzzled and retreated with some fear. In the Church of Light, Han Shua's infamy was extremely great. After Red Archbishop Kas repeatedly failed at his hands, Han Shua's strength was gradually recognized by the people of the Church of Light. Crespo could be considered to be self-aware and knew that he wasn't Han Shua's match with his strength. Thus, he had thoughts of retreating in his heart. "All of you, don't even think of leaving alive." Han Shua declared their fates as the skeletal staff began to summon undead creatures. Red Archbishop Kas, who wielded the divine weapon, Revelation, wasn't here, and there wasn't a light mage here who could quickly purify the undead creatures. Han Shua had absolute confidence that he could quickly kill them. Chapter 4:12. Under the summons of the skeletal staff, a dense mass of undead creatures surrounded Han Shua. Han Shua held Phoebe in one hand and the skeletal staff in the other, rapidly chanting an incantation. "Retreat, retreat." Crespo decisively gave the order and took the lead in retreating. Aubrey, the person in charge of this operation, immediately understood that this operation had failed once again when he saw Han Shua suddenly appear beside Phoebe. When the hordes of undead creatures gradually appeared, Aubrey also wanted to retreat. Crespo's order to retreat was exactly what he wanted, so Aubrey also began to retreat. "Want to run? It's too late." Han Shua released his grip on Phoebe's small hand and suddenly flew towards Aubrey, the skeletal staff still tightly held in his left hand and the demon's lair edge emerging from his right hand. Aubrey had long since suffered a great loss at Han Shua's hands. When he saw Han Shua rushing towards him, his expression immediately changed greatly. He hastily shouted to the archers on the surrounding rooftops, "Shoot him to death." A rain of arrows rapidly shot towards Han Shua. The strength and speed of these arrows indicated that these archers possessed extraordinary strength. However, before these arrows could reach Han Shua, the skeletal staff in Han Shua's hand shook and several white bone shields suddenly appeared, blocking all the arrows in several directions. Han Shua's speed exceeded Aubrey's expectations. Just as Aubrey turned around to look, the cold and stern Han Shua had already arrived not far behind him. "Careful!" Crespo suddenly shouted from nearby, the silver spear in his hand piercing towards Han Shua at high speed like a drill bit. Han Shua turned his head and shot a glance. With a wave of his right hand, the demon's layer edge left his hand in a streak of black light and pierced the tip of the silver spear with a whoosh. Clang! A dazzling radiance blossomed, and Crespo only felt a huge force enter his body through the spear shaft. It rushed into his internal organs from his arm, and instantly caused serious damage to his divine body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and retreated with a pale face. Clang! Crespo's silver spear fell to the ground, splitting into two halves. The remaining power of the demon's layer edge didn't diminish in the slightest as it continued to stab towards Crespo's chest like a shadow. Before Crespo could stabilize himself, the demon's layer edge pierced through the bright silver armor on Crespo's body, creating a large hole in his chest. A bone-piercing pain spread from his chest. Crespo's pale face was filled with despair as he stared blankly at the bloody hole in his chest. In the end, he spat out, "How is this possible?" before collapsing with a loud crash. Aubrey was frightened out of his wits as he desperately fled into the distance, no longer caring about the lives of others. As the main helper of this operation, Crespo was originally a Sky Knight. After joining the Temple Knights of the Church of Light, he received the additional protection of divine power due to his devout belief in the God of Light. His strength was much higher than that of an ordinary Sky Knight. That silver spear and the bright silver armor on his body were both items that only high-ranking members of the Temple Knights were qualified to possess. In the eyes of any alchemist on the continent, they were very high-grade weapons. Both the weapon and the armor even contained divine power. Who would have thought that they would be torn apart like paper under the attack of that weapon? This caused Aubrey to tremble with fear. The fleeing Aubrey obviously didn't understand that Han Shua's speed was far superior to his. Before Aubrey could leave the Buzzed Merchant Guild's sphere of influence, a cold shout came from behind him. Aubrey was aghast as he desperately began to cast the spatial shifting magic that he had yet to master. For a space archmage like Aubrey, his understanding of space magic could only be considered to be at the beginning of the path. He couldn't freely teleport over short distances like a space grand magus like Emma could. Rashly casting a magic that he hadn't mastered was a suicidal act. However, Aubrey had no other choice now. He understood that Han Shua wasn't someone he could match up against. Since there was no hope of escaping with speed, he could only risk his life and use the spatial magic that he hadn't mastered yet. When a person was in desperate straits, they would always burst forth with some potential. Aubrey, who normally required 2 seconds to chant a magic incantation, actually managed to shorten the time of the incantation by 1 second at this time. Han Shua hadn't even approached Aubrey when suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation came from Aubrey's surroundings. Suddenly, the space shattered like glass. Aubrey let out a horrified howl as his body seemed to shatter into pieces like a broken mirror. When the space returned to normal, Aubrey had disappeared without a trace. Han Shua abruptly stood in place. He had some misgivings about space magic. Rashly using a magic that he wasn't familiar with would sometimes result in even greater power than some orthodox space magic. This Aubrey was clearly in this situation. From Han Shua's point of view, Aubrey's body and space had shattered at the same time. There must have been a problem with the magic, causing him to lose his life as well. Before the space returned to normal, if Han Shua suddenly entered that area, it was very likely that he would be affected by the magic and wouldn't be able to leave. If he ended up falling into another space, then Han Shua would really want to cry, but no tears would come out. It wasn't known whether Aubrey was dead or alive, but from Han Shua's point of view, it was more likely that he would be dead than alive. Without wasting any time, Han Shua directly went to Phoebe's side and grabbed Phoebe, hastily saying, "Let's go first." I reckon that Lawrence's side is the most dangerous. Phoebe was startled and delighted at the same time. She was startled because of what Han Shoa had said about Lawrence's danger. She understood that Lawrence was the most crucial person. This time, since Ashburn dared to make a move against her so brazenly, then Lawrence would most likely be in grave danger as well. Once Lawrence was killed, then first Prince Charles and Ashburn would be able to truly grasp the situation. Then, the only path left for her and Han Shoa would be to escape. She was delighted because Han Shoa clearly knew that Lawrence was in greater danger, yet he still came to rescue her first. This was enough to prove that her importance in Han Shoa's heart was far greater than anything else. This was because Lawrence's survival would bring more benefits and power to Han Shoa. Phoebe was truly moved that Han Shoa had come to rescue her first at such a crucial time. What should we do with them? Phoebe immediately agreed. Soon after, she looked at the bodyguards beside her, as well as some merchants from the Buzzed Merchant Guild, and asked Han Shoa. Let them escape on their own. Don't worry, the remaining enemies will have no chance to make a move against my undead creatures. Han Shoa hastily instructed. Miss, you should leave first. We know what to do. The bodyguard leader hastily expressed his stance to Phoebe. Phoebe hesitated for a moment before nodding, all right then. Be careful and leave quickly. Han Shoa didn't waste any more words. He picked up Phoebe by the waist and flew towards Lawrence's current residence. Bastard, how can you do this in front of so many people? Phoebe was picked up by Han Shoa by the waist. Smelling the familiar scent on Han Shoa's body, her tender and charming face flushed red as she berated him in embarrassment. What does it matter? In any case, they all know that you're my woman. Han Shoa casually replied, clearly not embarrassed in the slightest. You still dare to say that? I still haven't forgiven you. Phoebe resentfully rolled her eyes at Han Shoa, still fuming as she spoke. Let's talk about this later. Don't talk anymore. We have to find Lawrence quickly. If Lawrence is really dead, I will take you and leave Asen City immediately. We will return to Brettel City as soon as possible. Han Shoa said in a deep voice. Brian, it seems that you don't care about Lawrence's life or death at all, right? Phoebe looked at Han Shoa in astonishment, somewhat puzzled. No, I'm just stating the facts. If I didn't care about Lawrence's life or death, I wouldn't be going to save him now. Alright, don't talk anymore. Han Shoa casually replied. His speed suddenly increased as he flew towards Lawrence's residence at lightning speed. Ever since Han Shoa knew that Lawrence had deliberately befriended him with ulterior motives, he no longer treated Lawrence as a true friend. The far-sighted Lawrence did everything for his own benefit. Han Shoa understood this in his heart and didn't harbor any resentment towards Lawrence's actions. However, it was impossible to say that Han Shoa didn't have a bit of grudge in his heart. It was just that Han Shoa's and Lawrence's interests were now firmly tied together. The two of them had become grasshoppers on the same string. Only when Lawrence ascended the throne would Han Shoa be able to obtain the greatest amount of benefits. Although this kind of relationship was maintained purely based on benefits, it wouldn't be mixed with too many personal feelings. It could only be said that Han Shoa saving Lawrence was all for his own benefit and not because of his personal feelings towards Lawrence. Therefore, Han Shoa didn't have too many feelings towards Lawrence's life or death. That was why his expression was so indifferent when talking about Lawrence's life or death. Before arriving at Lawrence's residence, the soaring fire could be seen from afar. On such a night without moonlight, the fire in Lawrence's residence was truly too conspicuous. There were a few noble mansions surrounding Lawrence's mansion, but those mansions were as peaceful as usual. Their doors were tightly shut, and not a single person walked out to take a look. It was as if they had suddenly become blind and deaf, turning a blind eye to the activity within Lawrence's mansion. Each and every one of them seemed to have sunk into the deepest sleep. When Han Shuo swept past those eerily quiet mansions, the mystical demons circled around in the air and suddenly discovered that those seemingly quiet mansions were similarly filled with panic. However, under the stern reprimand of the masters inside, not a single person dared to make a sound. Not a single person walked out of the mansions to take a look out of curiosity. Such was the hypocrisy of the world. The nobles in these residences weren't part of Lawrence's faction. Most of them hadn't indicated which side they supported, which was why they were able to escape by a fluke. The old nobles were all people who knew what to do. They understood that in the entire Lancelot Empire, only Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles dared to make a move against Lawrence's residence. This power wasn't something they could contend against. Watching from the sidelines was the wisest decision. Rumble, a huge explosion sounded from within Lawrence's residence. Han Shuo could see tall and spacious houses collapsing with a loud rumble from afar. In the dusky sky, two golden shadows were extremely dazzling as they moved about on top of a few houses. Every time a golden light flashed, a house would collapse. Slender gullies would appear after the golden light flashed. The magic boundary that enveloped Lawrence's entire residence was continuously destroyed. Many servants on the periphery were stabbed to death by sharp weapons one after another. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Some knights wearing brown, silver, and gray armor, as well as some mages wearing white, red, and black robes, surrounded Lawrence's residence from all directions. Among these people were experts under Ashburn, experts subdued by eldest Prince Charles, and experts sent by the Church of Light. When they were about to reach that area, a mystical demon finally took the lead and approached. Suddenly, he sensed two shadows moving about. One of them was actually Sacred Swordmaster Corel, while the other was a golden-haired old man dressed in a knight's attire. This golden-haired old man held a golden spear in his hand. The golden armor on his chest had a design of an angel statue. The design of the angel statue was vivid and lifelike, and its wings seemed to be constantly flapping. A divinity temple knight with an angel statue on his chest was the symbol of one who had been blessed by the god of light. Every divinity temple knight with an angel statue had terrifying strength comparable to a sacred knight. If this divinity temple knight was a sacred knight, then his strength would be even more terrifying. However, this kind of divinity temple knight was extremely rare within the Church of Light. Under normal circumstances, they definitely wouldn't leave the God of Light's hall easily. It was rumored that only when an evil heretic that blasphemed the God of Light appeared would these extremely rare divinity temple knights leave and replace the God of Light to punish that great heretic. Han Shuo didn't expect to actually see one in the Lancelot Empire. His heart was filled with astonishment. The golden spear in this divinity temple knight's hand overflowed with strands of golden light. Waves of incomparably sacred aura spread out, giving Han Shuo an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Golden fighting aura was something that only sacred knights and sacred sword masters could possess. This divinity temple knight being able to release golden fighting aura meant that he himself was a sacred knight. Once this kind of powerful existence obtained the blessings of the God of Light, their strength would be frightening. Han Shuo only took one look and started to faintly worry for Sacred Swordmaster Corel. With so many experts besieging Lawrence's mansion, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to forcibly barge in. He hastily summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and opened up a passageway leading to the center of Lawrence's mansion. He then brought Phoebe and drilled in. Chapter 413. Phoebe's mind was full of questions as she looked at the large hole in the solid ground in front of her. Her bright eyes focused on the Earth Elite Zombie who was opening the path in front of her. The Earth Elite Zombie moved forward. Even the most skilled pangolin couldn't have the ability to split open the earth like him. The earth in front of him automatically shrank and scattered, opening up a continuously extending tunnel at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Earth Elite Zombie easily walked through. What kind of earth magic is this? Phoebe, who was following closely behind Han Shuo, couldn't resist her curiosity after watching for a while. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of astonishment. It has nothing to do with magic. Han Shuo replied. He furrowed his brows in thought and reluctantly explained, in fact, this is somewhat similar to the martial arts I practice. It's an existence that doesn't belong to the realm of fighting aura or magic. Phoebe's smooth jade-like chin stretched, her cherry lips wide open in shock. She blankly looked at Han Shuo and said, apart from those two women, it seems that you're hiding a lot of things from me. Not at all. It's just that it's not easy to explain because the martial arts I practice is completely different from your magic and fighting aura. Moreover, it's a bit complicated. Even if I explain it, you might not understand. Han Shuo answered with a wry smile and tightened his grip on Phoebe's small hand. Somewhat angrily rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Phoebe inwardly told herself that she had to keep an eye on him in the future. This guy was originally very lustful and simply couldn't resist temptation. Once he met a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but have some crooked thoughts. If this continued, who knew how many love debts he would incur? Alright, we're here. Pay attention, don't let your imagination run wild. As Phoebe silently pondered, Han Shuo suddenly yelled in a serious tone, his gaze looking towards the slope. The Earth Elite zombie stood there motionlessly. When Han Shuo and Phoebe approached, he turned to look at Han Shuo and sent a message, Father, should we immediately open the entrance to the top? At some point in time, Little Skull, Earth, Wood, Fire, and Water Elite zombies all started calling Han Shuo Father. At first, Han Shuo was extremely uncomfortable, but he slowly got used to it. The words, Father, leapt into Han Shuo's heart, giving Han Shuo a new feeling. It was as if these 5 undead creatures that Han Shuo had refined from the other world had truly become his flesh and blood. It actually gave Han Shuo a feeling of affection. If he didn't communicate with these 5 creatures for a period of time, Han Shuo would feel a faint longing and worry, fearing that something would happen to them in. Let's wait a moment. Han Shuo replied. Shortly after, he turned to Phoebe and said, the exit is above. We're currently below Lawrence and the others. Let's not rush to go up immediately, lest Lawrence and the others attack us recklessly without knowing the situation. You stay here for the time being, I'll see if I can help your master. My master, what happened to my master? Han Shuo was able to observe the situation through the mystical demons, but Phoebe naturally didn't have this ability. After hearing Han Shuo's words, she asked in puzzlement. He's met with some trouble, Han Shuo explained. How is that possible? My master is a sacred sword master, what kind of trouble could he encounter? Phoebe had a kind of blind trust in Corel. She asked Han Shuo with a light smile, without any trace of nervousness in her expression. Your master is currently battling with a temple knight of the Church of Light. He's a sacred knight of the Church of Light. Apart from cultivating fighting aura, this sacred knight has also received divine blessings. Han Shuo explained to Phoebe with a grave expression. Phoebe's charming face suddenly changed. She obviously knew some things about the Church of Light and hastily cried out, how is that possible? My master once said that the number of such powerful temple knights in the Church of God of Light can be counted on one hand. Why would he leave the Temple of God of Light? I don't know either. Han Shuo replied. Shortly after, he furrowed his brows and thought to himself, could it be because of a heretic like me? Then hurry up and make your move. I don't wish for my master to be harmed. Although I understand my master's strength, there have always been all kinds of legends on the continent about the powerful temple knights of the Church of Light. These legends all describe the strength of such characters. I can't help but worry for my master. Phoebe had an anxious expression and began to worry for her master. Han Shuo nodded and retreated to the rear with the Earth Elite zombie. Above their heads, Sacred Swordmaster Corel and the Sacred Knight of the Church of Light were constantly exchanging blows. One house after another collapsed with a loud rumble. Deep ravines appeared on the ground where the sword rays passed by. The enormous energy from the two spread out. Everyone in the surroundings did their utmost to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Through the two mystical demons, Han Shuo could clearly see the exchange of blows between the two above his head. Han Shuo, who was underground, was constantly moving through the tunnels that the Earth Elite Zombie had opened up. He would always linger around the Sacred Knight's resting place, preparing to launch a sneak attack at the right moment. The golden-haired elder wielding the golden long spear looked like a moving piece of gold from afar. The golden armor on his body was incomparably sturdy. When he brandished his long spear, golden light shone brilliantly. In this dusky night, it was extremely eye-catching. Carol's white hair fluttered in the wind and his expression was grave. Every time he extended his long sword, a cross-shaped slash would explode out. This time, it was clear that Carel had used his full strength in his battle against the Sacred Knight. Regardless of the volume or the power contained in each cross-slash, it was much stronger than the last time he fought against Han Shuo. Those cross-slashes were like flying scythes, shattering rocks and collapsing houses wherever they passed, destroying everything in their path as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Sacred Knight's expression was solemn as he chanted a song of faith to the God of Light. The armor on his body was as hard as a diamond under the protection of divine power. Every thrust of his spear was filled with golden light and interweaved with a bizarre divine aura, causing the cross-shaped slashes flying towards him to explode into specks of light. The battle between the two apex experts caused a terrifying scene of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting in Lawrence's mansion. None of the experts in the surroundings dared to approach, fearing that they would suddenly be torn to shreds by the fighting aura. During this process, even more soldiers and knights arrived from afar, surrounding Lawrence's mansion layer by layer. The situation on Lawrence's side was becoming more and more disadvantageous. The terrifying battle between the two experts above had greatly shocked Han Shuo. Through the two mystical demons, Han Shuo was able to clearly see each and every movement of the two. Only now did he suddenly realize that Carel had indeed not used his full strength back then. Otherwise, he would definitely have lost last time. While the two experts were fighting, Han Shuo borrowed the Earth Elite Zombie's divine energy to rapidly travel underground, attempting to suddenly launch a fatal attack on the Sacred Knight. Han Shuo faintly felt that the Sacred Knight's target might be him. Although it was somewhat despicable to launch a sneak attack while the other was attacking, Han Shuo couldn't care less. Under the effect of the Earth Elite Zombie, many crisscrossing tunnels had already appeared in the depths of the earth. Han Shuo used the mystical demons to observe the direction of the battle between the two while constantly shuttling back and forth. He was ready at any moment to suddenly emerge from underground and teach the Sacred Knight a painful lesson when he was careless. Carel, I think you should retreat at the critical moment. The current situation isn't something you can control by yourself. As a good friend of many years, I really can't bear to see your end. As long as you give up on Lawrence, I, Dempus, dare to guarantee that you will be able to enjoy your old age in peace. Apart from Lawrence, all your disciples will be safe and sound. In the distance, a gray-haired old magus in his twilight years suddenly sighed. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded in every corner of Lawrence's mansion. Han Shuo, who had been closely watching the Sacred Knight's footsteps, naturally also heard the words of this old magus called Dempus. He couldn't help but separate a mystical demon to pay attention to this old magus. Clang! A ball of dazzling golden light blossomed from the source of the sound, appearing like a glaring sunlight in the pitch-black night sky. However, the strong light only lasted for a moment. Dempus, you old thing. You clearly know of astrologer Grace's prophecy, yet you still dare to disregard the future of the Lancelot Empire. Do you know that you will become the eternal sinner of the Lancelot Empire? Carel, who had landed after exchanging blows with the Sacred Knight, glared at Dempus and angrily berated him. To the divine eye of God of Light, mere astrology is just an unorthodox sorcery. Carel, you are an outstanding opponent, but it's a pity that you have gone astray and refuse to come to your senses. Those who go against the God of Light definitely won't have a good ending. The sacred knight landed on a broken roof and sighed. Han Shuo was currently below the sacred knight. However, the sacred knight wasn't fighting intensely with Corel at this time. If Han Shuo were to launch a sneak attack now, he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve the desired result and might even be injured by the sacred knight. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't act rashly. Corel, I know that Lawrence is your disciple, but he is only an illegitimate child. This kind of person definitely cannot become the new emperor of the Lancelot Empire. You should just give up on him. I'm getting a little impatient. If you still refuse to come to your senses, I can only personally take action. The old magus said helplessly. In the distance, Lawrence's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the old magus who kept on calling him an illegitimate child. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint, as though he couldn't wait to rush up and tear the old magus into pieces. You dare! Corel angrily shouted, raising his longsword as he charged at the old magus. You won't be able to pass. The sacred knight standing on the roof said with a smile. He brandished the golden spear in his hand and once again blocked sacred swordmaster Corel. With the two of them as the center, dazzling golden light once again shot out in all directions. Since you insist on protecting that illegitimate child, then, old friend, I'm very sorry to tell you that I won't drag this on any longer. The old magus said helplessly from afar, taking out an earthen yellow magic staff embedded with many shattered gems from his space ring. Dense earth element suddenly boiled from the depths of the earth and surged towards the old magus from all directions. He hadn't even chanted any magic incantations, yet he actually had such a powerful magic element gathering force. This caused Han Shuo's expression to suddenly change. Dempus? Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale. Han Shuo suddenly reacted. He furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before immediately ordering the Earth Elite Zombie to quickly head towards Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale's location. Although that sacred knight was similarly a huge threat, this Earth Sacred Magus Dempus who had nothing better to do might be able to kill Lawrence and his group with a large area of effect spell. In the hands of this sacred magus, earth magic might have many mystical restraining abilities towards the earth. Han Shuo was worried that this person's existence would affect the Earth Elite Zombie's strength deep underground. He hastily gave up on keeping a close eye on the sacred knight and rushed towards Dempus Gale's location without a care for anything else. The boundless power of the earth. Dempus Gale solemnly chanted an incantation while holding a magic staff. Dense earth element boiled in the depths of the earth and slight tremors gradually formed. Han Shuo, who was already deep underground, could clearly feel the sudden increase in power from the earth. Han Shuo carefully concealed the presence on his body, not touching a single bit of earth as he flew towards Dempus Gale. Due to the omnipresence of earth element in the depths of the earth, Han Shuo was worried that his touch would be detected by Dempus Gale, who was concentrating on releasing earth magic. As the beloved of the Earth Elite Zombie had the same power as the earth. He himself could be seen as the thick earth, so Han Shuo wasn't the least bit worried that the Earth Elite Zombie would be discovered. Father, the earth is changing. My current strength is still unable to stop this change, but I can change its direction. Do you want me to change its direction? Just as Han Shuo was rushing towards Dempus Gale, the Earth Elite Zombie suddenly sent him a message. Han Shuo blanked and hastily asked, "What do you mean?" The power contained in the earth will form a huge earthquake and tear the earth into many holes. I have no way to stop this situation from happening, but I can change the location of the earthquake and change the direction of this change. The Earth Elite Zombie honestly transmitted. Han Shuo was only stunned for a second before he became ecstatic and said, "Very good, change the location of the earthquake and release it around that old fellow. Yes, it's the place where the crowd is the most concentrated." When he was overjoyed and gave the Earth Elite Zombie the order, Han Shuo had already arrived at the bottom of Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale's feet with the Demon's Lair edge. He callously condensed demonic yuan and stabbed upwards with the demon's layer edge. Chapter 4:14. With my will as the guide, Earth Splitter. After a lengthy prelude, Earth Sacred Magus Dempus finally finished chanting the complete incantation for the Earth Splitter. Suddenly, Sacred Magus Dempus frowned slightly. He felt that the flow of the earth element in the depths of the earth was somewhat uncontrollable. This was a situation that had not occurred in the past 10 years, causing him to vaguely think that he was getting old. Could it be that he had chanted the incantation incorrectly? Just as Dempus was in a daze, he suddenly sensed a soaring baleful aura coming from the bottom of his feet. This soaring baleful aura did not have any concealment. The moment he sensed it, it tore through the hard rock and stabbed towards him like an indestructible sharp sword. Frightened, Earth Sacred Magus Dempus no longer had the leisure to correct the Earth Splitter that had gone out of control. All of his attention was focused on the sudden danger. That surge of killing intent that tore through the rocky ground was blood red in color and was stabbing towards his feet like a waterfall. Dempus cried out in his heart and hurriedly rose from the ground, using the levitation spell to fly towards the sky. At the same time, Dempus hastily chanted the Earth Armor, the Earth Defensive spell. Dense earth element frantically gathered on his body from all directions. A grayish-brown armor formed from the condensation of the dense earth element instantly covered Earth Sacred Magus Dempus' body. He also released a tenfold gravity spell that only shrouded the area around his feet. Han Shua, who was flying at lightning speed, suddenly felt the pressure increase tenfold when the demon's layer edge was about to pierce Dempus' feet. His speed of soaring into the sky unknowingly slowed down for a moment. Han Shua promptly made a decision and frantically poured his demonic yuan into the demon's layer edge while his body abruptly descended. Under the infusion of Han Shua's demonic yuan, the demon's layer edge suddenly flew out with thousands of blood rays. It was no longer affected by the gravitational force after a moment of hesitation in the air, blasting towards Earth Sacred Magus Dempus with the blood ray of 10,000 cuts. Dempus' expression was aghast. In his haste, he did not have the time to chant another earth magic spell. Without hesitation, he smashed the magic staff in his hand down with all his might. The magic staff in his hand was similarly condensed with dense earth elements, becoming as hard as the most solid diamond. Amidst the ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing, Dempus' magical staff was shattered into pieces by the demon's layer edge. The demon's layer edge, which had finally become an arrow at the end of its flight, still persistently bombarded Dempus' body, enveloping Dempus, who was covered by the earth armor, before finally releasing its remaining energy into Dempus' body. Dempus' earth armor did not have any damage, but the strands of cold air within the demon's layer edge had penetrated through the earth armor's physical defense and directly entered Dempus' old body. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus shuddered as his eyebrows suddenly froze. Beside Dempus, some of the experts who had followed him over only reacted at this moment. In an instant, all kinds of magic and weapons bombarded the demon's layer edge. The demon's layer edge slithered forward like a python, evading most of the attacks before suddenly disappearing into the ground. Rumble, at the same time, an earth-shaking rumble suddenly came from beneath their feet. The knights and soldiers standing on the ground all lost their balance and began to sway from side to side. All of a sudden, hundreds of earth spikes burst out from the ground like sword rays, piercing some of the knights and soldiers who were caught off guard and killed them. Amidst the violent rumbles, the ground suddenly split open with many large and small ravines. The bottomless ravines swallowed dozens of lives. For a moment, the area with Dempus as the center had become the main area to withstand the effects of the Earth Splitter spell. Amidst the rumbles, people were continuously killed by this astonishingly powerful earth magic. Dempus, who had the cold air invading his body, could feel the chaotic cold air in his body. He felt that his body had turned from spring to winter. His hands and feet suddenly became somewhat stiff and numb. He was so cold that cold air was emitting from his entire body. His hair and eyebrows were actually showing signs of freezing. Dempus had obviously also discovered the abnormal movements that were impossible to appear beneath his feet. Unfortunately, Dempus, whose hands and feet had turned cold due to the cold air, was unable to suppress the abnormality beneath his feet. He could only tremble as he watched his Earth Splitter spell cause huge casualties on his side. Lord Mage, what is going on? A temple knight of the Church of Light was pulled up from the abyss by a white-robed priest. He angrily looked at Dempus, who was floating in the air above his head, and reprimanded. Kaka. Dempus was very anxious as he tried to explain that this wasn't his fault. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out of his mouth was this kind of trembling sound. Lord Mage, are you too old? You can actually release such a crucial spell wrongly. Do you know how many experts we have lost because of this wrong spell of yours? Another white-robed priest of the Church of Light similarly had a furious expression. Sacred Swordmaster Corel, who was rapidly charging over, suddenly sensed the abnormality at Dempus' side midway. His heart was filled with doubts. After a few cross-slashes forced the Sacred Knight to retreat, Corel frowned as he looked at Dempus from afar. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He immediately abandoned the Sacred Knight and turned around to rush towards Lawrence's side. The survivors beside Dempus, who were frantically cleaning up the mess, didn't have the leisure to care about Han Shoa, who had once again dived into the ground. One by one, they pulled up their companions who were still struggling in the gully and helped treat the wounds of the survivors who had been stabbed by the earth spikes. Han Shoa rapidly distanced himself from Dempus' area after his attack. The Demon's Lair edge returned to his hand. Unknowingly, Han Shoa had arrived beneath the feet of the Sacred Knight from the Church of Light. Calmly observing the Sacred Knight through a mystical demon, Han Shoa discovered that the Sacred Knight was looking at Dempus with a puzzled expression. He was frowning as though he was considering something. Han Shoa held his breath and concentrated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he used the mystical demon to observe every change in the Sacred Knight's expression from afar. He was looking for the most opportune moment to give the Sacred Knight a fatal blow. The Sacred Knight looked at Dempus with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. His puzzled expression turned into anxiety. The golden spear in his hand trembled as he rushed towards Dempus, as though he wanted to help Dempus disperse the cold air in his body. Han Shoa, who had been waiting for the most opportune moment, suddenly used the same trick again when the Sacred Knight had just taken a step. He once again made use of the Demon's Lair edge's unstoppable sharpness to pierce through the ground towards the Sacred Knight's left foot that had yet to take a step. The boundless killing intent couldn't be concealed. The Sacred Knight's expression greatly changed as he immediately retracted his right foot. His right foot, which was mixed with divine energy and fighting aura, ferociously kicked towards the bottom of his foot. Han Shoa's Demon's Lair edge had just pierced through the ground when a torrential force violently surged over. Rumble, the Sacred Knight stomped his right foot and a large ball of golden light suddenly entered the ground. With his right foot as the center, a round pit suddenly appeared. Han Shoa definitely didn't expect the Sacred Knight's reaction to be so quick. Before the Demon's Lair edge could stab into the Sacred Knight's left foot, the Sacred Knight had already retracted his right foot and exploded with a terrifying force. The soft ground suddenly became as heavy as a mountain under the force of that stomp, forcibly stopping Han Shoa's sneak attack deep underground. Hee, Marquis Brian, I knew it was you. The Sacred Knight above laughed loudly. The golden spear in his hand trembled with hundreds of strands of golden light. He waved it for a moment before abruptly stabbing it into the deep pit beneath his feet. Suddenly, needle-like fighting aura pierced through the ground and shot towards Han Shoa at high speed. Those strands of golden fighting aura contained a sacred aura that Han Shoa loathed immensely. With a speed that made it impossible for Han Shoa to dodge, they arrived in front of Han Shoa in an instant. Cursing loudly in his heart, Han Shoa raised the Demon's Lair edge in his hand to form a black screen formed from demonic yuan to defend against the hundreds of strands of fighting aura. His body hastily deployed a protective shield to form a second layer of defense against the hundreds of strands of golden light. The hastily formed black screen shattered like an eggshell when the 57 strands of golden light arrived at the same time. The remaining dozens of strands of golden light pierced Han Shuo like golden lightning. Han Shuo only felt as if his body had been continuously pierced with steel needles dozens of times. His incomparably tough body couldn't withstand it and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective shield dimmed. Han Shuo looked as if he had been pierced dozens of times by arrows. Dozens of finger-sized bloody holes suddenly appeared on his body. Even his forehead had 3 bloody holes, completely destroying Han Shuo's handsome face, making him appear incomparably terrifying. "Kid, I knew you were up to no good. I was waiting for your sneak attack. Hee, you're still a bit too inexperienced." The Sacred Knight's laughter came from above. He flicked the spear in his hand and prepared to attack Han Shuo again. This was the first time Han Shuo had failed like this since he started cultivating. He cursed the Sacred Knight's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He knew that his premeditated sneak attack had been seen through long ago, and that he had ended up in a situation where he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Forcefully resisting the urge to charge out and fight it out with the Sacred Knight, Han Shuo didn't wait for the Sacred Knight's next wave of attacks to arrive. He decisively returned along the path he had come from. Having cultivated the demonic arts to Han Shuo's level, as long as his consciousness wasn't scattered and his demon infant wasn't destroyed, he would be able to recover no matter how great the damage to his body was. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't worried about his disfigured face. There were too many experts on the other side. Han Shuo knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits by forcefully going out. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. The Earth Elite Zombie, who had just destroyed the Earth Sacred Magus Dempus's Earth Fisher, suddenly felt the boundless anger and resentment in Han Shuo's heart. The Earth Elite Zombie, who was deeply affected, disobeyed Han Shuo's orders for the first time. He actually forcibly escaped from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, thousands of earth spikes abruptly rose from the ground one by one. The earth was like a continuous stretch of forest, undulating up and down. While the Sacred Knight's body was unstable, the Earth Elite Zombie, who had been naive all along, recklessly charged at the Sacred Knight. Chunks of earth flew out from the earth and stuck to the Earth Elite Zombie's body. In an extremely short period of time, the Earth Elite Zombie was covered by tens of thousands of tons of earth. The Earth Elite Zombie had turned into a 10-meter-tall clay man. His original naive appearance could no longer be seen, as though he had merged with the earth. He ferociously stomped on the somewhat stunned Sacred Knight. "No!" Han Shuo, who was deep in the earth, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ignoring the bloody wounds on his body, Han Shuo once again soared into the sky from the ground, anxiously charging at the Sacred Knight. However, before Han Shuo could get close to the Sacred Knight, the golden spear in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling golden light. The spear stabbed right at the foot of the 10-meter-tall clay man that the Earth Elite Zombie had transformed into. A torrential force suddenly erupted, all of it rushing into the Earth Elite Zombie's body. The Earth Elite Zombie's body, which was formed from mud, suddenly shone brightly after the golden light entered it. Soon after, large chunks of the mud covering its body fell off. The Earth Elite Zombie, which had returned to its original size, was struck by a beam of golden light and was suddenly sent flying backwards. A large chunk of the natural armor on its chest had caved in deeply. Han Shuo's eyes were crimson red. He had never been as angry as he was now. Little Skull, the Fire Elite Zombies, and the Wood Elite Zombies in the other plane all sent a strong message that they wanted to descend to this plane. They wanted to join forces with Han Shuo to viciously retaliate against the enemy who dared to harm Han Shuo and the Earth Elite Zombie. Han Shuo, who hadn't lost his mind, forcibly stopped Little Skull and the others' urgent desire. He watched as the Earth Elite zombie actually struggled to charge at the Sacred Knight once again after falling into the ground to avenge him. Han Shuo choked with sobs as he shouted, "Idiot." Soon after, Han Shuo ignored the Earth Elite zombie's persistent desire and used the fastest speed in his life to chant a reverse magic incantation, forcibly sending the simple-minded Earth Elite zombie back to the netherworld. "Foolish undead creature, you are truly courting death." The Sacred Knight chuckled as he looked at Han Shuo. He pointed the golden spear in his hand at Han Shuo and said, "This time, my target is you. Your strength is not bad, no wonder you were able to force Kos to retreat twice in a row. However, your good luck ends here." Han Shuo had never hated a person as much as he did at this moment. All along, Han Shuo's attitude towards the Church of Light had been to ignore them, taking passive measures to counterattack. It wasn't until the Earth Elite zombie recklessly got injured for him that Han Shuo truly made up his mind to fight to the death with the Church of Light. Han Shuo's crimson eyes stared at the Sacred Knight who had a relaxed and boastful expression. He panted violently, ignoring the blood flowing from the bloody holes on his body. Because of his agitation, blood was flowing from the 3 bloody holes on his nose and left cheek, making him look as sinister as a demon who had walked out from the depths of hell. "I will remember you. As long as I am alive, the Church of Light will never have a day of peace." Han Shuo slowly spat out these words, pausing between each word. He then turned around and flew towards Corel using the demonic 9 heads technique. The space sacred magus of the Lancelot Empire, Sabakas, had appeared at an unknown time. He was currently drawing a teleportation array under Lawrence's feet. Apart from Sabakas who was concentrating on drawing the teleportation array, everyone's gazes were focused on Han Shuo. Phoebe's bright tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes, but she was firmly held down by Carol's hand, preventing her from attempting to fly towards Han Shuo. Chapter 4:15. When the Sacred Knight who injured Han Shuo saw Han Shuo turn around and fly towards Lawrence, he hesitated for a moment and didn't rashly chase after him. In the direction that Han Shuo was flying towards, apart from Sacred Swordmaster Corel, there was also Space Sacred Magus Sabakas. With 2 sacred rank experts there, before the Earth Sacred Magus Dempus recovered, this Sacred Knight obviously had some misgivings. Since the Sacred Knight didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, the experts from the Church of Light and Prince Ashburn's side naturally wouldn't foolishly rush over and throw away their lives. Therefore, the group of people could only watch as Han Shuo spoke ruthlessly and quickly flew towards Lawrence's side. By now, Lawrence's mansion had been completely destroyed by the battle between the 2 sacred rank experts and the earth magic spell Shatter Earth. All that could be seen were collapsed houses and desolation everywhere. The servants and maids in Lawrence's mansion had all been massacred a step earlier. Currently, there were only less than 10 trusted aides by Lawrence's side. On the other hand, after the enemy had lost the Shatter Earth spell, they still had close to 400 experts of various professions with astonishing battle prowess. The sound of hooves gradually approached from the distance. It seemed that there were still reinforcements coming. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus lightly exhaled. Wisps of purple light drifted out from his body and a bone-chilling aura spread along with the purple light. Dempus was after all a sacred magus and his proficiency in manipulating mental strength had already reached an extraordinary level. The invasion of the cold air for a moment could cool or even freeze his body. However, once he recovered and used his mental strength to expel the cold air obviously wouldn't be able to take his life. Moreover, when the cold air from the demon's lair edge entered his body, he had already used magic to resist it twice. Only a few wisps of the dense cold poison had entered his body. A mage of his realm naturally wouldn't be so easily taken away by a few wisps of cold poison. After Dempus expelled the cold air from his body, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had reacted in time just now and had many experts by his side to protect him. Otherwise, if Han Shuo had the opportunity to make another move while he was suffering from the cold poison, it was likely that his old life would have been lost. What a terrifying martial skill. Dempus was aghast in his heart as he looked at Han Shua, who was covered in wounds and had a sinister appearance as he walked towards Lawrence. He thought to himself, could it be that astrologer Grace's prophecy that this person could bring new prosperity to the Lancelot Empire is true? Brian, are you all right? Phoebe struggled free from Carol's hands with all her might and rushed to Han Shua with teary eyes. Her tender little hands trembled as she caressed the terrifying bloody hole on Han Shua's face. It's nothing, don't worry. Han Shua cracked an ugly smile and comforted Phoebe, who was crying uncontrollably. He reached out and grabbed Phoebe's little hand that was touching the bloody hole on his cheek and walked towards Lawrence. Lawrence's expression was full of worry as he hurriedly said, "Healer, where's the healer?" "Dead, he's long dead." Dark Grand Magus Crowley, who had pledged allegiance to Lawrence, sighed softly and took out a medicine bottle. He passed it to Han Shua and said, "Quickly apply it on the wound." "Senior." The old assassin Ballins, who was beside Lawrence, had been staring deeply at Han Shua and softly called out at this moment. Ballins wasn't young anymore and had seen all sorts of situations as an assassin. He didn't intentionally express his concern in front of Han Shua, but the murderous aura on his body became even denser. It was obvious that his target wasn't on Han Shua's side. "No need." Han Shua smiled as he refused. However, his smile on that terrifying face didn't make one feel at ease. At least, Phoebe started to cry bitterly again. "There's really no need. My wound is no longer bleeding. The martial technique I train in is special. This kind of external injury that looks very serious won't have any substantial effect on me." Han Shua couldn't help but explain once again when he saw everyone anxiously trying to apply the medicine on his body. Hearing Han Shua's words, everyone couldn't help but seriously size up Han Shua with a bellyful of doubt. All of their expressions suddenly froze. The wounds all over Han Shua's body, from the finger-sized bloody hole that was previously bubbling with blood, all of the fresh blood seemed to have frozen at the entrance of the hole. The scarlet-red muscle fibers on the wound wriggled like worms. The originally finger-sized bloody hole had actually shrunk to half its original size. Sacred Swordmaster Corel, who was always calm and unperturbed, was somewhat doubting his own eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes and opened them again, gazing at the bloody hole on Han Shua's body. It had really shrunk to half its original size. Carol's expression changed. With his torch-like eyes, he could clearly see that the bloody hole on Han Shua's body was the size of a pinky finger and was oozing scarlet blood. However, not only had the bleeding stopped, the bloody hole had also shrunk to the size of a chopstick. Han Shua had soared into the sky from the depths of the ground and sent that peculiar undead creature back to the other world before flying back to their side. All of this took less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes was roughly equivalent to one trance. Such an unimaginable transformation in such a short period of time, Corel couldn't help but be indescribably astonished. Ballins' eyes burned with passion as he stared at the bloody hole on Han Shua's lower abdomen. This bloody hole near Han Shua's demon infant was now only the size of a toothpick and no longer as terrifying as it was at the beginning. Demonic arts. This was the might of demonic arts. Ballins shouted in his heart. He who was about to cultivate the demonic arts suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate and the excitement in his heart became somewhat uncontrollable. "Alright, you guys don't have to worry about me. I will recover very quickly. Now, we should think of how to block those people's attacks and buy enough time for Mr. Sabaka's." Han Shua turned his head to look at the restless enemies and said calmly in a deep voice. Under Han Shua's reminder, everyone had discovered the abnormality on his body. Now that they heard him say these words with a calm expression, they suddenly understood that the current situation was far from good. Looking in the direction of the enemies, they suddenly discovered that the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus were recklessly charging over. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas was the only one who didn't raise his head to look at Han Shua. At this moment, He was holding a magic staff with a tip as sharp as a pen and was carving a complicated space magic formation on the flat rock ground. This magic formation with a diameter of 3 meters had an irregular rhombus shape. Every time Sabakas drew with his magic staff, thin and long veined lines would appear. Strands of elemental energy flowed along the tip of the magic staff and disappeared into the veined lines. Sabakas, who was completely focused, had completely forgotten himself. In his eyes, there was nothing else other than the magic formation beneath his feet. He simply didn't care about the movements outside. It was as if he wouldn't even frown if the heavens fell and the earth split apart. As a space-sacred magus, no one could stop Sabakas if he wanted to leave alone. If Sabakas was willing, he could even bring 1 or 2 people along with him. Unfortunately, there were too many important people here and Sabakas couldn't disregard the lives and deaths of others. Thus, he could only use the magic transportation formation. The objective of the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus, who were charging over, was obviously to stop Sabakas from completing the magic formation. With the advantage of numbers, they planned to get rid of everyone here once and for all, so as to avoid leaving behind endless troubles in the future. While Dempus was flying over, another magic staff actually appeared in his hand. He once again started chanting a lengthy magic incantation. His eyes were focused on Han Shuo, as if Han Shuo was his greatest enemy. "Pay attention, we must not let anyone disturb Sabakas," Sacred Swordmaster Karel hastily instructed after recovering from his shock at Han Shuo's body. Usually, the strongest person in a team would be the leader. Carol's words made everyone on Lawrence's side focus their attention. They immediately surrounded Sabakas in a square formation, intending to fight for enough time for Sabakas. "Let's go." Just as everyone was prepared to buy time for Sabakas, who had been concentrating on setting up the space magic formation, suddenly let out a light sigh. Everyone's expressions relaxed. Under Sabakas's guidance, Lawrence and the group with the weakest battle strength took the lead and stood inside the magic transportation formation. "Don't let them escape." The Sacred Knight who was rushing over shouted from afar. "Meteor rain." Dempus, who had been chanting earth magic, finished chanting. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above everyone's heads as several hundred meteors suddenly fell from the sky. It was easy to imagine what would happen if such a dense meteor rain fell in such a small area. The skeletal staff suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's hands. Thousands of bone spears shot into the sky like a rain of arrows. A bewitching white bone shield blossomed with malevolent beauty, blocking everyone's heads. A few mages simultaneously released defensive magic. Sacred Swordmaster Karel raised his long sword and coldly looked above, ready to block the descending attack at any time. Squeak squeak. As the meteors rumbled and smashed down, a peculiar sound came from the sky. Han Shuo raised his head and stared, discovering that a black hole had suddenly split open in the sky. It was as if a demon had opened its ghastly mouth, as if the sky had been torn apart by a black sack. That terrifyingly powerful meteor rain was swallowed by the black hole. The defensive measures that Han Shuo had taken out were completely useless. "Alright, it's your turn." Space Sacred Magus Sabakas pointed at the space magic formation in front of him and said to the remaining Han Shuo, Karel, Chloe, and Phoebe. His expression was calm, without the slightest nervousness that one would expect in the face of danger. He was truly indifferent to favor or disgrace. Han Shuo stared blankly and looked at Space Sacred Magus Sabakas with some astonishment. At this moment, Sabakas no longer had his usual amiable smile. Instead, his focused face had become somewhat solemn. Han Shuo understood in his heart that the black hole that had swallowed the meteor rain was released by this old man. However, Han Shuo didn't hear Sabakas chanting an incantation earlier. This caused Han Shuo to be overwhelmed with shock, but at the same time, he understood that Sabakas was already able to release magic through telepathy. It seemed that even though they were both sacred magi, Sabakas's comprehension of the essence of magic should be higher than Dempus. Let's go. While Han Shoa was in a daze, Phoebe grabbed him and forcefully pulled him into the space magic transportation formation that Sabakas had set up. Before Han Shoa could react, Sabakas had already waved his hand to activate the transportation formation. A white light suddenly flashed and Han Shoa and the others all disappeared. Only Space Sacred Magus Sabakas was left in the entire area. He stabbed the sharp root of the magic formation in his hand downwards, causing the space magic formation that he had painstakingly set up to suddenly shatter, its original appearance no longer visible. Dempus, I didn't expect that a person of your realm would actually do such a thing to rebel against the future of the Lancelot Empire. As a friend of many years, I feel pained for you. After destroying the space magic formation, Sabakas looked at Dempus who had already arrived in front of him and sighed, lamenting. I don't believe in that illusory prophecy. Letting that illegitimate child become the king of the Lancelot Empire is simply absurd. Not only me, but many of the nobles in the Empire will not allow this to happen. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of the Empire's future. The ones who are obstinate are you. You shouldn't have listened to the words of a muddle-headed astrologer and gambled the Empire's future on a heretic. That's an evil follower of the Calamity Church. How can he bring the future of the Lancelot Empire? Dempus righteously rebuked Sabakas. He was clearly someone who didn't believe in fate. Mr. Sabakas, I greatly respect you as a person and have also heard some of your legends. However, I still have to say that even if you rescue Lawrence and the others, you still won't be able to change their fates. The entire Asen city is currently under the control of the Duke and the eldest prince. They ultimately won't be able to escape. That sacred knight laughed heartily as he said this to Sabakas. That's not necessarily true. Sabakas calmly looked at the sacred knight and said in a deep voice, at least there's one place that you won't be able to easily control. The Dark Mantle headquarters was a place with even tighter defenses than the Imperial Palace. Even if the Imperial Palace was under their control, the Dark Mantle headquarters wouldn't be easily taken down. As a senior elder of the Dark Mantle, Sabakas was the one who implemented the defensive measures on Mthordas. He clearly understood the powerful defensive capabilities of Mthordas. It can't be denied that the Dark Mantle headquarters isn't something that outsiders can easily take down. That sacred knight said with a serious expression. Shortly after, he once again revealed a smile and said, however, if the internal situation starts to turn chaotic, then it's a different story. When these words were said, Space Sacred Magus Sabakas' expression changed in fright. He didn't continue speaking nonsense with them and hurriedly waved his magic staff, disappearing in a streak of white light. Chapter 4:16 Mthordas, Dark Mantle Headquarters. Sabakas' spatial magic array led to the Dark Mantle headquarters. However, when Han Shoa's group arrived, they discovered that the situation at the Dark Mantle headquarters wasn't as stable as they had imagined. Mthordas, which had the strongest defense in Asen City, had begun to fall into chaos from within. All kinds of tight defensive measures had been mostly destroyed. A group of Dark Mantle higher-ups who were inclined towards First Prince Charles, harboring some ulterior motives, had destroyed the Dark Mantle's defensive points within the headquarters. Of the 11 Dark Mantle higher-ups at the previous meeting, apart from the 3 heavyweights who firmly believed in the judgment of the 2 elders, 5 of them had secretly pledged allegiance to First Prince Charles. Impressively, they had retreated at the most crucial moment. Not only had they secretly destroyed the Dark Mantle's internal defensive points, they had also joined forces with the Empire's army to attack the Dark Mantle. The sudden internal changes had caused the heavily guarded Mthordas to similarly become a land of chaos. When Han Shoa's group entered the Dark Mantle headquarters through the magical transportation array, the various shouts in their ears already proved that the situation here was similarly not optimistic. Someone has rebelled. Perhaps, they believe that Ames and the other 2 have stayed in their positions for too long and feel that they can replace them. In front of Han Shoa's group, a large hole seemed to have been sliced open by a sharp weapon. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas walked out from within, speaking with a worried expression. The wounds on Han Shua's body continued to slowly shrink and close up under the nourishment of the magical yuan. The mystical demons roamed through the various tunnels of the Dark Mantle headquarters, slowly reflecting the situation here in his mind. At the foot of Mthordas, an army of 5,000 was stationed, surrounding the Dark Mantle headquarters layer by layer. The 5 upper echelons of the Dark Mantle that Han Shua had seen last time had joined forces with Charles and Ashburn's forces and were currently attacking the Dark Mantle headquarters. These 5 people had destroyed various defensive points of the Dark Mantle from the start. They were very familiar with the internal situation of the Dark Mantle. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner under their command. As the mastermind behind the scenes of the Lancelot Empire, the Dark Mantle was still tenaciously withstanding the attacks despite the appearance of 5 traitors. Every member of the Dark Mantle headquarters was a true expert. Faced with the betrayal of their former comrades, the hatred in these people's hearts could not be suppressed. If not for the large number of enemies, these people would have already rushed out of Mthordas and skinned the 5 traitors. The 5,000 soldiers at the foot of the mountain is not a huge number. With our arrival, it should be easy to get rid of them. Han Shua saw the situation clearly through the mystical demons and immediately frowned as he spoke to Space Sacred Magus Sabakas. Sabakas had a stunned expression, feeling astonished at Han Shua's ability to control the overall situation. As the controller of space magic, Sabakas had gone to the outer perimeter to take a look before coming over. Only then did he understand the power surrounding Mthordas. He did not expect that Han Shua would actually understand the surrounding situation after being transported to this area. Sabakas had heard too much about the miraculous abilities of Han Shua from others. However, Sabakas, who had never seen it with his own eyes, clearly had his suspicions. It was only when he heard Han Shua's words that he seriously looked at Han Shua that he suddenly discovered that the bloody hole on his face had already completely healed, with no traces of injury visible. Grace's prophecy was indeed accurate. The appearance of such a miraculous person in the Lancelot Empire would indeed bring about a new future for the Lancelot Empire. It seems that there should be a way out of such a terrible situation. Sabakas thought inwardly. Those people are all soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They were only ordered by Charles and Ashburn to attack Mthordas. As soldiers who only know how to obey the orders of their superiors, they are not at fault. The ones who are at fault are the ones who gave them the orders. After Sacred Swordmaster Corel said this, he immediately looked at Han Shua and said, therefore, as the core strength of the Lancelot Empire, they cannot be sacrificed innocently in this battle. After the mystical demons made a large circle, Han Shua discovered that among the forces surrounding Mthordas, there weren't any powerful light mages that could pose a threat to his undead army. He had originally planned to use the undead army and Sabaka's space magic to resolve the crisis at Mthordas once and for all. However, he didn't expect to be rejected by Corel. Although Han Shua's soul had descended into the Lancelot Empire, he wasn't truly a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. He didn't place much importance on the lives and deaths of these people, which was why he made this suggestion. However, Sacred Swordmaster Corel had always viewed the future of the Lancelot Empire as his own responsibility and was obviously unwilling to let those innocent soldiers die tragically under terrifying magic. Let's find Candide and the others first, then we will think of another way. Sabakas said calmly. There's no need to find them, they're coming. Han Shua replied. Not long after Han Shua said this, the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle as well as the remaining upper echelons that firmly supported Sabaka's decision all appeared in this area. Grandfather, we sensed an abnormality in the transportation matrix here and saw your arrival through the magic mirror. Cecilia was the first to speak with a solemn expression. Emily was also among these people. It was obvious that her attention had been placed on Han Shua from the start. The bloodstains on Han Shua's body were still sticky and there were 2 extremely small holes on his chest that hadn't healed yet. Emily didn't need to think too much to know that Han Shua was injured. Her eyes suddenly reddened and she really wanted to disregard everything and lean on Han Shuo like Phoebe. She wanted to personally take care of all the wounds on Han Shuo's body and ask him how his injuries were and if they were serious. Unfortunately, she was well aware of her status and also understood that this might cause trouble for Han Shuo. Under such an extremely unfavorable situation, Emily could only forcefully suppress the worry in her heart and use her gaze to vaguely express her worry and anxiety. Among this group of people, the one that Han Shuo was most concerned about was Emily. After Han Shuo had descended into the Dark Mantle headquarters and discovered that the Dark Mantle had also fallen into a tight encirclement, he had immediately started to use mystical demons to search for traces of Emily. He only truly relaxed after discovering that Emily was safe and sound. Emily's reddened eyes were enough to let Han Shuo understand the concern in her heart. He couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. At this moment, Phoebe's small hand that was being held by Han Shuo formed the word calm in Han Shuo's palm. Soon after, Phoebe struggled free of Han Shuo's grip and walked towards Emily. Candide and Amis came over and respectfully saluted Sabakas. Soon after, Amis quickly explained the situation and finally said, "This time, the disturbance came from within. It was indeed our negligence. However, it was fortunate that the true authority of the Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the three of us. Therefore, although the headquarters was greatly damaged at the beginning, the situation was finally stabilized under the arrangements of the three of us." At this point, Amis, Candide, and the others clearly understood the true situation. After Amis finished speaking, Candide said with a gloomy expression, "Those traitors were mainly in charge of gathering and transmitting information from His Majesty the King's palace. This time, the news of His Majesty the King's death wasn't leaked at all. It was precisely because we didn't prepare in advance that we ended up in such a passive situation. They must die." Lawrence lightly shouted, enunciating each word. Lawrence, who had already grieved, now had an ice-cold expression. During this period of time, Uhtred had wholeheartedly encouraged and supported Lawrence, causing Lawrence to have extremely deep feelings for Uhtred. Lawrence, who was also a ruthless person, clearly understood that Uhtred's sudden death was inseparably related to Charles and Ashburn. Asen City has 4 city gates. The city guards at the north are controlled by Count Boris. I reckon that the north of the city is slightly safer now. Amis said with a grave expression. Nodding his head, Lawrence calmly said, "It's best for us to settle the rebellion within Asen City. Once we leave Asen City, Charles and Ashburn will be able to distort the truth. A large-scale war is definitely not an outcome I wish to see. In this way, even if we ultimately emerge victorious, the Lancelot Empire's strength will be greatly damaged. That's right. It's best to settle the matter within Asen City. I'm afraid that this is also Ashburn and Charles's intention. Currently, the Lancelot Empire has powerful enemies outside its borders. Once the princes fall into internal strife due to seizing power, I reckon that the Lancelot Empire will really head towards destruction." Corell agreed with Lawrence's words and immediately expressed his position. In that case, the fastest way to settle the rebellion is to get rid of Ashburn and Charles. As long as the two of them are dead, the leaderless Lancelot Empire will no longer be a threat. However, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to carry out this matter. They are definitely aware of this point. I reckon that there will be many experts protecting Ashburn and Charles. Lawrence continued. Let's not discuss this matter for the time being. Old Han and the others are at the north of the city. Other than him, your father and a few other marquises who are still alive are all within the castle of the Northern City Guard. For the time being, Ashburn and the others have yet to truly attack the north of the city. That place can become our main camp and we can discuss in detail there. Han Shuo suddenly said. Lawrence was somewhat startled when he heard this and asked, "They are all there?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with certainty, "That's right. Other than them, the second prince and the youngest prince, as well as the survivors under them, are also at the north of the city." Currently, the entire Asen city, other than the north of the city, is filled with Ashburn and the eldest prince's soldiers and knights. Only that place is temporarily safe. The 12 mystical demons were scattered in every corner of Asen city. The mystical demons that were constantly roaming around were able to clearly observe the entire situation in Asen city. Looking at the entire Asen city, no one could understand the situation in Asen city better than Han Shuo. The boastful Han Shuo was calm and natural, as though everything was under his control. Chapter 4:17. At such a crucial moment, it went without saying how useful a person who had an accurate understanding of the entire situation would be. Thus, when everyone discovered that Han Shuo was explaining the situation of the various districts of Asen city with great familiarity, they were momentarily stunned by Han Shuo's calm and natural performance. "Brian, how can you know the situation of the various districts of Asen city when you're here?" After the appearance of those 5 traitors, many of the Dark Mantle's networks were destroyed. The 5 of them know the distribution of some of the Dark Mantle's main networks. Even the Dark Mantle can't easily grasp the situation of Asen city. Could it be that you can? Sabaka stared blankly at Han Shuo, asking in astonishment after a while. Nodding his head, Han Shuo calmly admitted, "I can." When these words were said, everyone's expression was both surprised and delighted. However, the delight was clearly more than astonishment. If what Han Shuo said was true, then Han Shuo alone could accomplish the intelligence gathering and monitoring that the various Dark Mantle networks were originally responsible for. In the current incomparably chaotic Asen city, if Han Shuo could really understand the situation of every corner of Asen city, everyone would be able to make the correct judgment and seize the opportunity to reverse the current unfavorable situation. When the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, including the 2 sacred rank characters, heard Han Shuo say the 2 words, "I can," so confidently, their expressions became lifeless for a moment. They even forgot about the numerous experts surrounding them. While the few of them were indescribably shocked, Han Shuo seemed to think that they weren't shocked enough and continued to add, not only the situation of the 4 districts of Asen city, but even the conversation between Ashburn and Charles, as well as the implementation details of every step they took. I can see all of it without missing a single detail. As long as I'm willing, I can clearly see any place in Asen city, other than those areas with layers of barriers. As long as I'm given some time, I'll know what they're doing and saying. What I said is true. For example, right now, Ashburn and Charles have gathered together to discuss how to take down the northern district. Oh, they said that Count Boris has an officer called Bishop who's one of their men. What's wrong? When Han Shuo was halfway through his speech, he suddenly noticed that everyone around him was staring at him in a daze. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Are you a god?" Dark Grand Magus Crowley, who had lost to Han Shuo last time, stared blankly for a moment before speaking out the thoughts of everyone with a respectful tone. "Are you a god?" The 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Lawrence, the 2 sacred rank archmages, and even Bollins, Emily, Phoebe, and the others suddenly realized that the words they wanted to say had been spoken in advance by this fellow. To be able to see every region of a city clearly without missing out any information he wanted to know, such an existence, other than a god, even a demigod powerhouse could not do it. Could this guy in front of him be a hidden god who had fallen to the mortal world? Carrying this kind of doubt, everyone's gazes converged on Han Shuo's body, anxiously waiting for Han Shuo's explanation. Han Shuo naturally wasn't an idiot. His short moment of doubt was swept away by Crowley's "Are you a god?" He immediately understood what the 12 mystical demons that were everywhere signified to the people of this world. "No, this is a special effect that comes with the martial technique that I practice. It's nothing special." "Oh, that's right, Bollins, I will impart this martial technique to you after some time. At that time, you will understand what's going on," Han Shuo hastily explained. When the sluggish Bollins heard Han Shuo's words, he was so happy that he almost fainted. Fortunately, Bollins hadn't lived in vain for so many years. He hastily stabilized his chaotic emotions and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, senior brother, thank you, senior brother." Everyone's envious and jealous gazes instantly focused on the excited Balans. Even sacred swordmaster Corel, whose heart was as calm as water, felt a little envious of Balans. He thought that Balans's eyes were really sharp, to actually find such a mystical senior brother. "I also want to learn." Phoebe's bright eyes fixated on Han Shua's body as she said straightforwardly. Han Shua was slightly startled. He shot a glance at Phoebe, coughed dryly, and pretended to be serious as he said, "The sect's secret technique cannot be passed on to outsiders, not even to my wife." However, in his heart, Han Shua thought, "Since you have a request for me, then I must properly grab hold of it. I can't easily agree, I must at least let you know your place." "Phoebe, don't mess around," sacred swordmaster Corel frowned as he berated Phoebe. Phoebe was most afraid of this teacher of hers. She resentfully glared at Han Shua after hearing his words, and inwardly thought that when they were alone, no matter if she pestered him relentlessly or attacked him tenderly, she must definitely dig out this martial technique from him. "I know, Bishop. I didn't expect him to be a traitor. We must immediately head to the northern part of the city and stabilize the situation there." Lawrence's heart was burning with impatience. He planned to first head to the northern part of the city where Boris was. Up until now, only the northern city guard was still under their control. "You guys leave first, I'll seal off Mtyordas." One of the three heavyweights, Candide, hesitated for a moment before saying to everyone with a gloomy expression that never changed even after 10,000 years. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas hesitated for a moment after hearing Candide's words, then nodded and said, "All right, it's good to seal off Mtyordas for the time being. At least after the northern part of the city falls, we can still temporarily hide in Mtyordas, or leave Asen City through the magic array on Mtyordas. Oh, fortunately, the authority of the Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the three of you. Otherwise, if those fellows were to find out more of the Dark Mantle's secrets, I'm afraid we would really be in big trouble this time." From the conversation between Candide and Sabakas, Han Shua understood that the Dark Mantle was still hiding many secrets. Han Shua had never heard of sealing off the mountain. However, it seemed that the entire Mtyordas could be sealed off. The two of them said that the Dark Mantle headquarters could still be the last stronghold once the mountain was sealed off. This meant that the safety of Mtyordas after being sealed off should not be a problem. "Candide, I'll leave this place to you for the time being. This is our badge." Ames held the badge that represented his identity and solemnly handed it over to Candide. "Be careful." The other member of the three heavyweights, Cecilia, similarly handed over the badge that represented her identity to Candide with a solemn expression. If Mtyordas is to be sealed off, it can only be activated with the identity badges of the three leaders. Once Mtyordas is sealed off, all the entrances and exits and the common magic array will be sealed. Apart from the few of us, anyone who doesn't know the method can forget about freely entering and leaving Mtyordas. Ames explained to Han Shua, Lawrence, and the others. Even Han Shua didn't know about this secret. When Han Shua looked at Emily, he discovered that Emily also had a puzzled expression on her face. After carefully observing the surroundings, Han Shua discovered that there were quite a few Dark Mantle higher-ups here. However, the ones who truly knew about this secret were probably only the three heavyweights and the four elders. From the looks of it, as the largest and most terrifying organization in the Empire, the secrets hidden by the Dark Mantle shouldn't be as little as what everyone had seen. Sealing off the entire Mtyordas was probably just the tip of the iceberg. After Ames finished explaining, everyone made a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the fact that Mtyordas had yet to be sealed off in Candide's hands, they used the existing transportation array here to directly reach the Dark Mantle's branch stronghold in the Northern City District. The Northern City District was similarly attacked. Han Shua's mansion was here. However, compared to the other districts, the Northern City District was still considered safe. Those who attacked Han Shua's mansion, regardless of whether they ultimately achieved their objective, had all left the northern city district before the knights of the northern city army arrived. Arriving at Boris's castle in the northern city district, the powers that were inclined towards Lawrence gathered together. As Han Shuo could clearly see the distribution of Ashburn's forces and knew the details of their next steps, Han Shuo had become the most important person. Under Han Shuo's description, the distribution of Ashburn's and the eldest prince's forces, the secret movements of the various nobles, the current situation within the imperial palace, and the movements of the other two princes were all discovered by everyone. Within the extremely chaotic Asen city, Lawrence's side had someone like Han Shuo who could see through the entire situation. The benefits to Lawrence's side were quickly manifested. Under Han Shuo's guidance, the 12 traitors within the Northern City Guard, led by Bishop, were all executed over the next 2 days. Some of the nobles who had luckily escaped and rebelled against Ashburn were escorted into the castle by sacred Magus Sabakas. 2 attacks against Ashburn and the others from the Northern City Guard were ambushed by a trap that had been set up beforehand. The leaders were killed on the spot. With Han Shuo's existence, Lawrence, Old Han, and the other military strategists were adept at using the power in their hands. Under the circumstances of not using their own side, they firmly defended the northern city district. Furthermore, they slowly accumulated the power in their hands, forming the only power in Asen City that could threaten Ashburn and Charles. However, Ashburn, Charles, and the others' advantage was too great. Currently, 4/5 of Asen City was under their control. The power in their hands was also 4 times that of Lawrence and the others. The temporary victory of the Northern City Guard didn't seem to be enough to reverse the overall situation. On the 3rd day, when everyone was anxiously pondering on how to resolve this problem, Han Shuo suddenly discovered through the mystical demons that there was an iron-blooded army of 50,000 stationed at the northern city gate of Asen City. It was also on the same night that a skinny middle-aged man grabbed Fanny and scolded Han Shuo the entire way. He barged into the northern city district's castle and brought new trouble to Han Shuo. Chapter 4:18. Tell that brat Brian to get out here. The skinny, middle-aged man dragged the reluctant Fanny into the castle, swearing and swearing all the way. The officers guarding the castle along the way all seemed to recognize this skinny middle-aged man. The people along the way all had distressed looks on their faces. Unexpectedly, no one dared to stop him. During these 3 days, due to the astonishing talent Han Shuo had displayed, Han Shuo's status within the castle was extraordinary. Even in Asen City, there was rarely anyone who dared to curse a great noble so arrogantly. Some soldiers who didn't know this person's identity were extremely furious. However, they suddenly calmed down after a few words of explanation from the seasoned soldiers. When they looked at this person again, their gazes actually carried traces of respect. Han Shuo and the others in the meeting hall on the 3rd floor of the castle had clearly heard that person's loud cursing. Among them, Old Han, Boris, Ibu, and the other nobles, Sacred Swordmaster Karel, Sacred Magus Sabakas, and Amis of the Dark Mantle all had bitter smiles on their faces when they heard the voice of the person who had just arrived. Lawrence, Amis, and the others who understood the situation suddenly looked at Han Shuo with flickering gazes. Emily felt even more uneasy. She didn't know what kind of unpredictable outcome this madman's arrival would bring to the people here. Why is this fellow here? Old Han's expression suddenly changed. Soon after, he looked in astonishment at the bitter smile on Han Shuo's face and probed, "Why do you have a grudge against him?" Han Shuo awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a bitter face, "I don't have a grudge against him. Forget it, I'll deal with it when the time comes. I'll go take a look." Just as Han Shuo stood up and walked out, Lawrence suddenly spoke with a strange expression, "Brian, you can't provoke this madman. You must treat him with caution." "I'll take note." Han Shuo replied and walked straight out the door. Lawrence also understood Han Shuo's temperament. After thinking for a while, he still didn't feel reassured, so he got up and followed them. Those seated here were all people of status. Some of them even had some friendly relations with Firenze. Upon seeing Lawrence get up and leave, they hesitated for a moment before leaving one after another, with the exception of Spaced Sacred Magus Sabacas and Sacred Swordmaster Corel. In the entire Lancelot Empire, if there was one person that Grand Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles feared, it would be the war god of the southern border, Firenze. In the entire Lancelot Empire, there was only one person who could suppress the orcs who were eyeing the southern border covetously. The people of the dozens of cities in the southern border were incomparably valiant. In the many years of war with the Orc Empire, every soldier and knight had been tempered to become extremely powerful. The strongest knight corps in the entire Lancelot Empire were all located in the southern border. Without the existence of this person, the vast southern border would become a pasture for the orcs. The Lancelot Empire would also be invaded by the barbaric orcs. It could be said that regardless of who the ultimate beneficiary of the coup in Asen City was, Firenze's position in the southern border would not be affected in the slightest. The reason was none other than because other than a madman like him, there was no one else who could stabilize the situation in the southern border. Just based on this point alone, he had become the most skillful person. During such a time of internal strife, if this person wanted to, he could completely separate the southern border from the Lancelot Empire and become the true emperor of the southern border. "Where's that little bastard? Get out here!" Firenze scolded loudly along the way. None of the densely packed soldiers in the surroundings dared to stop him, taking the initiative to make way for him. "Father!" Fanny, who was grabbed by Firenze, blushed, as if she was ashamed to have such a father. "Don't worry about it. That little bastard is already a playboy by nature at such a young age. I must teach him a lesson today. I don't care if he is the city lord of Bretel City or not. If he provokes me, I will start a war with him first. The Lancelot Empire is not chaotic enough anyways. It doesn't matter if I add some fuel to the fire." Firenze's anger soared to the heavens as he pulled Fanny up to the second floor. At the beginning, when Fanny mentioned Brian's identity, Firenze was rather appreciative. He had also heard of some of Han Shua's deeds and felt that this kid was quite to his liking. He thought that this marriage was justifiable and that Fanny marrying him would not be a disgrace to her family. However, he was somewhat unhappy that Han Shua stood him up time and time again. This time, he had clearly arrived at Asen City, but Han Shua still did not take the initiative to pay his respects. This made Firenze somewhat angry. However, he could still reluctantly accept that the situation in Asen City was indeed somewhat complicated. However, when he began to use his power to understand Han Shua, he suddenly discovered that Han Shua and Phoebe of the Buzzed Merchant Guild were actually lovers. This was no small matter. When Firenze, who was far away from Asen City, found out about this matter, he naturally thought that Han Shua had deceived his daughter's feelings. He almost directly rushed to Han Shua's mansion to start a big fight. Forcefully restraining the impulse in his heart, Firenze found Fanny and interrogated her. After the interrogation, he discovered that not only did Fanny know about that kid's lousy affair, she even coyly said that she was willing and said that she was not calculative in front of him. This made Firenze so angry that he almost fainted. Following that, Fanny even mustered up her courage and said that Han Shua had another woman called Emily apart from Phoebe. This time, Firenze really started to go berserk. Without saying anything further, he dragged Fanny over to settle the score with Han Shua. I am. Han Shua stood on the stone steps leading from the second floor to the third floor. He looked at Firenze, who was walking over with a flushed face and cursing all the way. Han Shua's heart was perturbed, but he could only helplessly say this. "Brat, you still dare to come out. Not bad, not bad." Firenze gnashed his teeth. He casually snatched a spear from the hands of a nearby guard and shot it at Han Shua. This spear was like a dazzling silver lightning, arriving in front of Han Shua in the blink of an eye. Firenze was extremely good at leading troops and was a sky knight himself. This attack contained fighting aura and its momentum was not to be underestimated. Han Shuo had long since known that Firenze wouldn't let the matter rest. He raised his left hand and the demon's lair edge burst out from his palm. With a clang, it collided with the tip of the spear, shattering the spear inch by inch. "Father! You said you wanted to have a good talk." Fanny grabbed Firenze with both hands, loudly berating him while helplessly looking at Han Shuo. She repeatedly winked at Han Shuo. "Isn't this a good talk? If not, why would I have come here alone? This brat could get rid of Leah Kane and there are so many old farts here protecting him. If I didn't come here to have a good talk, then what is a good talk?" Firenze turned around and glared at Fanny, lightly scolding, "Lass, let go of me. I want to have a good talk with him." Old Han, Amis, and the others had just walked to Han Shuo's side when they were scolded by Firenze's "so many old farts." Old Han was furious. He pointed at Firenze and angrily rebuked, "You lunatic, who are you calling old farts? I'm not scolding you." Firenze snorted with a cold face. Old Han's expression relaxed. Just as he was about to stop pursuing the matter, he was almost angered to death by Firenze's next words. "I'm scolding all of you. Don't think that I won't know he's inside just because he didn't come out." Firenze sneered as he looked at Old Han's relaxed expression before decisively adding on. Han Shuo blankly stared at Firenze. He thought to himself that this guy really had a personality. It seemed that someone who dared to beat up Grand Duke Ashburn in court was indeed not an ordinary person. "Motherfucker, you mad dog. When did I offend you?" Old Han rarely got angry these past few years. However, upon seeing Firenze, he was infuriated to the point of even cursing. "Your wife snatched my daughter's man. And Carol's disciple also snatched my daughter's man. Motherfucker, are you bullying me because I'm in the southern border and can't do anything here? That's why all of you are bullying an honest person like me." Firenze was indeed like what Old Han said. He was like a mad dog, scolding whoever he caught. When these words were spoken, Emily's charming face immediately turned deathly pale. Han Shuo's heart also trembled, thinking that this was going to be fun. As expected, Old Han's expression suddenly sunk. He looked coldly at Firenze and said, "What do you mean? Tell me clearly. If you dare to slander my family, I'll pursue this matter even if it costs my life." Unknowingly, Sacred Swordmaster Karel and Sabakas had also walked out from inside. Karel glared at Firenze and shouted, "What do you mean? The Empire is in chaos now. How long are you going to cause trouble for? This brat already has those two girls, Phoebe and Emily, yet he still dares to provoke my daughter. Don't you know that?" Firenze didn't fear Old Han and Carol's fury at all as he sneered and said these words. After pausing for a moment, as if he felt that he hadn't caused enough trouble, Firenze coldly added, "I will definitely pursue this matter. Before this matter is resolved, the internal strife of the Empire has nothing to do with me. You can cause trouble however you like. Whoever lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Motherfucker, even if the Lancelot Empire is finished, I won't allow anyone to bully my daughter. If you guys want to play, I'll accompany you to the end." When these words were spoken, everyone's gaze wandered between Han Shuo, Fanny, Emily, and Phoebe. Old Han and Carol's faces were ashen. On one hand, they were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. On the other hand, they were shaken by Firenze's reckless words. Regardless of whether it was Old Han or Karel, they had devoted their entire lives to the Lancelot Empire. To them, the Lancelot Empire's future was what they truly cared about. Firenze, this madman, could disregard the Lancelot Empire's existence, but they couldn't. "Emily, is what he said true?" Old Han's expression was somewhat ugly as he looked at the pitiful Emily who was on the verge of tears and asked. Chapter 419. Now that things had developed to this point, it was basically impossible to conceal it. Han Shuo also did not expect that such a drama would actually occur at such a crucial moment. Emily's eyes were filled with tears. Having the truth exposed in front of so many people was completely out of her expectations. At this moment, her heart was filled with bitterness, helplessness, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. This caused Emily's originally self-abased heart to be covered with cuts and bruises. Tears uncontrollably flowed down from her tender and smooth face. "It's true." Unexpectedly, before Emily could reply, Han Shuo had already coldly shouted. When everyone's gazes turned towards Han Shuo released the pale-faced Phoebe's little hand and walked straight towards the tearful Emily. In front of everyone, he tightly grasped Emily's hand and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd with a gloomy face, saying, "What he said is absolutely correct. Emily is my woman. However, I was the one who painstakingly pursued her. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Old Han's face was ashen as he furiously glared at Han Shuo and Emily, repeatedly saying, "Good, very good. I never thought that such a scandal would actually occur in our Betteridge family. I'm very sorry about my sister's matter. However, if anyone wants to bully my sister, they will have to see if I agree or not." One of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Amis, after a short period of shock, resisted the urge to ask Emily the truth and said to the crowd with a sneer. As Emily's blood brother, only the siblings knew how much Amis doted on Emily. At this crucial moment, Amis unhesitatingly stood beside Emily. Looking at the tearful Emily, Amis, who was like a god of death in the eyes of the nobles of the empire, was similarly enraged. "Brian, look at what you've done." Sacred Swordmaster Corel coldly looked at Han Shuo and angrily shouted. For a moment, the crowd once again focused on Han Shuo. Only now did everyone realize that the true culprit should be Han Shuo. All sorts of accusing and angry gazes landed on Han Shuo. In the face of the crowd's anger, Han Shuo put on a gloomy face and looked at them one by one. In a deep voice, he said, "This is our business. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If anyone thinks that they can use their power to pressure me, let's wait and see. Brat, you have guts." He pointed at Han Shuo and said, "Leave those two girls for me right now. As long as you focus on taking care of my daughter, I can forget about what happened in the past. As long as you follow me to the southern border, no matter how chaotic Lancelot Empire is, I can guarantee that you will be safe and sound." After a pause, Forenza continued, "Otherwise, we will fight to the death. Let's see who can still laugh in the end. Father." At this point, Fanny had a distressed expression and couldn't help but shout. Fanny also didn't expect that things would develop to this stage. However, she also couldn't control Forenza's temper. She simply didn't know when he would go crazy. Currently, Emily, Phoebe, herself, and Han Shuo were all in an extremely awkward situation. Originally, it was only Han Shuo's private matter, but it had been turned into a three-way meeting. Fanny naturally pushed the blame onto herself, thinking that Brian would definitely hate me now. Heavens, what should I do? Brian, now that things have come to this, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Old Han's face was ashen as he furiously glared at Han Shuo. Looking at the tearful Emily, looking at the distressed Emily, and finally glancing at the terrified Phoebe, Han Shuo took a deep breath. Under everyone's attentive gaze, Han Shuo said in a low voice, "I have already told the three of you the ins and outs of this matter in detail. The three of you should be clear about the course of events. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing else to say. You all know how I have treated you. Here, I will give you all a choice, and you all will also give yourselves a choice. If you are willing to follow me, as long as you agree, I will face any difficulties together with you. As long as you are willing to follow me, I guarantee that I will treat you well in the future and won't let anyone bully you. If you can't accept it, then consider it as me owing you all in this lifetime. Our fate in this lifetime ends here. From today onwards, we will no longer have any relationship. Brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Now that things have come to this, do you still want to have women on both sides? Firenze was furious. He lifted up his sleeves, intending to settle the score with Han Shuo. Han Shuo's face was gloomy. He glared at Firenze and angrily said, "None of your business. The one I want to marry isn't you. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Damn it, this stinking brat has quite a temper. No one in Lancelot Empire dares to speak to me like this. Let's see how you—" Firenze loudly shouted and prepared to charge at Han Shuo. "Father, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs." Fanny grabbed Firenze and shouted. "I'm willing. I don't care about anything. As long as you want me, I will follow you." The tearful Emily was the first to express her stance. She was already willing to give up everything. Emily tightly grabbed onto Han Shuo's hand. Due to the force, her fingertips had sunk into his flesh. It was as though Emily wanted to use this method to gain strength and courage. "Brother, I'm sorry. I love him. I'm very sorry for bringing trouble to you, but I can't leave him." Emily's tears flowed down her cheeks as she looked at Amy's. Amy's body trembled. He suddenly recalled the miserable childhood that the two of them had to depend on each other for many years. "Silly girl, what are you saying these things for? No matter what, I will always stand by your side," Amy said to Emily with a doting smile on his face. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. This was how Amy's felt towards Emily. Both of their parents died when they were young. It was Amy's who painstakingly brought up Emily. Everything that the two of them had today was obtained step by risking their lives. In Amy's heart, the most important person in this world was his younger sister. He married Emily to the Betteridge family, but Emily's husband died on the battlefield before they could consummate their marriage. After so many years, Emily became a widow with a hot potato. Amy's clearly understood Emily's pain all these years. He had placed all the blame on himself and had always wanted to fight for Emily's happiness. However, Emily didn't have anyone she liked. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Amy's felt that it wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Without thinking, he would naturally prioritize his younger sister's happiness. "Thank you, big brother," Emily cried as she expressed her thanks. Soon after, she looked at old Han, who had a strange expression on his face, and continued, "Father, I have been living very well in the Betteridge family all these years. I really treat you as my father. I also know that you dote on me very much, and I am very grateful to you. I know that my actions might have tarnished the Betteridge family's reputation. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, Father. You have always been my father." Old Han's expression froze as he stared blankly at Emily. After a long while, old Han sighed and did not say anything. With a lonely expression, he walked towards the meeting hall on the 3rd floor. "I am also willing. I don't care about anything. Father, please don't meddle in my affairs." Fanny tightly grabbed onto Firenze, as if she was afraid that Firenze would be so enraged that he would throw caution to the wind. She continued in a shrill voice, "If you don't promise me, I will run away from home again and make it so that you will never be able to find me again." Firenze, who had been clamoring about killing Han Shuo, was suddenly stunned. His face flushed red as he pointed at Han Shuo and cursed, "What's so good about this kid? There are so many good men in the Lancelot Empire. Why do you have to be so fixated on a half-hearted fellow? For him, you actually want to run away from home? Father, you may be good at fighting, but you will never understand true love. My mother has been waiting for you her entire life, always worried that something would happen to you on the battlefield. When she was sick and on the verge of death, you were still fighting a war thousands of miles away. Even when my mother died of depression, you were not by her side. You have already destroyed her life's happiness. Don't tell me you want to destroy my happiness as well." Fanny was somewhat hysterical. Seeing Firenze break free from her hand and rush towards Han Shuo, she suddenly shrieked. Forenza, who had struggled with great difficulty to break free from Fanny's grasp, suddenly froze midway. His face was extremely distorted and his breathing was uneven. It was as if he was some kind of wild beast about to go berserk. Everyone was startled and looked at Forenza with some apprehension, fearing that he would do something crazy regardless of everything. This person's reputation had always been different from ordinary people. Therefore, everyone had reason to believe that he would go crazy. Even Han Shuo was somewhat apprehensive and secretly raised his guard. He thought that if Forenza dared to recklessly attack his opponent, he would first knock him out and tie him up to prevent him from jumping up and down energetically. At that time, he would explain everything to Fanny. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Forenza's distorted face actually gradually calmed down. However, his expression was still frighteningly gloomy. After a long while, Forenza turned his head to look at Fanny. Using a calm tone for the first time in a long time, he asked Fanny, "Lass, have you really made up your mind?" Immediately nodding, Fanny's expression was resolute as she said, "Father, I have decided." "Brat, can you bring Lass happiness?" Forenza fiercely glared at Han Shuo and asked word by word. "As long as I am alive, no one can bully her." Han Shuo raised his hand and solemnly guaranteed with a solemn expression. Chapter 420. Father. Fanny quietly walked to Forenza's side. Her bright eyes gazed at him as she said faintly, "Father." Forenza stared blankly at Han Shuo. After a long while, he suddenly shook his head and sighed, saying, "Fine, fine. Since you insist, I won't stop you." "Thank you, Father." Fanny's expression was filled with joy. Soon after, she looked at Han Shuo affectionately. Han Shuo also heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded at Fanny and bowed to Forenza, saying, "I will bring her happiness, I promise." "Humph. You brat, you have two beauties in your arms, how can you talk about bringing her happiness? If my daughter is bullied by you, I don't care who you are, I will definitely settle the score with you." Forenza didn't treat Han Shuo kindly and shouted coldly. Han Shuo smiled wryly and didn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he cast his gaze at Phoebe. Among the three women, Phoebe was the strongest and most independent. Now that Fanny and Emily had expressed their stand, only the pale-faced Phoebe was left. Phoebe seemed to have received quite a shock. Her originally delicate face was a little too pale. She stared blankly at Han Shuo without saying a word, as if she had suddenly become stupid. Beside Phoebe, Lawrence suddenly coughed lightly and pulled the corner of Phoebe's sleeve, reminding the dazed Phoebe to stop hesitating. Phoebe suddenly came to her senses. She repeatedly struggled in her heart as she recalled the many past experiences she had with Han Shuo. The ambiguous moment when they assassinated their opponent in the Buzzed Merchant Guild, the sweet moment when they were escaping together, and the concern Han Shuo had for her, even gifting her the divine weapon, Starry Sky, without hesitation, these warm memories were like a love net. When Phoebe recalled them, they wrapped tighter and tighter around her, making her feel as if she couldn't breathe. However, as a strong and independent woman, Phoebe had never thought of sharing a man with anyone. Last time, when it came to Emily, she made a great effort to understand the situation in detail. Only then did she forgive Han Shuo for his outrageous actions. However, this Fanny's situation was somewhat different from that of Emily. Han Shuo's attitude towards Fanny made her understand how strong the love between the two was. In addition, Fanny's birth and family background were superior to hers. Phoebe was somewhat unacceptable to her. Han Shuo silently looked at Phoebe. When he saw the struggle in Phoebe's eyes, the guilt in his heart flourished. Enduring the piercing pain in his heart, Han Shuo said bitterly, "Forget it, Phoebe. I've let you down for the rest of your life." When these words came out, Phoebe's eyes were suddenly filled with endless pain. Her face suddenly became as white as paper. Phoebe looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. Her strong heart felt as if it had been shattered by a bayonet. Her body swayed slightly, and Phoebe actually fell backwards. Han Shoa, who had been staring deeply at Phoebe, immediately paled in fright when he saw Phoebe's body sway and fall backwards. Without thinking, he flew to Phoebe's side. Before she fell, he had already supported Phoebe with one hand and cried out anxiously, "Phoebe, what's wrong with you?" A white shadow flashed by as Karel also arrived at Phoebe's side. Karel was originally preparing to support Phoebe, but Han Shoa beat him to it. Karel had an anxious expression as he extended 2 fingers and placed them on Phoebe's nose. After pausing for 3 seconds, he clearly heaved a sigh of relief. He resisted the anger in his heart and said, "She fainted. It's all your fault." At this time, Han Shoa didn't have the energy to bicker with Karel. When he heard Karel say that Phoebe had only fainted, his heart calmed down. Soon after, he placed his right hand on Phoebe's back and channeled his magical yuan into her. The grief-stricken Phoebe felt a warm feeling on her back. Soon after, she slowly woke up. When she opened her bright eyes and saw Han Shoa's worried face, she felt all kinds of emotions surge into her heart. She could no longer pretend to be strong. Tears suddenly gushed out of her eyes like a spring and she burst out crying. Her 2 fists bombarded Han Shoa's chest like raindrops. Phoebe scolded as she hit, "You heartless scoundrel, you actually dare to say such words to me. You cheated me of a lifetime of happiness and even now you want to wash your hands of it. Do you even have a conscience?" Han Shoa's chest resounded as Phoebe hit him. He had a bitter expression on his face. Looking at the sobbing Phoebe in his arms, Han Shoa also felt very pained. However, at this moment, Han Shoa really didn't know what to say to comfort Phoebe. He could only repeat the words, "I'm sorry," over and over again. Phoebe had never lost her composure like today. No matter what difficulties she encountered, she had never been as weak as she was today. Not to mention, there were so many elders and dignitaries here. With Phoebe's temperament, she wouldn't show the slightest bit of weakness. However, when Han Shoa said, "Forget it," Phoebe felt as if the sky had collapsed. In an instant it was as if the whole world had turned grey, without a trace of color. The piercing pain destroyed all of Phoebe's pretense, and Phoebe was beaten black and blue all over her body. Emily and Fanny's line of sight never left Han Shoa. Seeing Phoebe's fists bombard Han Shoa's chest, they felt very distressed. They were afraid that Phoebe would injure Han Shoa indiscriminately. The expressions of the surrounding observers were all different. They didn't know what to say as they looked at the man and 3 women. They wanted to intervene in this kind of matter, but it was a pity that this kind of situation wasn't up to them. They could only watch helplessly as the situation developed in a direction that they couldn't explain at all. "That's great, that's great. Brian is really something." Among the crowd, Lawrence was the happiest. He was overjoyed. Han Shoa and the 3 women represented 4 powers. Once they became enemies, Lawrence would have no hope of ascending the throne. During these few minutes, Lawrence felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was more nervous than anyone else. He was really afraid that the 4 sides would recklessly cause a huge commotion and destroy all of his hopes. It wasn't until now that Phoebe was crying loudly and leaning into Han Shoa's embrace that Lawrence finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood in his heart that although none of the 3 sides were satisfied with this result, because of the 3 women's insistence, none of them had the ability to change this favorable situation. "I'm sorry." Han Shoa hugged Phoebe, still repeating these 3 words. Tired of hitting and scolding, Phoebe gradually calmed down the pain in her heart. She wiped the uncontrollable tears from the corners of her eyes and fiercely glared at Han Shoa, saying, "Don't even think about getting rid of me in this lifetime. If you dare to do so, I'll kill you and then commit suicide. As long as you're willing to follow me, how could I bear to not want you?" Han Shoa looked deeply at Phoebe and said with deep feelings, "We're already like this, how can I not follow you? You scoundrel, you heartless thing." Phoebe was filled with righteous indignation and punched Han Shua's chest again. When Phoebe said this, Carol's expression changed. He clearly understood something from Phoebe's words. Some of the people at the side were crafty old foxes. When they heard Phoebe's slip of the tongue, they instantly grasped the key point. Their eyes flickered as they looked at Han Shua and the three women. When Han Shua saw the gazes of those people, he immediately understood. It was rare for Han Shua to blush as he coughed dryly. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, the three women, Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny, gradually understood something as their faces turned red. Phoebe secretly scolded herself for being talkative, but this was not the time to explain anything. For a moment, she was bashful and did not know what to do. Because all three of his daughters had consumed the rebirth pill, their skin was equally fair and smooth, as tender as water. Among them, Emily and Phoebe, because they had been nourished by Han Shua, faintly had a charming and mature aura. If one looked carefully, there were indeed some differences between them and Fanny. Forget it, forget it. She was the one who failed to live up to expectations and even gave her body to this brat. What else can I say? Sacred Swordmaster Corel sighed in his heart. He stared blankly at Phoebe for a moment before finally saying, "Forget it, you've grown up and I can't control you." "Teacher." Phoebe softly called out and immediately said, "I'm sorry teacher, I've disappointed you." Cough. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas lightly coughed. Seeing that everyone was looking at him doubtfully, he smiled and said, "The matters of the young should be decided by the young themselves." We're all old, how can we restrain them for everything? Now that the Lancelot Empire is facing internal and external troubles, it's at its most difficult time. Everyone here is the backbone of the Empire. At this time, the most important thing to do is to help the Empire resolve its troubles. Sabakas was a senior of virtue and prestige in the Empire. Even that madman Forenza somewhat respected him. Now that he had spoken, everyone was resentful and didn't say anything. As the protector of the Lancelot Empire, Corel naturally wouldn't be like Forenza who didn't care about the Empire's survival. After hearing Sabaka's words, he gradually calmed down and remained silent. Sabakas paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was still giving him face, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to reconcile the three parties, Han Shua suddenly frowned and said, "Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles have personally led troops to the north of the city. It seems that they intend to settle the situation of the entire Lancelot Empire in one battle." Chapter 421. The sudden unforeseen event caused everyone to quickly extricate themselves from the matter of Han Shua's group of four. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression as they began to fret over the attack of Ashburn, Charles, and the others. "Kid, how did you know that old fox Ashburn is coming?" Forenza looked at Han Shua suspiciously, as if he didn't quite believe what Han Shua had said. Among these people, Forenza was the least familiar with Han Shua. He wasn't like Corel, Sabakas, and the others who knew that Han Shua possessed a mysterious martial technique that allowed him to see through the entire situation. Seeing that Han Shua had said so with such certainty, he naturally didn't quite believe it. He indeed knows. Sabakas explained to Forenza, "It is precisely because of his mystical insight that we have been able to hold on until now." Forenza was stunned. Shortly after, he looked at Han Shua in astonishment, not understanding how Han Shua had done it. Forenza knew that Sabakas wasn't the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Since he said that Han Shua could do it, then Han Shua would definitely be able to do it. This time, the ones who have come include the city guards from the other city gates. With our current army, we shouldn't be able to resist them. In addition, that sacred knight and the temple knights from the Church of Light, including Earth's sacred Magus Dempus, are in the middle of this group. Han Shua closed his eyes and described the layout and military strength of Ashburn and the others through his mystical demons. No details could escape Han Shua's eyes. These days, everyone had long become familiar with Han Shuo's mystical insight. They all listened attentively to Han Shuo's detailed explanation of Ashburn's military strength. With Han Shuo's deep voice, scenes after scenes were displayed before everyone's eyes. The movements of Ashburn and the others were completely exposed. After Han Shuo finished his explanation, Forenza said with a calm face, "It seems that Ashburn intends to take down the northern city district in one go. Forenza, what do you think we should do?" At some point, old Han had also walked over and said to Forenza in a serious tone, "You give the order to open up Asen City and I will bring my troops over." "Humph, Ashburn has gone crazy. It seems that His Majesty the King's prediction was right," Forenza said with a murderous look. You brought your troops here?" Old Han was obviously shocked as he looked at Forenza in astonishment. "Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I come to Asen City alone at this time of chaos? Don't tell me I'm here to watch a show." Forenza glared at old Han, then casually pointed at Boris, the leader of the Northern City Army, and said, "Why don't you and I make a trip to the North Gate?" "All right, I'll go with you immediately." Boris didn't express any displeasure at Forenza's order and immediately agreed. In front of Forenza, regardless of experience or seniority, Boris was far inferior to him. Forenza had always been arrogant and haughty, but he had the qualifications to be so. This was something that everyone in the Lancelot Empire was aware of. Furthermore, it was obvious that Forenza intended to help Lawrence. As Lawrence's uncle, Boris was naturally very happy and didn't dare to have any objections. "Thank you, I will definitely remember Lord's righteous act." Lawrence, who had been silent all this time, suddenly bowed deeply to Forenza and said with a solemn expression. Forenza casually waved his hand, obviously not taking Lawrence's gesture to heart. He said impatiently, "Bullshit righteous act. If it wasn't for His Majesty repeatedly begging me before his death, I wouldn't have bothered with your trivial matters. I don't care who becomes the new king. In any case, no one dares to lay their hands on my southern border province. You don't have to thank me. Although His Majesty can be a little sinister and vicious at times, he still treats me well. I only mobilize the troops to Asen City because of His Majesty's face, not because I think highly of you." Lawrence's expression was awkward. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, "This lunatic is really hard to please. He won't listen to good or bad words. Let's go. Open the city gates and welcome my Howling Legion in." "Humph, I don't believe that old fellow Ashburn can do anything." Forenza glared at Boris and swaggered outside. "Father!" Fanny softly called out. She was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if she should leave with him. "Lass, just stay here. I don't think any of them will dare to bully you." Forenza would only show concern when he was with Fanny. He wouldn't look at others in the eye unless he was angry. Only then would he glare at others. "All right then." Fanny stealthily shot a glance at Han Shuo. She was also somewhat worried about Han Shuo. After all, Han Shuo had been annoyed half to death by the series of matters. She didn't know if his heart could take it. Forenza and Boris quickly left. As the great battle was approaching, Han Shuo gave a detailed description of the situation. Carell, Lawrence, Old Han, and the rest hastily began to discuss countermeasures and returned to the meeting hall ahead of Han Shuo. Amis had originally planned to discuss Han Shuo's matter with Emily alone. However, after thinking about it, he had no choice but to give up for the time being. He also hastily gathered the spies of the Dark Mantle to arrange some matters. Suddenly, only Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny were left beside Han Shuo. The three ladies looked at each other with awkward expressions. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Han Shuo stared blankly for a long while and suddenly felt an extreme headache. After hesitating for a moment, he saw the peculiar expressions of the three ladies. He couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "This that, shouldn't we find a place to sit down and slowly talk? Bah, what's there to talk about with a person like you? You bastard, you deceived the three of us. Phoebe was still angry and immediately scolded Han Shuo. Now is the time when the Empire needs you the most. You don't have to worry about our matters. Alright, you can leave first. The three of us should be the ones to talk in private. Emily revealed a faint smile and said to Han Shuo. The issue of her identity that had always troubled Emily seemed to have been eliminated under such special circumstances. The current outcome was very satisfactory to Emily. Seeing her brother's unconditional support and old Han having no choice but to adopt an indifferent attitude because he didn't want the Empire to fall into an even more chaotic situation, all of this made the miserable Emily feel as though she had been reborn. Sisters, what do you think? After Emily said to Han Shuo, she immediately smiled and glanced at Fanny and Phoebe. Fanny and Phoebe looked at each other and nodded somewhat uncomfortably. After Phoebe nodded, she suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shuo, saying, "You're not allowed to use your martial skill to eavesdrop. You're too hateful. Oh, according to what you said, your martial skill can spy on the movements of the entire city. Doesn't that mean you can see any woman bathing? You hateful guy, how could you cultivate such an obscene martial skill?" When Phoebe said this, Fanny and Emily's brows suddenly creased as well, as though they suddenly thought of this possibility from Phoebe's words. When they thought of Han Shuo's bad behavior all this time, the three girls didn't feel at ease with Han Shuo's character at all. Their gazes towards Han Shuo suddenly turned sharp. Han Shuo felt a great headache and hurriedly said, "Abnormal behavior again. I have to explain to them immediately." After saying this, Han Shuo immediately ignored the three girls' clamor and hastily left in front of the three girls at lightning speed, arriving at a messy stone forest behind the castle. Han Shuo didn't go to the meeting hall where Sabaka's and the others were. After such a chaotic incident just now, Amis, Karel, Old Han and the others probably wouldn't give him a good look. Han Shuo knew that those people were angry and naturally wouldn't go and seek trouble for himself. Using the demon's lair edge to dig out a large hidden hole in the stone forest, Han Shuo set up the transportation matrix and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. In the dusky Cemetery of Death, the Earth Elite zombie was lying there quietly in the place of extreme Earth, as though he had already fainted. Weak strands of earth and yellow Earth Yuan energy in the surroundings slowly flowed towards the Earth Elite zombie in the center, slowly healing the injured Earth Elite zombie. More than half of the Yuan energy of Earth in the place of extreme Earth in the Cemetery of Death had been consumed when refining the Earth Elite zombie. There was only a small amount left now. 3 days ago, Han Shuo had let the Earth Elite zombie in and used the remaining Yuan energy of Earth in the place of extreme Earth to heal the Earth Elite zombie's injuries. While Han Shuo was looking at the Earth Elite zombie lying silent in the depths of the earth with a pained heart, Han Shuo sensed Little Skull's call. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo summoned Little Skull in front of him. "Father, we want to avenge him." Little Skull immediately transmitted when he landed in front of Han Shuo. "I know, I'm waiting for an opportunity to kill him." Han Shuo replied. "We need to become stronger." Little Skull transmitted. Soon after, a black walnut-like fruit appeared in his 5 fingers. Little Skull handed it to Han Shuo and said, "Father, this fruit is for you. It's very useful." The black fruit looked like a walnut, and had an ordinary appearance. However, when Han Shuo probed it with his consciousness, he immediately felt that the fruit seemed to contain a strange energy. He was immediately shocked. "What is this? What's its use?" Han Shuo reached out and took the fruit that Little Skull handed over as he spoke. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot out from the fruit and wrapped around Han Shuo like ribbons. Han Shuo immediately turned into a cocoon. Chapter 422. The ribbon-like brilliance wrapped around Han Shuo's entire body tightly, but Han Shuo did not feel like he was being bound at all. Wisps of brilliance slowly seeped into Han Shua's skin, giving Han Shua a cool feeling all over his body, as if he had sunk into a cool pool. Little Skull saw that Han Shua had received the black fruit and was wrapped by the black fruit. He stretched out his snow-white palm, and there were a few thumb-sized ores in his palm. Little Skull's purple demon eye shone brightly, as if he was thinking about something. After being stunned for a while, he clasped his palms together and rubbed the bones of his hands. An ear-piercing creaking sound came from his palms. A thick aura of death was suddenly emitted from his palms, and the ear-piercing creaking sound stopped abruptly. Wisps of grayish-white sand-like substance slowly flowed out from Little Skull's palms. Little Skull hurriedly went in front of Han Shua and sprinkled the sand-like substance in his palms on Han Shua's body. As the fine sand slid down Han Shua's body, it suddenly shone like stars, giving off a strange sense of beauty. However, as soon as the fine sand fell into Han Shua's body, it immediately melted and dissipated like water falling into the sea, and no light could be seen anymore. Little Skull's purple demon eye revealed a solemn and dignified color. It constantly swam around Han Shua, who was wrapped in thousands of strands of the fruit's brilliance, and sprinkled the sand-like specks in his palms evenly on Han Shua's body, not letting go of any corner that might be missed. At first, Han Shua felt a kind of lazy and comfortable feeling, as if he was soaking in cool water. His whole body felt lazy and sleepy. However, when Little Skull sprinkled the sand-like fragmented light on his body, the part that was sprinkled by the fine sand-like thing suddenly felt a burning and tingling sensation. The wisps of silk seemed to have a mind of their own, and actually slowly integrated into Han Shua's bones. Han Shua, who was originally lazy and comfortable, suddenly felt that his body was extremely heavy. As long as the fine sand fell on the parts, the surrounding bones felt like they were filled with lead. This made Han Shua understand that this kind of heaviness was not an illusion, but really happened. Using his divine sense to inspect his body, Han Shua could clearly see spots of star-like light slowly melting into his bones, slowly strengthening his bones, causing his bones to be slowly strengthened. This feeling was somewhat similar to when Han Shua was reborn for the first time. Slowly, the innumerable strands of the fruit's brilliance all entered Han Shua's body. Little Skull had long stopped moving around Han Shua's body. The fine sand-like thing in his palm also flowed into Han Shua's bones like flowing water, fusing with the brilliance of the fruit, strengthening Han Shua's bones inch by inch. During this process, the bones all over Han Shua's body ached as if they were being pricked by many fine needles. However, Han Shua, who had cultivated demonic arts to this point, had experienced all kinds of pain. Compared to the terrible pain that felt like his brain was being cut by 1,000 knives when he opened up his brain, this kind of pain was quite easy for Han Shua to deal with. Therefore, from beginning to end, Han Shua did not reveal any unbearable pain, nor did he let out a moan. He was quiet as if he was sleeping. Beside Han Shua, Little Skull stared at Han Shua in a daze, as if he found Han Shua's behavior very strange. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shua felt the pain in his body become weaker and weaker, to the point that Han Shua could ignore it. At this moment, Han Shua let out a light breath, opened his eyes, and looked down. Han Shua found that he had completely returned to his original appearance, and there were no longer any abnormalities in his body. Shaking his head, shaking his arms, and stretching his bones, Han Shua suddenly had a strange look in his eyes. This was because Han Shua suddenly found that his weight had actually increased by more than 10 times. This was really too inconceivable. An ordinary fruit had strengthened the bones in Han Shua's body, increasing the density of the bones in his body, causing the toughness of his bones to become even more astonishing. At the same time that his bones were strengthened, his weight also increased. Although Han Shua was already mentally prepared and understood that some changes would happen to his body, when this change exceeded Han Shua's expectations, he was still extremely surprised. What is this fruit, and what does it do? Stunned, Han Shua looked at Little Skull strangely, and asked in astonishment. We all call it the black resolute crystal. It's the same as the serene luster crystal that you consumed last time. They are both very mystical things from our side. The serene luster crystal can strengthen the soul, making it more refined. This black resolute crystal can strengthen our bones, making them even more sturdy. This kind of the black resolute crystal can strengthen the body of an evil knight by several times. I had also used a black resolute crystal before, and at that time it was so painful that I hovered between life and death. However, after absorbing the power of the black resolute crystal, I felt that my bones had become even more sturdy. Little Skull explained for Han Shuo. He paused for a moment, and then exclaimed in admiration, "Father is really amazing, to actually not be afraid of this kind of pain at all." So it was actually a good item that was as precious as the serene luster crystal. No wonder it had such a mystical effect. Last time when he made a trip to the netherworld, Han Shuo had personally seen those undead creatures fight to the death for a serene luster crystal. He understood that this black resolute crystal was most likely the object that all the undead creatures fought over in the netherworld. Such a precious treasure, yet Little Skull did not keep it for himself to increase his strength, and instead gave it to him without hesitation. This made Han Shuo feel very moved. Looking at the seemingly ordinary Little Skull in front of him, Han Shuo was about to praise it a little when he suddenly remembered something. In the past, every time his body underwent a transformation, time would unknowingly elapse. This time when he used the black resolute crystal to strengthen his bones, he didn't know if a long time had passed as well. In the current Asen city's most chaotic period, time was the most precious thing. As a person who could see through everything, Han Shuo could not disappear at this crucial time. How much time has passed? Frowning, Han Shuo hurriedly asked Little Skull. "I don't know." Little Skull calmly replied. Han Shuo immediately reacted. The cemetery of death was the same as the netherworld, it had no concept of time. This cemetery of death was enveloped by a powerful boundary, and the light of the sun, moon, and stars were also unable to shine in. Naturally, it was impossible to perceive time through the natural laws of the rising and setting of the moon. Thinking of this major event, Han Shuo immediately became anxious. He did not dare to continue staying in the cemetery of death. He first sent Little Skull to the netherworld, then hurriedly stood at the center of the cemetery of death's magical transportation array. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves trampling, the sound of magic exploding, and the miserable howls of the dying warriors suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's ears. Those sounds were all coming from not too far away. As expected, a battle had already begun. Han Shuo immediately reacted. When he was packing up the magic wand, all kinds of scenes had already been projected into his mind, allowing him to directly and clearly see everything that was happening not too far away. As long as Han Shuo was in Asen City, the mystical demons could transmit all kinds of scenes of Asen City into his mind. However, when Han Shuo was too far away from Asen City, the connection between him and the mystical demons was insufficient to support Han Shuo to see everything. Moreover, the cemetery of death was obstructed by a peculiar boundary. Naturally, Han Shuo could not know everything that was happening in Asen City from the cemetery of death. However, when Han Shuo entered Asen City through the transportation array, the connection between him and the 12 mystical demons was immediately re-established, once again allowing Han Shuo to have the ability to control everything. Through the vision of the mystical demons, Han Shuo could see that a bitter battle was currently unfolding in the spacious open space surrounding the castle. The forces led by Firenze, Corel, and Lawrence were engaged in a fierce battle with Prince Ashburn and Charles's army. Deaths were occurring at every moment. This castle was originally used to store military supplies. There just so happened to be no residents in the surroundings, only a spacious piece of land. This was a suitable venue for the fierce battle between the two sides. As far as the eye could see, battles were raging everywhere. With the castle as the center, the area within a radius of a few miles was densely packed with battles. Not only the northern city district, but some mystical demons placed in other districts also observed that the other districts, including the imperial palace, were similarly enveloped in the flames of war. However, compared to the great battle currently unfolding in the northern city district, the battles in the other districts of Asan City were clearly on a smaller scale. This was because the high-ranking figures who were a threat to Charles, led by Lawrence, were currently gathered in the northern city district. It was unknown if there was a tacit understanding, but none of the sacred rank experts participated in the battle. Corel and Sabakas on this side, Sacred Knight and Dempus on Charles's side all stopped and watched from afar, watching the soldiers of both sides fight to the death. Whether it was Lawrence or Charles, they both understood the terrifying destructive power of a sacred rank expert, especially a sacred rank magus. A single forbidden magic spell could even change the course of a battle. However, all the countries in the profound continent had a tacit understanding that sacred rank magi were not allowed to use forbidden magic in normal battles. Forbidden magic that was not allowed to be used in enemy countries was naturally even more so not allowed to be used during a civil war. Although Asan City wasn't small, if a few forbidden magic were to really bombard it, it was likely that the capital of the Lancelot Empire, Asan City, would disappear from the continent. Who knew how many citizens within the city would die or be injured? It was precisely because of this that Space Sacred Magus Sabakas and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus had been watching this civil war with folded arms. Not a single one of them dared to release forbidden magic to attack the enemy soldiers of the same country. Firenze became the commander of this battle. On a high ground in the middle of the castle, Firenze's crazed roars rang out incessantly. Under Firenze's command, armored generals methodically arranged their troops according to Firenze's orders, attacking Ashburn and Charles's soldiers from all directions. Han Shoa, who was observing the overall situation through his mystical demons, suddenly discovered that under Firenze's crazed roars, the soldiers of the Howling Legion under his control seemed to be scattered but faintly formed all kinds of peculiar formations, cutting Ashburn and Charles's troops into several large pieces. Charles's troops were faintly surrounded by Firenze's men. Only Han Shoa, who was using his mystical demons to observe the overall situation, was able to clearly see this kind of strange transformation. Those soldiers and generals who were participating in the battle were unable to miss out on the silent transformation of the battle. The soldiers of the Howling Legion that Firenze brought had uniform patterns on their armors. These soldiers from the southern border had fought against the barbaric orcs for many years. Every weapon in their hands had been stained with too much blood. Each of them had valiant bodies and grave expressions. Their fighting strength was even more frightening than the Redbud Knights that Han Shoa had seen previously. The city guards of Lancelot Empire's capital, Asan City, were among the best in the entire Lancelot Empire. However, now that they were fighting against Firenze's Howling Legion, it was obvious that they were inferior to Firenze's Howling Legion. Apart from having slightly better equipment, they were far inferior to the Howling Legion in terms of combat experience, teamwork and individual strength. Suddenly, Han Shoa discovered that the city guards of the northern city in Firenze's Howling Legion, under his seemingly crazy command, were actually gradually gaining the upper hand. Unknowingly, they were gradually nibbling away at the troops brought by Charles and Ashburn. This lunatic was able to stand tall in the southern border for so many years, causing the barbaric orcs to be unable to break through the southern border's defensive line. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Han Shoa was deeply moved, convinced by Firenze's miraculous commanding ability. Firenze, they are all soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They are all innocent. It is only because of Ashburn's orders that they have no choice but to participate. If they all die, the final loss will be the Lancelot Empire. Sacred Swordmaster Corel was incomparably furious, glaring angrily at Firenze. Everything Corel did was for the sake of the Lancelot Empire's future. Under Firenze's command, the northern city district had completely turned into a battlefield. Corpses were strewn all over the northern city district. Those who died were all loyal and devoted soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. It was only because their respective masters were different that they had no choice but to kill each other. It was obvious that Corel wasn't willing to see such casualties on his own side. Even Dark Mantle Elder Sabakas was extremely pained as he watched the increasing casualties. He hesitated for a moment before advising Forenza, who had fallen into a state of madness. "Forenza, if this goes on, even if we win, the Empire's vitality will be damaged." Forenza didn't move in the slightest and continued to loudly command his subordinates. Seeing that Sabakas, Corel, and the others were still clamoring, he couldn't help but fiercely glare at Corel and said, looking at the coups in every country on the continent, which one of them wasn't a bloodbath? "Other than people dying in battle, can you use your mouth to make Ashburn abdicate?" "Humph, with a sacred knight and an earth-sacred Magus Dempus there, as well as all kinds of experts in the surroundings, even a demigod expert might not be able to easily kill them. I don't see what you can do. Both of you. This kind of matter can only be quickly pacified through a bloody massacre. The longer the coups are dragged on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Empire. Damn it, aren't my subordinates also suffering great losses? I didn't even say anything, so why are you getting so worked up? If you're unhappy that I won't interfere, let's see if you can persuade those two foxes, one old and one young, to relinquish their authority and willingly let you take over everything." Forenza's blunt words were like cannonballs shooting towards the two sacred rank experts, leaving them speechless and unable to find any reason to retort. Forenza was originally arrogant and conceited. If it was during normal times, he might have given Sabakas some face. However, once it was a battle, Forenza would immediately become a true madman. For the sake of victory, he would even dare to disobey His Majesty's orders without the slightest hesitation, let alone these two experts. After cursing and swearing, Forenza didn't pay any attention to the two sacred rank experts and continued to roar crazily to command the generals under him. He passed on his plans for the battle to his subordinates, causing the Howling Legion to quietly and slowly take the initiative on the battlefield. They had already surrounded Ashburn's troops without anyone noticing. The two sacred rank experts bitterly glanced at each other and could only sigh softly, their faces filled with pain and helplessness. They weren't good at commanding such a large-scale battle. Without Forenza and the Howling Legion under his command, there wouldn't be any suspense in this battle. Moreover, Forenza's words were indeed reasonable. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Currently, the Lancelot Empire could only resolve the chaos through a bloody battle. Otherwise, once the various parties escaped from Asen City and occupied the various provinces, it would be a devastating blow to the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, even though the two sacred rank experts were mercilessly scolded and cursed by Forenza, they could only swallow their bitterness. They didn't dare to contradict the current Forenza, lest this fellow would act even more crazily. Han Shoa couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief after taking in the various scenes. He no longer stayed in the excavated cave. Han Shoa flew out and descended from the sky towards the castle. Whoosh whoosh. Crossbow bolts with extremely long range pierced through the sky towards Han Shoa. Han Shoa was startled. He looked down and saw a few soldiers of the Howling Legion glaring at him with grave and stern faces. They had actually discovered his tracks from afar and shot their crossbow bolts at him. His evaluation of the Howling Legion rose by another level. Han Shoa chanted an incantation and a pure white flower bud bloomed in the sky. The white bone shield formed and blocked all the crossbow bolts. Han Shoa wasn't injured in the slightest as he arrived at the center of the castle where Forenza was. Chapter 423. Little bastard, we've already been fighting for 2 days. Where the hell did you go? Forenza couldn't help but curse loudly when he saw that it was Han Shoa. During the battle, Han Shoa could be considered as an important figure. His sudden disappearance for 2 days had frightened everyone, especially Phoebe, Fanny, and Emily. They thought that Han Shoa had gone into hiding to avoid punishment and were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the Dark Mantle organization displayed an astonishing ability. During the 2 days that Han Shuo had disappeared, the Dark Mantle members that were hiding within Asen City continuously transmitted all kinds of information, helping Forenza, Old Han, and the others to make the correct decision when it came to deploying troops. This allowed them to gain the upper hand in the battle against Ashburn and the others. Some private matters. Han Shuo also didn't expect that a black resolute crystal would actually cause him to stay in the cemetery of death for 2 days. Originally, Han Shuo only wanted to take a look at the Earth Elite zombies' injuries before returning. How could he have known that he would stay for such a long time? Now that Forenza was scolding him, Han Shuo also had nothing to say. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Since you're here, tell me about the situation in the other districts. This time, we must settle the situation in one battle to prevent Ashburn and the others from escaping. Otherwise, once Ashburn and the others leave Asen City, there will be even more battles in Lancelot City. Forenza wasn't the slightest bit courteous towards Han Shuo, hastily urging Han Shuo to report more comprehensive information to him. At such a crucial time, Han Shuo didn't say much. He immediately described the situation in every district of Asen City to Forenza through the vision of the 12 mystical demons, including what Ashburn, Charles, and the others were currently saying in detail. Forenza calmly listened to Han Shuo's description, constantly shouting out orders. Beside Forenza were not only his subordinates, but also Ames, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. At such a crucial time, Ames had shockingly become Forenza's subordinate. Under his orders, Ames, through the enormous organization known as the Dark Mantle, transmitted information to every corner of Asen City. During this process, Han Shuo finally understood that the battle in Asen City hadn't stopped for the past 2 days. Due to Charles's merciless killing spree, apart from Lawrence's side, the other 2 princes' forces had suffered even greater losses. Charles obviously intended to exterminate all of them and had been constantly pressuring the other 2 princes. The 2 princes who didn't immediately react had suffered disastrous losses during these 2 days. Left with no choice, they went to the northern city district and reached an agreement with Lawrence, preparing to combine the strength of the 3 parties to deal with Charles together. In addition to the strength of the 2 princes, as well as the Howling Legion that Forenza had brought, Lawrence's side strength was already not inferior to Charles's. During these 2 days, the northern city district of Asen City had become the main battlefield. However, under Forenza's arrangements, the strength of the 2 princes had also been utilized, gradually nibbling away at the other districts controlled by Ashburn and the others. From the looks of it, they had achieved pretty good results. Ashburn's strength was faintly being continuously consumed, and he was no longer able to become the sole power in Asen City. It was also during these 2 days that space-sacred Magus Sabakas appeared all over the place, sealing off all the teleportation matrices connecting Asen City to the outside world, preventing anyone from using the teleportation matrices to transport reinforcements from other cities. The few large-scale teleportation arrays in Asen City were all set up by space-sacred Magus Sabakas. Although Ashburn, Lawrence and the others had suddenly sent a large number of troops to guard them, Sabakas, as the person who set up the teleportation arrays, was unable to seize the teleportation arrays, but he could seal them. In this way, no one would be able to use the transportation matrices to mobilize troops from other cities. Within a short period of time, the battle in Asen City wouldn't expand. Whoever was able to quickly obtain victory in Asen City within these few days would have the highest possibility of ascending to the throne of Lancelot Empire. Alright, there's nothing else for you to do. Go do what you need to do. When Han Shuo described the situation in each region of Asen City to Forenza, and after Forenza had passed down the orders according to Han Shuo's narration, Forenza impatiently urged Han Shuo to leave. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head without saying anything else. He headed in the direction where Fanny and the other 2 ladies were. Fanny and the other 2 ladies were currently staying in a hall on the 2nd floor of the castle. Han Shuo had long seen the 3 ladies through his mystical demons. The 3 ladies were secretly discussing something behind Han Shuo's back. Han Shua didn't know what Han Shua was privy to, but it seemed that they weren't as estranged as they were 2 days ago. Although they couldn't be said to be getting along well, they weren't quarreling with each other anymore. Honestly speaking, even now, Han Shua was still apprehensive in his heart and somewhat didn't dare to face the three ladies. However, Han Shua knew that there were some things that he couldn't avoid. Since he had appeared after disappearing for 2 days, it wouldn't make sense if he didn't come to visit the three ladies. Therefore, he could only brace himself and go to the hall on the second floor where the three ladies were. When Han Shua's deliberately heavy footsteps resounded outside the hall, the three ladies who were chatting casually suddenly focused their gazes on Han Shua, who had already appeared at the door. The gazes of the three ladies were like fiery thorns that pierced into Han Shua's body, causing Han Shua to feel uneasy from head to toe. After letting out a dry cough, Han Shua awkwardly smiled and said, they're all here." Phoebe unhappily glared at Han Shua and said, "Yeah, we're all waiting for a big shot like you. We don't dare to be like you and play missing during the war. If it weren't for the fact that we already know of your criminal record, someone might have already left the castle to look for you." As she said this, Phoebe's bright eyes wandered back and forth between Emily and Fanny, obviously hinting at something. Emily was calm and composed as she looked at Han Shua with an amused smile. She wasn't the slightest bit affected by Phoebe's words. However, Fanny's face was obviously a little tender, or perhaps because she wasn't too familiar with Phoebe and Emily, her face unconsciously blushed. "I also don't know. I just left for a while and 2 days have passed. However, it seems that when I'm not in the castle is actually operating better. Aren't we gradually gaining the upper hand on our side?" Han Shua let out a self-deprecating chuckle and said to the three ladies in a relaxed manner. "When you're not in the castle, we have to rely on the organization to obtain information for everything. The members of the organization have been as busy as dogs these past 2 days, and all of them have been extremely careful, afraid that they'll be caught and used as cannon fodder for a change in power. However, to be honest, Fanny's father is indeed an extraordinary person. With him overseeing things, the situation on our side has slowly improved," Emily said to Han Shua with a smile. Among the three ladies, Emily knew the most about Han Shua's secrets and also understood that Han Shua held the secrets of the Cemetery of Death. She roughly guessed that Han Shua had perhaps used the transportation matrix to arrive at the Cemetery of Death. She didn't express too much concern about Han Shua's sudden departure and instead continued to persuade the other two ladies. He only knows how to fight." When Fanny heard Emily praise her father, she didn't reveal the slightest bit of joy. Instead, she resentfully complained. Previously, from Fanny's mouth, Han Shua knew that Firenze was still fighting on the battlefield even when Fanny's mother was gravely ill. Firenze wasn't by her side until her mother passed away. This caused Fanny to take it to heart, and it seemed that she still hadn't forgiven him until now. He did it for the Empire and the southern border. If your father didn't fight on the battlefield, who knows how many families in the southern border would have been destroyed. Younger sister Fanny, it actually wasn't easy for your father. Emily sighed softly and tactfully persuaded Fanny. "I also know that. It's just that I saw my mother constantly talking about him before she passed away. She didn't even have the chance to see him one last time." As she spoke, Fanny's tone gradually became softer, as if a sad memory had been evoked. A trace of helplessness climbed up her brows. All right. Let's talk about happier things. Don't be immersed in the grief of the past." Phoebe also spoke a word of comfort. It seemed that the relationship between the three ladies was still harmonious and they didn't oppose each other as Han Shua had guessed. Just as he was about to say something, Han Shua suddenly felt the demon's lair edge within his body stir. This startled him. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Han Shua suddenly understood and immediately said with joy, "It seems that I have to cultivate for a while." During these 2 days, Asan City was in constant battle, especially in the northern city district. In an extremely short period of time, tens of thousands of soldiers had died in this battle. Every city guard in Asen City was the elite of the Lancelot Empire. The Howling Legion under Firenze's command was even more powerful. These soldiers who died on the battlefield had left behind soaring killing intent and the resentment and anger of their souls in the past few days. This kind of energy made ordinary people feel oppressed, as if there was a mountain pressing on their chest, giving them an oppressive feeling. Some experts could clearly sense this kind of energy. However, in the profound continent, only a few powerful necromancers could collect some powerful souls and refine some special undead creatures. There was no one who could directly absorb this energy. However, Han Shuo who cultivated demonic arts could condense killing intent and directly absorb it. The souls of the dead that had yet to dissipate between heaven and earth, as well as the endless resentment and fear left behind from when they were still alive, could also be easily absorbed by the Demon's Lair Edge. It was precisely because the Demon's Lair Edge sensed the familiar energy shrouding between heaven and earth that it eagerly transmitted a signal to Han Shuo. "What's going on? Why do you suddenly want to cultivate?" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo, puzzled, and asked. "This is not easy to explain. It has something to do with the special martial technique I cultivate." It's just like the dense killing intent all over Balanza's body. That's because he had killed many people when he was an assassin and it unknowingly attached itself to his body. He can use the killing intent to intimidate people. Oh, right, this energy is also useful to Balans. As long as I help him, he can also take the opportunity to absorb a bit of the killing intent that filled the battlefield. Alright, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to look for Balans first, Han Shuo casually explained. Soon after, he suddenly thought of Balans and hurriedly walked out. That bastard. Phoebe couldn't help but curse when she realized that Han Shuo had already disappeared. In the past 2 days, Balanza's calm and callous heart had become somewhat unstable. Han Shuo's miraculous martial technique had unfolded in front of Balanza's eyes. Balans, who would soon be able to cultivate this martial technique, would become excited whenever he thought about it. At Balanza's age and level, his pursuits weren't as chaotic as those of the younger generation. Only some substantial benefits would make him feel excited. Balans, who had been an assassin for many years, had always thought of himself as extremely calm. But after being convinced by Han Shuo's string of miraculous martial techniques these 2 days, his calm heart became excited. It's been 2 days. I hope little senior brother is fine. In this world, perhaps only little senior brother can point me in the right direction. Balans inwardly thought. He was truly worried for Han Shuo, fearing that the only guiding light in this world would be extinguished. Whoosh! A soft sound entered his ears. Balans was suddenly startled. His killing intent abruptly retracted and tightened as he coldly said, "Who is it?" "Hee, it's me." Han Shuo replied with a light smile and immediately landed beside Balans. Balans couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of it on his face. He bowed towards Han Shuo and respectfully said, "Senior brother." During the war, Balans, who wasn't good at commanding battles, was alone in a remote room on the 3rd floor. There were too many experts around Ashburn, Charles, and the others. No matter how formidable Balans was, he wouldn't be able to assassinate Ashburn. Now that the castle was similarly filled with experts, Lawrence basically didn't need to worry about his own safety. Thus, Balans suddenly became idle and stayed alone in this remote room. "I have an important matter to discuss with you. Come, let's go to the highest roof of the castle." Han Shuo didn't waste any words and directly instructed with a smile. Balans didn't say anything further and immediately nodded in agreement. He flew out together with Han Shuo and headed towards the highest clock tower of the castle. Before entering the sect, Han Shuo had already told Balans some rigid rules. Balans had firmly remembered these rules. One of the rules that he couldn't disobey an elder's orders had been repeatedly emphasized by Han Shuo. As the senior brother who would impart martial skills to him, Han Shuo was naturally his elder. Balins hadn't lived in vain for so many years and clearly understood that Han Shuo's orders were the most important. When the war was in full swing, Han Shuo brought Balins directly to the clock tower. After landing, Han Shuo looked at Balins with a smile and said, "Originally, I should only impart martial skills to you after entering the sect. However, the flames of war are incessant and the entire Asen city is shrouded in many special energies. Perhaps you are able to sense these energies. If I impart martial skills to you now, I can help you absorb these energies before they disperse. This way, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds." Before Han Shuo finished speaking, Balins' heart was already filled with ecstasy. He had yearned for this day and night for a long time. When he heard that Han Shuo was going to impart the martial skills that he yearned for day and night, the excitement in his heart was simply uncontrollable. His body actually couldn't help but slightly tremble. When Han Shuo mentioned that martial skills could absorb this kind of energy, Balins was so excited that he almost fainted. He asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, are you saying that the oppressive energy shrouding Asen City can be absorbed through martial skills?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Of course. In this world, any kind of energy can be used and absorbed. The aura of death can be used, the murderous aura can be used, and so can the energy of the soul. I believe you have also sensed that the surging murderous aura of those warriors has yet to disperse between heaven and earth. As long as you have mastered the God-slaying devil path, you can directly absorb this kind of energy. Yes, I can feel the omnipresent murderous aura on the battlefield. However, that kind of energy doesn't belong to me. I can't even familiarize myself with the murderous aura on my body. Naturally, I won't make use of others," Balin said honestly. "Hold your breath and concentrate. I will help you familiarize yourself with your new energy," Han Shuo said softly. Soon after, he went behind Balins and a strand of demonic yuan suddenly rushed into Balin's body. After so many years of messy cultivation, Balins had some vague understanding of the usage of murderous aura. The meridians in his body were filled with murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura could be transformed by the God-slaying devil path into his unique energy. It was just that he didn't know how to make use of it. When Han Shuo's demonic yuan suddenly rushed into Balin's body, it started to help the already relaxed Balins get back on his feet. First, he used the demonic yuan to slowly absorb the murderous aura that wasn't pure enough and circulated it around his meridians. In Han Shuo's mind, the meridian circulation diagram of the God-slaying devil path had already appeared clearly. Han Shuo revolved the murderous aura in Balin's body according to the direction in his memory, bringing it along with him as it slowly flowed along a peculiar path. Remember this circulation method. It can make your strength even stronger, Han Shuo said softly and injected another strand of demonic yuan into Balin's body. While doing this, Han Shuo's demon's layer edge had already flown high up into the sky. It continuously revolved according to Han Shuo's will, forming a thick layer of blood cloud. It slowly absorbed the various negative energies that lingered around Asen City and caused the ordinary people's minds to be in turmoil. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.